May 23rd.
Do you know what I keep in my secret pocket? A dead mouse for petting.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Hey, real quick about The Who. Did you guys know they fired Zach Starkey?
I saw over the weekend that he was no longer in the band. I didn't know they fired him.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that either. Somebody just texted in this morning to the show and said that they fired him, and he says he was asked to quit. I don't know what the difference is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's being fired.
Yeah.
All right, at the box office, Final Destination Bloodlines won with the weekend debuting in first place with a take of $51 million. It's the biggest horror opening of the year. Marvel's Thunderbolts slipped to second place with a take of $16.5 million. Sinners kept chugging along, bringing in $15.4 million this time around, enough to secure third place and push it past $300 million worldwide. A Minecraft movie was in fourth with a haul of $5.9 million, and The Accountant 2 took up fifth place with $5 million. Now, The Weeknd's Hurry Up Tomorrow debuted in sixth place, and it only made $3.3 million amid lackluster critical reviews.
Yeah.
So the winners and the viewers have spoken, and American Idol has a new winner.
Oh, yay.
As the season 23 finale came to a close, the fan vote, all 26 million of them, revealed 27-year-old Mississippi PE teacher Jamal Roberts.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
winner of American Idol.
It's been such a nail biter, so tense for me, Preston, that I've decided not to watch it for the past 20 years.
John Foster and Brianna Nix were the runners-up, with Brianna's elimination announced halfway through the finale. With his win, Roberts became the first black man to earn the title since Carrie Underwood's predecessor, Season 2's Ruben Studdard, in 2003. For his winner song, Jamal crooned Anthony Hamilton's Her Heart as the top four contestants crowded around him in celebration, and we have a clip of him winning. Here we go.
The winner of American Idol is Jamal Roberts.
So the big reveal came after a slate of performances that paired top 14 singers with guests from Salt and Pepper to Jessica Simpson to Good Charlotte. Jamal performed the season's Artist in Residence with the Artist in Residence Jelly Roll, and John took the stage with Judge Luke Bryan, and Brenna sang alongside Brandon Lake. When he arrived in Hollywood, he was plagued by doubts around his song choices, but as the weeks went by, he found the confidence that Underwood was urging him to dig deep. And throughout the season, Lionel Richie often bestowed the same praise on Jamal about having a heaven-sent talent. He particularly loved calling him divinely guided.
I had no idea that this was even going on.
No, listen, it's fallen that much off my radar. I did see footage, though, of the crew coming out and applying tears to Lionel Richie's face because his tear ducts have sealed up.
Yeah.
Minutes after he was named season 23's winner, getting some sleep was top of mind for Jamal. He said, that's the first thing that came to mind when I thought about going home after the finale wrapped up. He said, I'm going to go home and see my daughter, Gianna, who is 9 days old, he said, and I've got a lot of making up to do. He's all steam ahead when it comes to music, but he won't leave his teaching behind for good necessarily. He said, I wasn't really doing the teaching thing for the money. It was really the kids who were just my inspiration. So even if I could go back every now and then, just show up and be a part of something, I plan to do that. So we'll see where this goes.
See if it takes off.
Some people it does, and some people it does not.
It's always a bit demanding to have to change the person you're idolizing every year.
Mm-hmm.
Are there 2 seasons a year for American Idol? Or is it?
I don't know. But just having to idolize, like it is
It's
exhausting.
taxing.
There's a lot. There's a lot when it comes to idolizing. All right, Chrissy Teigen revealed in a candid Instagram post that she recently relapsed after several years on her sobriety journey. She shared the news while promoting a new episode of her podcast featuring Holly Whitaker, who is the author of Quit Like a Woman. And she said, I let it get back into my life. I 100% know I like me better sober. She also shared that she's frustrated with herself about not being able to, quote, be normal and have a cocktail with my husband on vacay without it turning into 8 and feeling terrible. Teigen also acknowledged that the thought of drinking still consumes her some days. Despite setbacks, she emphasized, all I know is my relationship with the whole process of sobriety and messing up has changed for the better.
My brother framed it for me one time, and he's been recovering for decades now. And he said that, we were out and it was the family get together and there were a couple of beers on the table. And he said, and he was describing, he said, I could have one beer. Mm-hmm. And he says, but I would not stop.
Yeah.
I could have the one. And then that would be the key would turn and there you go. And knowing that was sort of liberating for him.
Yeah, some people, their physical makeup or whatever it is, it gets the best of you, and you have that, and you just want more and more and more, and the next thing you know, you can't stop, and and then you feel like crap afterwards. So I have a little bit of that. I don't go like too crazy extreme, but if I have one, I want another one. Damn right I do. Absolutely.
And then you're wearing the hat with the beer cans in it.
Yeah. It says number one fan on it.
Woo!
All right, at the Cannes premiere of her HBO documentary, My Mom, Jane, Mariska Hargitay revealed for the first time that her biological father is Italian singer Nelson Sardelli, not Mickey Hargitay, who raised her and she still refers to as her father.
This is really wild because I've known about her and Mickey Hargitay and Jane Mansfield for decades. It's part of Hollywood legend and lore.
Right.
And you just assume, I mean, this was one you thought, well, clearly she's the daughter.
But he was an Italian singer?
Yeah. That's not him, by the way. Well, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know who this is. It could be him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Mariska Hargitay. She's a Jane Mansfield.
The film explores the life and
Gravy or sauce?
Life and legacy of her mother, Jane Mansfield, nearly 60 years after her death. So Hargitay said tearfully at the premiere, "Tonight I'm celebrating the power that film has for me to remember somebody that I didn't have the good fortune to know or grow up with." Of course, Mansfield passed away in a car crash when Hargitay was 3 years old. The documentary includes an interview with Sardelli, who discusses his relationship with Mansfield during a rough time in her marriage to Mickey. And Hargitay told the audience it's a very personal film and truly a dream come true.
So I didn't know this until just now, but Nelson Sardelli, her biological father, he was born in Brazil, grew up in Italy, but he had a fundraiser for mentally disabled children in Atlantic City on an annual basis. It was called Starshine. I'd never heard of this man before, but
neither did I.
He spent a lot of time in AC over the years.
Okay, wow. And interesting and a bit of a bombshell in that world. Gwyneth Paltrow revealed in an interview with People that she has a budding friendship with Meghan Markle, saying that we have a text friendship so far. I've been traveling quite a bit. And she addressed online rumors of tension between them. She said, I don't like that when people try to pit women against each other. I don't like it. Paltrow also shared she was open to appearing on Meghan's Netflix series with Love Meghan, saying, sure, why not? You never know. I don't bake that well, but I can always try.
Paltrow just found out that her stepbrother was the late Dustin Diamond. So go figure that straight. Yeah, no.
The actress has dismissed any alleged feud between the two in the past as well, sharing, I genuinely do not understand this at all whatsoever. It was during a Q&A session. This is pretty interesting. Timothy Chalamet forgot for a moment that he is a celebrity after the New York Knicks' big win against the Boston Celtics over the weekend. Chalamet decided that he couldn't pass up a little celebrating with the fans. But here's the thing. Celebratory New Yorkers are not big on personal space. And as Chalamet stuck his head out of the car that he was riding in, they recognized him, and dude, they start it's like the Beatles.
Yeah, it was. It was crazy.
They start yanking him out of the car through the window, like they're grabbing onto him, and he's smiling and laughing the whole time. Like he didn't look freaked out, but he had a hard time getting back in the car.
He's an Uber fan.
Yeah. So he was just excited that they won, and he's young, so he was having fun with it.
It was like last night when the American Idol win occurred.
Right.
I had to drive around. I had to be with the people.
I only just saw a little bit of footage of the city after they won on Saturday night, but they went a little crazy. They
sure did.
For getting to the Eastern Conference Final.
Yeah,
right.
First time since 2000, so it's a big celebration, but they were celebrating like they had won the championship or at least advanced to the finals.
So take a peek at this video. We're watching it here in the studio. They're like putting their arms around his torso and trying to yank him out into the crowd.
He's got to have security.
And he's laughing the whole time. And he struck. And the people inside, you can see them. They're pulling him by his collar to get him back into the car. So
Timothée Chalamet was ripped in half last night.
He was loving it. All right, this guy's a billionaire. He's married to a go-go dancer, 50 years his junior. So what could go wrong? Music mogul David Geffen and husband David Armstrong are splitting after less than 2 years together. There's a 50-year difference.
But they had so much in common.
Geffen filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. And amazingly, the couple has no prenup in place.
Uh-oh.
Nope. Actually, Armstrong is looking at a huge payday, but that's not going to happen. TMZ reports that Geffen has been retired for many years and has no income other than stocks and other equities, which are all separate property. And under California law, this means that Geffen's young husband looks to make very little off of the split. So you don't reach a net worth of over $8 billion without, knowing a few things about how to handle money. So,
But imagine being able to ask your husband what it was like during the Bronze Age.
Yeah, exactly. So big difference, but yeah, it looks like he's going to walk away without
Dodged a bullet.
Speaking of breakups, this one was unintentional, but trouble in paradise for Joe Exotic. The imprisoned star of Tiger King was recently married to fellow prisoner Jorge Flores, but there's a rather large bump in the road to love. Flores was released from prison last week and immediately taken into custody by ICE and was subsequently deported to Mexico.
Poor Joe Exotic.
Jorge
found love.
Jorge was serving time for immigration-related issues, while Joe is serving 21 years for his involvement in the murder-for-hire plot targeting Carol Baskin. But it looks like he's headed, back to Mexico.
How many years has he served already? Has it been about 5?
God, 4? Yeah, you know what? Well, it's a good question. I'm not sure when he was convicted because Tiger King came out during COVID, right at the beginning of 2020.
Right.
And the whole Carol Baskin thing happened maybe a year later, something like that.
Carol Baskin.
Yeah, so maybe 4 years.
He was
Nick?
sentenced for 22 years, to 22 years, but after resentencing in 2022, this is why I'm struggling with this. He was sentenced to 2020. No, I'm done.
He was sentenced to 22 years in prison, but after a resentencing in 2022, his sentence was reduced to 21 years. He is currently serving that 21-year sentence, but I don't know when it started.
Wait for me.
Yeah.
Carol Baskin.
Yep.
Killed her husband, whacked him. Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Fed them to tigers, they snacking.
He's a generational talent.
Carol Baskin.
All right, so there have been rumors, hints, reports, but we finally are hearing it from Tom Cruise himself in a visit with Australia's Today Show. The actor talked about various plates that he has spinning, and he said, yeah, we're thinking and talking about many different stories and what we could do and what's possible. He said, it took me 35 years to figure out Top Gun Maverick. So all these things we're working on, we're discussing Days of Thunder and Top Gun Maverick. So more possible sequels to both of them.
So Days of Thunder, given the Maverick treatment.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking about this F1 movie with Brad Pitt, that it really took the Maverick lead and is really, a nuts and bolts down and dirty look. Days of Thunder 2 could be done right.
Yeah.
So the Mission Impossible premiere was last night at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Our buddy, Fit Dad CEO Dave Ogleton was there, and he brought as his guest our old friend, Matt Rovine.
Oh, my God.
From the sales department. And so they got to go to a screening of it. And while in the screening, Tom Cruise came in, said hi to the audience. Casey was like when Brad Pitt came in and crushed the cheesesteak and talked he was in and out in less than a minute or whatever. And then also Christopher McQuarrie, who directed a lot of the Mission Impossible movies, was in the same room as Matt Rovine last night in New York City.
That's pretty
I just
cool.
want to acknowledge Matt Rovine is here. Have your eyebrows wave hello.
All right, a couple other quick things. The biopic starring Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen now has a premiere date. Deliver Me From Nowhere takes the stage at theaters everywhere this fall. The film, which has the blessing and involvement of both the boss and his manager, John Landau, also stars Jeremy Strong as Landau, Stephen Graham as Springsteen's dad, and Paul Walter Hauser as guitar tech Mike Batlin. Odessa Young, Gabby Hoffman, David Krumholtz, Mark Maron, Johnny Cannizaro, Harrison Gilbertson, Chris James, and Matthew Anthony Pellicano also star.
Did I hear you incorrectly, or is Lando Calrissian in this?
No, John Landau.
Oh.
Deliver Me From Nowhere will debut on October 24th. So I'm looking forward to that. I love Bruce's story and have become a fan of Jeremy Allen White and want to see him try and pull this off.
Did you watch the Netflix special, which was his stage thing? It's really well done.
I need to see that.
He's all of his music is narration, by nature. You know, so he's a storyteller.
Exactly. Mark Cuban is getting out of the tank. The billionaire businessman's last episode of Shark Tank was Friday after 14 years. He first appeared on the show as a guest panelist in 2011 before he officially joined in 2012. And his departure shouldn't come as a huge shock to fans of the show. He confirmed back in 2023 that he was planning to leave Shark Tank after its 16th season. Speaking to The Hollywood Reporter, Cuban confirmed that he loved the show, but is excited to spend time with his family. He said, I just want to have a couple of summers with my teens before they go off on their own.
We've always batted around the notion of doing Shark Tank, but the mechanism by which you would secure, because with Shark Tank, they legitimately become business partners with the people. I don't know if I'd want to do that. Mm-hmm. So we avoid that bullet.
No, I don't think that could happen. But maybe we give them like an Acme gift card or something.
Yeah,
like that. I don't really know.
Buy some cold cuts.
Listen, this is what we have. All right, and then finally, one last story. Ray Fiennes is stepping into the Capitol as President Cornelius Snow in the Hunger Games Sunrise on the Reaping. Fiennes will play the icy leader in a timeline set between The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes and Katniss Everdeen's first foray into the Hunger Games. He joins a star-studded lineup, including Joseph Zada as Haymitch and McKenna Grace as Maisie Donner and Jesse Plemons as Plutarch Heavensby. The role was previously played by Donald Sutherland and then by Tom Blythe in this prequel, making Fiennes the bridge between the two eras.
I wonder when they're going to stop milking this, because what was the box office like for that last one? It wasn't that good.
I don't know, but the books are huge still.
Yeah,
the Hunger Games universe by the way, the film hits theaters November 20th next year. The Hunger Games universe by Suzanne Collins proves to be an everlasting hitmaker as the new prequel book sold 1.2 million copies in its first week.
Well, there you go.
So there are plenty of people that want to, stay in that world. And more, by the way, those sold more than Mockingjay and Songbirds books combined. So people are excited about this particular one. All right. We got clips. Let's do those. So the new series Tucci in Italy guides viewers through the real Italy, through its cuisine. And here Stanley Tucci explains how he believes that there is a story in every plate. Let's hit it. Am I doing this case?
Yeah.
Okay.
The fun food thing, that's easy. You go and you eat a great dish of pasta, you go, yum, that's great. That's boring to me. I think what's interesting is, where did that pasta come from? What's the history of that pasta? Why is it made in this region? Why is it made with that kind of tomato? Why is it that shape? Why does this person make it? What's the history of it? Is it something that's always going to exist?
Shut the f*** up!
I've realized that I want to be Stanley Tucci.
Do you? Yes.
I watched this show. I've watched a couple episodes of that first season, and I just think he's got a way about him. I think he's got a cool style about him. He loves food as well, which I'm a fan as well. And he travels and enjoys this great food and the history and the origin of it. And I just think he's a smooth dude.
And he's a sex symbol now.
Yeah,
and he's played two of my favorite gay characters in movies.
Oh man, Devil Wears Prada. He's amazing.
And Burlesque.
I didn't see Burlesque.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to.
So the first two episodes of Tucci in Italy debuted last night on Nat Geo. Here's our next clip. Lego Masters returns with Will Arnett hosting and Lego creative designers Amy Corbett and Jamie Berard serving as the show's judges. And here are the three T's what's in store for season 5.
This season, we have some of the wildest challenges we have ever thrown at.
Yeah, we got some format twists, some real strategy going into this.
Star Wars, we've got Wicked, Batman.
It's the 85th anniversary of Batman, so we had the builders recreate Bat vehicles as
best they could.
I don't think I want to see it.
Lego Master Season 5 premieres tonight. You'll find that on Fox. And there you go. That is what we have in entertainment for you this morning. Oh, this just in. Breaking news. Casey, can I get Can I get breaking news?
Breaking news.
All right.
Breaking news.
This just handed to me in a note. Jeff Devlin is 52 years old today.
There we go.
So we broke that story. So 52. Case, you were
it was pretty close.
You're pretty damn close. So
Yeah.
happy birthday, Jeff. Did he text you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Happy birthday, Jeff.
Happy birthday, Jeff Devlin.
All right, we have a bunch of stuff happening today. Our friend Frank Caliendo is stopping by today. He's going to be here in the 8 o'clock hour. He's going to hang out for a bit. He had a gig last night at Helium Comedy Club, so always good to sit and chat with Frank because he is hilarious. And we have a new high school that has been chosen, Collingswood High School in Collingswood, New Jersey, to be the coolest teacher of the year. You guys get to let us know who you think made a difference. It's real simple. If you go to Collingswood, text the word teacher to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the voting link. Spread the word around the school, please. I want as many people to vote as possible so we can find out, get a good representation of the students. And congratulations again to John Jacobs of North Montco Tech. He was our winner. He's a computer integrated machining teacher.
Yes.
It's a really cool thing.
I want to hear what that's about.
All right, we got to take a quick break. Come back in a moment. And it's a beautiful sunny day today, going up to like 75, nice and breezy. So we'll enjoy it together, and we'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It is National Cheesesteak Day. Yes, it is. Got an email that says, "Hey, Preston and Steve Show, happy National Cheesesteak Day from Whizzle Truck. We were at the Camp Out for Hunger last November.
They're great.
And we are just about to hit our 1-year anniversary of being in business. Over 100 events in the area in such a short time. And today we're feeding some well-deserved hungry people at Pico. Couldn't think of a better way to celebrate the day. Sincerely, that is from Chris and the rest of the Whizzle team.
Whizzle faux shizzle.
Faux shizzle, baby. I'm not going to have a cheesesteak today. I'm kind of watching what I'm eating. I'm trying to hit some weight goals. I hit my little goal earlier this week, and I want to hit my medium goal by tomorrow.
So your weekend, though, you give yourself a little latitude.
I think I'm gonna. Weekend I always give myself a latitude. We've got a Pudge's nearby us, which makes a great cheesesteak. So I might go by there and celebrate National Cheesesteak Day a couple of days.
It's been forever since I've had a classic.
Really?
Like a classic cheesesteak that are you can find them anywhere. Here we live in Cheesesteak Central, but calorically it's always a tough thing to reconcile. But if you're going to go all in on the weekend, you give yourself a bit of a cheat. Yeah, I have to think now where I want to go, what I want to get.
I have a friend who's a member at a golf club, country club called Applebrook, and they make when you go to like an upper level where they use really quality meat and stuff like that, it's to die for. So I'm going to have to dive into one soon.
I don't think about calories ever. Like I don't.
I got you.
But I'll probably do a cheesesteak every probably 5 or 6 weeks or something like that. Yeah, and I have Thunderbird is the place that I go to. That's just
it's a wonderful place. Everyone has a great time. We cut the meat thinly.
Yeah, it's slicely thinned or thin sliced.
Thinly sliced. No.
Thin slicely.
Thin slicely.
And our chefs, Ert and Bernie, will take care of it.
No, it's Bernie and Ert.
Bernie and Ert.
But there is right down the street from them is Delco Steaks, and they are making waves in Delaware County as far as cheesesteaks are concerned.
And just because they're so tasty?
Yeah.
They have a wave machine.
They do have a wave machine. No, their approach to the cheesesteak is...
They're redefining it?
No. It's more akin to like your... Pat's, Geno's, Jim's, it's just real good quality stuff.
Sometimes if you just make it in the classic sense, with, as Preston was saying, the best ingredients, you become a thing.
But they're also not far from each other, so you really can't go wrong. But so National Cheese, is it National or is it Philly Cheesesteak Day?
Today's National Cheesesteak Day. That's how it's been quantified. I don't think it's National Philly Cheesesteak Day.
So there'll probably be some sort of ceremony at Arlington or something.
I told you when I see the words Philly cheesesteak, I'm like, that's not the real deal.
No.
Just immediately I think of that. But whatever.
Yeah. There's a place that Casey has recommended to me that I still haven't been. It's called Nick Filet. I think they have 2 or 3 locations at this point. There's one in Paoli, but I've heard that their cheesesteaks are banging, and they use, Preston, like really good cuts of meat, and it's like a standalone kind of steakhouse. It's not at all like a fancy place. You know, I think the one in Paoli used to be like Roy Rogers or something. But anyway, I want to check that out.
Nick, and you just started talking about variation and Wilson's.
Oh man, they were here yesterday.
Yeah,
apparently they stopped by and had some goodies.
Meatless. They're
you like the Impossible one, yeah.
Holy effing
it's
hell!
Good too. It doesn't taste like a regular cheesesteak. It's something different.
Yeah,
and it's fantastic.
It's funny, Nick. I've recommended Nick Filet, but I've never actually been. I've only ridden my bike past
son of a
Wait
bitch.
a minute.
No,
you'll recommend places you've never been to?
No, I didn't actually recommend. I probably just asked if he's ever been because A, it's Nick.
No, you said it was the best place you'd ever been.
That's
you were
a
like,
lie.
I love
That
it
is
so much.
You will eat nowhere else
lie.
but this place.
But there's
it
only
looks really good from the outside.
2 locations that I know about. One is in Paoli on Route 30, and then there's another one right on Beach Avenue in Cape May.
Now I'm trying to think if I've ever recommended a place I've never been to before to somebody. I'm sure I have at one time. And you need to go there.
Great.
Never been there, but you need to go there.
I did on this show one time.
What
I
was
had
it?
recommended Flex ice cream in the villas. And then somebody was like, you ever been? I'm like, no, I haven't, but my cousins have been there.
My cousins have been there. We don't. Well, we do know.
But I have been there since.
All right.
You ever recommend a movie that you haven't seen?
No.
I probably have.
Yeah.
But hey, I heard great things.
Yeah. So anyhow, thank you to Wizzles for getting in touch with us this morning. And National Cheesesteak Day. So get out and celebrate and enjoy, if you will.
There's a wealth of places to go to.
We're very lucky. We had the one guy who had rated 1,000 of them. You remember? Took 4 years, 3 years, something like that, and eventually got through all of them. And I did have the full list printed up here, and I'm like, what am I doing with this? I'm never going to...
What, are you going to will it to your kids?
Yeah, I'm never going to go through this. I eventually threw it away, but there's some good suggestions there.
Well, sometimes I fall, though. Again, it's been years. Well, no, I've had the Wilsons. So that's still a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I amend my statement.
Yeah.
Speaking of eating, I saw this interesting survey. It was done in the UK, but could definitely be tailored to pretty much anywhere. It's a new survey of 2,000 adults, and they asked them about their secret snacking spots.
Secret snacking spot.
Okay. And so, if you're Kathy, you eat nowhere but the kitchen or the dining room.
Oh, like actual locations in your house?
Yeah.
Right.
Sneaking.
You will not bring food upstairs. You will not hide stuff under the pillow.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Do you have to eat in the kitchen?
Wait, but hold on. Why are they secret?
Okay.
Oh, well, go ahead. Explain.
I had a secret snacking spot.
Why?
And I do too.
I'll explain in a little bit. But you go ahead.
Sometimes we won't have sweets in our section of the house, but my mom always does in the basement. So
Okay, so you sneak down there?
I will sneak down there.
Okay, all right,
and it's
all right.
even better if she's not there.
I got it.
Because then I will go absolutely crazy.
Then you can put a bra on.
That's stealing is what that is.
Does she come home and she's like, what happened to my...
No. She has more sweets than she can handle.
Okay,
I mean, she's
all right.
like a bird anyway.
He's like Norman Bates in the basement.
That's funny.
Casey's there with the wig on, sitting in the rocking chair, eating Charleston chews.
I mean, Kathy, last night, for instance, I finished my dinner. I worked out hard yesterday, okay? I ran. I did a whole bunch of stuff. I earned it. Okay. So I opened my freezer.
To neutralize it.
Okay. I opened my freezer, and the ice cream that I was expecting to be there was not there. And we had no other sweets in the house. And so I snuck on down to my mom's, and I grabbed some. And it was like leftover Christmas candy, a cookie or two.
Or two.
Ice cream.
Yeah.
Some of her medication.
Just a little bit.
All right, so
She's not going to use all this amoxicillin.
the secret snacking spots, and feel free to share yours if you will, 215-263-WMMR. So there's 20 of them, and number 20 on this list was my secret snacking spot inside a freezer room at work. So when I work...
Oh, my God.
You too?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
At McDonald's.
Yeah, when I worked at when I worked at York Steakhouse, that was the name of the place. I was the food bar attendant. I've told you guys this before. I would, because I wore an apron. And had an apron, had pockets on it.
Big pockets.
And I would grab stuff from the food bar and slip it in my pocket.
Okay, so it's stuff you shouldn't have been eating.
And then I would go into the freezer and eat it.
No,
that was my secret.
So that's why you have to sneak.
Yeah, you're hiding from one.
There's still an application, though.
Not
at
all
home.
of them. Some of these are other than hiding. But
if you want to hide, if you're going to go, you have something that you want to eat out of your significant other's eyesight,
right?
Then that's really what it is.
Like in the movie, This is 40.
This is 40.
Remember, he's out over the trash
with
can,
the muffins.
eating muffins and things like that.
When you have children,
So she doesn't know.
When you have children, they are like seagulls, Steve. If a seagull sees another seagull eating a French fry, it flies immediately over there.
Right.
So if you
don't want to share,
if you're eating anything that is slightly delicious and your kids see it, they're like, "Well, what is that? And can I have some?"
By the way, going back to you, Casey, a texter says Casey's mom probably buys extra snacks for him.
Isn't that sweet?
Because she knows he's down there doing it.
Going to put the rat poison in these.
The walk-in freezer at McDonald's was a really good hiding spot for a number of ideas. One was sneaking food. The other, like if it was just a hot day in the summer, you could go in there. And the door was so damn heavy that if anybody was ever going to like come in and check in on you, you got a warning. So if
you had time.
You had time. So if you're like shoving, a few extra nuggets in down your gullet.
Did it have a release on the inside?
You could, in theory, get locked in there.
Oh boy!
And so I don't think anybody would ever die inside one of those bad boys, but like you could definitely get locked in because the lock, Steve, was from the outside. So if somebody slipped a little pin through the handle, you could get stuck inside.
He had nuggets in his mouth.
All right, so other secret sneaking snack spots are in the basement, in a closet.
I don't eat in the basement.
Who's going in their closet to eat?
I probably. Yes, I guess.
Well,
there are people who will go. There are people, like Casey said, in some cases, depending on the size of the closet, you don't want to invite the troops to join in. This is my thing. I'm going to eat it by myself, and I don't want to be discovered.
Or if you are sneaking it, there's also another movie scene from Parenthood.
Yeah.
Where Rick Moranis' wife.
Oh, yeah.
He's very controlling over what they eat, and because, we need to stay in shape
She
and all
can't
this.
stand
and
it.
whenever she would get pissed off, she'd go and she had this shoebox filled with Twinkies and things like that, and she would slip off and go eat them.
Well, there's a mindset too. Like I can, again, I'm not doing it so clandestinely, but I will be in the kitchen and I will move out of the doorway, standing, because if you stand, you can turn around quickly. You can put it in the refrigerator. You can hear someone getting up. Yeah. So you got to stay mobile. You got to stay on your feet and ready to respond. Yeah. And so I'd say right in the kitchen.
Yeah.
On the counter, facing the wall that goes into the den. So it's my clandestine spot. I don't know if it's a secret spot.
So when you're the patriarch of a family and you come home and let's say you've stopped at a McDonald's or a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, sometimes there is the expectation that, if you stop there, you probably should have gotten us something.
Us.
So us being our children or your spouse or whatever. So I will, a lot of times, finish my food before I even get into the house, and I will sit in the driveway, in the driver's seat of my car, and I will eat my meal, and all of the trash ends up in the trash can.
Yours are funny, Casey.
Well, because then they make you feel guilty, Kat. You didn't get me anything. It's like, I did not.
Will you call an audible? I always do. I will pick my wife up something all the time. Just because if you don't want it, great. But I kind of know what she wants.
I do that too.
And getting the "what about me" treatment is not worth the risk of not getting something.
See, for me, I'm not doing any of this secret eating because I think if it has to be secretive for me, I shouldn't be eating it.
Oh,
so if I have to hide that I got something and I can't share it, then I shouldn't have.
It's not that I'm hiding that I got something. It's that I'm hiding that I didn't get you something.
We also talked about this. Also is germane to the notion of creative eating, to hide your eat. So I will never in an ice cream pint. I will never.
Cuthbert Boulevard again, please.
Cuthbert.
Very good.
Cuthbert.
You know who couldn't say that? It was Brett Hamilton. When we worked at Y100, there was it was a club in, I think it was in Cherry Hill, called Sanctuary. It was like an alt rock club, and it was on Cuthbert Boulevard. and Brett had to cut the commercials for it, and he would mess it up every time.
My memory.
So he ended up calling it Cuthbert Boulevard on the commercial, which was great.
Oh my God.
Bill Weston would always call your dad. His dad's name is Cullen. And he, for some reason, decided that he was actually called Cuthbert.
One of the ones that got me earlier was Talenti. I always call it like Talentini, the ice cream. I just add extra letters into it.
Talenti?
It's that fancy gelato ice cream that comes in a little plastic container that sometimes has the little cookies in it.
Good.
I call it Talenti.
Yeah.
It is. Talenti.
Okay.
Yeah, it is Talenti. I called it Talentini.
Talentini.
Because I always just added extra letters to it.
Okay.
You having some right now, Case?
No, I'm having mush.
Nothing kicks a Monday off like a big bowl of mush.
Overnight oats.
Yeah. Did you make those yourself?
No, dude, this is what I didn't. This is the first time I've ever had it. I'm in the kitchen thinking.
It's literally called mush.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were joking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember. Yeah, I remember hearing about something called mush, like back in the 30s or in the Depression era.
Everyone loves to eat mush.
Yeah,
Roadkill's a great follow-up.
Sounds disgusting.
And if you have time, try eating your own poop.
Mush.
Oh, that's a good bowl of mush. Junior loves it, and Sis is over the moon.
All right, it's called mush, and it's overnight oats.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Queef.
Yeah, I didn't have to do anything to prepare
Mom, that's good.
You just sit it, add water, and
I
set it
didn't
and
have to
forget
add
it?
water. No, I just had to take the lid off and
mush.
Yeah, it's like a it's a single serving like yogurt or something like that.
Yeah.
Rochelle makes overnight oats sometimes. In a mason jar. So we have like individual ones.
Where's my mason jar?
No, not James Mason jar.
I'm looking for a jar.
Yeah.
Some unexpected guests have dropped by. I'm going to serve them mush.
I would have a hard time eating a product called mush.
We talked about this. We talked about the inability of people to eat. You talked about your cat box dessert.
Yes.
Which replicates cat turds but uses like little Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah.
Just the visual was enough that people couldn't eat it.
Yeah.
I think I could.
I'll pass on the mush.
I just eat out of the regular cat box anyway.
But I do like overnight oats. They're pretty good.
You should try the Talenti ice cream.
That I'm on board. Oh, I have had that before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know it was a brand name. Nick pulled this up, and now I see the photos. And yeah, I've absolutely had that. They made a wonderful pistachio that I enjoyed.
Correct me. Just bring me up to speed again. Is it illegal for us to give free advertisement in return for getting things? For
Illegal? Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All
I
right.
believe so.
All right.
Unethical, definitely.
Yeah. I just want to make sure before I launched into a list of sponsors, I'd like to bring stuff here.
I was chatting with Caliendo over the weekend because he was seeking a, he's like, what's your favorite cheesesteak place in Philly? And because he wanted to have cheesesteak before his gig at Helium this weekend, and he's coming in and hang out with us later this morning. And I was like, I'm a Jim's guy, but there was not a lot of bad cheesesteaks in Philadelphia.
No.
You're gonna be, and it's the age-old argument. And he was asking about Angelo's, et cetera, et cetera. And then he was like, what if we go on air on Monday morning and just list all of the ones that we want to have them send us free cheesesteaks? Can we do that? And I was like, well, that's an option, I guess.
I got an email from a guy a little while back, a guy named, or is this a woman? No, it's from Sherry. I'm sorry. It's from a guy or gal named Sherry.
Should have been gone.
Actually, her, Sherry. No, actually, Philanonna is her Instagram handle. So she said, or TikTok, she said, hey, Preston, Stephen, whole crew. And she sent me this back in April, but I never got around to it. It says, longtime listener, first time cheesesteak troublemaker here. I posted a TikTok that was blowing up, and it got Southerners and some New Jerseyans in an uproar. And here's the question they posted. Are green bell peppers ever acceptable on a real Philly cheesesteak?
I can put in my 2 cents. I don't think I have the credibility of the lifelong Philadelphians in the room, but I'm going to say no.
So as a non-native, someone who has lived here now for 30 years, but a not born and raised Philadelphian, before I came to this city, I was under the impression, because of false propaganda out there, that a Philly, quote-unquote Philly cheesesteak, which I don't call it that anymore, I just call it a cheesesteak, came with sautéed onions and green peppers.
Huh.
And so I think it was from advertising campaigns I saw on TV for like Steak-umm or whatever.
Right.
And I think that they were presenting it incorrectly. And I had thought that is the way you had it. Now, I do think it tastes pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I don't order it that way when I go to a cheesesteak place. I don't even know if that's available at cheesesteak places.
And honestly, like I feel like a real Philly cheesesteak has whatever the hell you want to have on it.
Well,
so if you want green peppers, go for it. If you want onions, go for it. I actually like a cheesesteak with mushrooms on it. And
yeah, I like mushroom steak.
Here's the question, though. If you were to say, someone says, I want to experience a real classic Philadelphia cheesesteak.
Doesn't matter what you put on it. It matters where you go for it.
Well,
I mean, essentially.
But what would one expect to find on a classic, real, regular cheesesteak?
I would say sauteed onions, grilled onions, and probably whiz. If you're going to say classic Philly style cheesesteak, that's not going to be my choice. But like if you're going to send a tourist to get a Philly cheesesteak at a Philly cheesesteak shop, that's my go-to.
Agreed.
Can't do the whiz.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
That's what, but like if you're going to send a tourist to get one, isn't that what it's going to be?
Yeah, no, you're right. And I'm a heretic though. I don't get the whiz. I get a chicken cheesesteak and I just get the onions and the chicken.
Well, Cooper Sharp has had
I'm
like
a complete lunatic.
Major surge in the cheese that goes on a cheesesteak. I will tell you, around Super Bowl time, remember that the cheese dip that I brought in? It was like it was my world famous queso.
You made
it? Yeah, I made a queso dip. We use that on cheesesteaks.
Ooh, that sounds good.
That was an absolute game changer.
So back to the pepper thing.
Yes.
So she had written and said, now I'm not talking Pats or Geno's. We know those are for the tourist. I don't think necessarily. I think,
No.
I think Pats is
still
great
legit.
cheesesteak. Says, I'm Philly born and bred. Angelo's is top tier in my book, she says, and you'll never catch me messing up a steak with extras that don't belong, but apparently the internet disagrees. And then she sent me the link to the TikTok, which I didn't get a chance to check out, unfortunately. She said, I figured if anyone could help us settle this debate once and for all, it's you guys. Would love to hear your take on air and see what your listeners think. Let's restore order to the city, one cheesesteak at a time. So she says, with or without onions, but definitely without green peppers.
I'll tell you something, judging by what I see happening, like, Michael Klein and reporting on the status of cheesesteaks in Philadelphia, the gourmet, the more personalized and cultural ads and extractions that go into the current I think, to your point, cheesesteaks can be whatever you want them to be if there are certain absolute ingredients in it, but you can put whatever you want in it. So I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point now where there is a one size fits all cheesesteak.
Right. Yeah, people just like to debate.
They do.
Just to debate. You know what I mean? But I used to hate fried onions, and now I love them. You know what I mean? So like back in the day, if I wanted to get how some people say, a true, real Philly cheesesteak, well, I didn't like fried onions.
Yeah.
So I wasn't getting a real one.
I think the bottom line is for a purist, the more simple you keep it, the better. And so therefore, if you don't want onions, fine. You don't like onions, but you don't go putting tomato and lettuce and all kinds of other
caviar.
And then it starts becoming something else.
Then you're like a mansion person.
Well, then you have a cheesesteak hoagie, so if you're putting hoagie ingredients on there. So my wife prefers a cheesesteak hoagie. Lettuce, tomatoes, onions, and the cheesesteak as well.
I did make over the weekend a steak sandwich, which I think is different than a cheesesteak. We had some leftover. We bought at Costco, by the way, has great steak, and so we bought a beef tenderloin. It was for Mother's Day. We were making dinner for Shell, so we wanted to make something really nice.
Right.
And I had a leftover chunk of the beef tenderloin that I didn't cook, and I put it in a container and I set it aside. And it was Friday night. Had a good strong buzz on, and was hungry. And so was Carter and Parker. And I'm like, I'm just going to cook up this meat before it goes bad. And I cut it into slices, and I didn't chop it up and finely or anything like that. These were steak slices.
What kind of bread?
We had potato rolls.
All right.
So hamburger buns, essentially.
Any seasoning and or cheese?
Seasoning was just salt and pepper. Yeah. And cheese, definitely. It was American cheese.
All right.
Kept it pretty simple, but it was It was tenderloin.
Oh, yeah.
So that made a difference. It was nice.
But that is
nice and lean.
Thinly slicely thinned.
But
that's a steak sandwich, not a cheesesteak.
I agree. Yes.
Yes.
And it was tender as well because sometimes cheesesteaks can be not overly gristly, but a little bit more.
I will vomit if I catch gristle in a. I hate it. Hate little pieces of fat. Can't take it.
All right, wait. We got some calls coming in.
What the hell's going on?
Before we go to the cheesesteak calls, though, we got our coolest teacher.
All right. Maybe they can answer the question.
So we are now going to check in with our coolest teacher of the year from North Montco Tech. It's John Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're good, but the question is, how are you, man?
I am on cloud 10 right now.
You went above cloud 9. That's amazing.
That's excellent. Well,
Yeah.
the students appreciate you, and what's interesting, so you work at a technical school, but it says here you're computer integrated machining teacher. Can you tell us what that is?
I'm a machine shop instructor. That's really what it boils down to.
Which is what now?
Manufacturing, engineering. We machine parts out of metal and plastics.
Okay, so you're
name it.
creating the components for
machines,
to put together and eventually create something that works together. No,
we're using machines to create components for everything from car parts to space shuttles to artificial limbs. To, it's advanced manufacturing, really. To boil it down.
I'm blown away by this stuff, believe it or not. And this is where my mind goes when it comes to how things are put together. And this is kind of a paradox because, I think I'll think about an impressive piece of machinery. And then I think about all the components of that piece of machinery. And I think about, well, they had to make a machine to make the parts for that machine.
To make the machine.
And then they had to make the parts for the machine that makes the parts for that other machine. And you just keep going and going.
You get a massive migraine.
Yeah. But it's fascinating stuff, engineering.
Yeah, that drew me into machining. That's exactly what you just described.
No kidding.
I didn't understand how.
What Preston just said, drew you.
All right, so how long have you been teaching at North Montco, John?
I'm here 4 years, but I've been teaching 11 years.
Nice. And you got to...
Prior to that, I was a machinist.
Okay.
There you go. So you came right from the industry into teaching.
And good crop of students this year, John?
Great. Excellent.
Nice.
I just want to give a shout out to everybody here at the school. I just pulled in. This is an amazing group of teachers here. There's so much good stuff happening here.
I assume that they are lined up on each side of the hallway ready to receive you and cheer you on as you enter the building, correct?
I don't see them yet. I was hoping that wouldn't happen because they called me. They called me and told me that I need to call you.
All right. We love that. Yeah.
I want to thank a lady named Anne Frank who texted me your number while I was on the turnpike.
Anne Frank.
Anne Frank listens to us?
I thought that turned out in a wholly different way.
Yeah.
So at least she had us to listen to while she was hiding.
Right.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Oh, and
kind of bizarre.
John, your name John Jacobs. The first thing Casey said was Jingleheimer Schmidt, and does that still exist?
Oh, yeah.
Do people still know that?
Daily.
Yeah.
It's
phasing
A few
out.
more years and he'll be free.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen,
Yeah.
John, we're happy that you connected so well with the students. The teacher-student relationship is very special when somebody makes a mark and they actually connect with these kids. And so clearly you're doing that type of job, and we appreciate it. Our society doesn't move forward without people like you. So thank you for that. And as a thank you, we have two things for you. Our fine sponsors, Dunkin', are going to give you a $50 Dunkin' gift card, and you also get the official Preston Steve Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug, my man. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You got it, buddy. Have a great day. We're going to put you on hold. We're going to get your information to make sure that you do get your prize. So the next school up is Collingswood High School. So if you go to school there, you can text word teacher to 610-660-9333 and place your vote.
Should have asked him if he could have built the ultimate cheesesteak machine.
Yeah, to just crank them out.
Crank them out.
All right, we got a couple of calls coming in concerning this question, which was, are green peppers acceptable?
Even we,
bell peppers.
a generational show in Philadelphia can be drawn back. It's like Pacino and Godfather 3. They pull us back in to the cheesesteak argument.
Right.
But we do get passionate about it.
Let me go to Joe, who's got an opinion. Hey, Joe, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Grandma. What's up, man?
You know what really grinds my gears? When you're outside of the Pennsylvania, also Philly area, and restaurants and places like to put Philly cheesesteak on their menu, and then it comes with peppers. Come on, what are you doing?
There you go. So you would be
it's
firm.
onions and cheese.
Yeah, you're firmly in the no peppers on your cheesesteak side. Okay.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with you.
With whiz.
With whiz.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Joe, let me ask you about this. What about like cherry peppers? You'll see people put those on sometimes.
Well, I mean, but then that just becomes like it's the whole thing like with the peppers, it becomes just a cheesesteak, it's not, you can't call it a Philly. Yes, it's still a cheesesteak because you're getting a cheesesteak, but I mean,
I like the fact that you're resolute about it. Yeah.
You're Philly style.
Right.
Okay.
I think he's right. If you're going to call it a Philly style cheesesteak, to what Nick said earlier about the basic components, I think that is the whiz, the onions, and the steak.
Probably an Amorosa roll.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Joe, thanks for the heads up, man. We appreciate it. But I guess you can put stuff on post cheesesteak, like those, because you go to Pat's and they have those cherry peppers that are there, and you can add those on afterwards if you want. Marissa?
Do you guys remember I told you about the Bucks fan I bumped into in Florida at the Philly spring training game? He put mustard all over his cheesesteak.
Really?
Like doused it.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know
anybody
this is
doing that.
extreme, but I would have set him on fire.
Yeah, no, I actually, I used to put mustard on my chicken cheesesteaks.
Oh,
I would
okay.
have set you on fire.
But I feel like when we bring cheesesteaks out of the area, it opens it up to whatever flavor profile you might like.
As the last caller just said, if you're going to call it a Philly cheese, there's a difference. You can have a cheesesteak anywhere, and it can be beholding to the rules of that area. But a Philly cheesesteak, as we understand it, is that basic configuration.
I think they're Delco steaks in the stadium.
Oh.
Like the Philly-based or Delco-based.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not mad at mustard on a cheesesteak. I just kind of think of it like if there was ketchup and mustard, almost like a burger. I think I might want to try that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not mad at it. I don't think that I know.
You're ready to talk to it.
Well, no. I know some people will put a little mayonnaise on their cheesesteak.
Well, listen, the burgers for the longest time when I was, mustard and ketchup were quite common, for the year that I lived out in California. That was the standard at McDonald's, mustard and ketchup.
Hang on, I've got John on the line next. Hey, John, you're on the air. Good morning, man.
Good morning. Hi, yes, I'm just going to relate an anecdote. There's a section of Rosemont called Garrett Hill. It's a stone's throw from Villanova University. And when I was about 5, 6 years old, my mom would go in. And now she did get a cheesesteak with lettuce and tomato. That was just her thing. But it was the same place that our latest Pope was getting cheesesteaks when he was an undergraduate at
So it's the same place that Pope Leo would go to have his holy cheesesteak. Wow.
I wonder what
it was.
What's it called? I live near Garrett Hill. I want to check this place out.
Well, it's now Zesto's Pizza, I think. So Tony Steaks was there. I'm going to email you the photo. And back when it was that. And he had a wife with long fake nails. And I was always a little bit curious about those. My aunt reminded me that apparently during the winter, somehow they were able to have still ripe tomatoes. So perhaps a little divine intervention there.
Must be.
And the other thing, I was really young. He had a double bubble for 5 cents, but Tony would throw me a few for free and give me a wink.
Now get out of here.
Now get out of here, kid.
Get out of here.
All right, thanks, John.
I wonder if they take advantage of the fact that if that was in fact the place where Pope Leo would purchase his cheesesteaks, I'd put that up on the papal approval.
Let me go to, this sounds interesting. I have Matt who wants to comment on this. Hey, Matt, you're on the air. Good morning, bud. What's up, Matt?
Been always wanting to do that. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Sorry to bother you at work. So I went to college up in New York City, and I'm not going to say what college it was because I don't want to disparage them because they're a great place. But their cafeteria one day when I was a freshman had cheesesteak on the menu, and I got excited being a Philly native. I went over to the counter. It was a sloppy Joe with cheese and onion.
A sloppy Joe, and they called it a Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah, I was horrified. It was all I could do not to call the people over and educate them on what.
Listen, we have a hostage situation over at the cafeteria. There's a guy in there railing against the whole system.
But you definitely verified it was a sloppy Joe.
Well, it was like ground beef meat. With
Yeah. They did burger meat. Nope, you can't do that. That's a violation. That's an abomination.
It's like a loose meat sandwich. I don't like it.
All right.
Do a little bit of research. Come on now. It's not that hard.
Yep, exactly. All right, thanks, Matt. We appreciate
Goddamn
it.
school.
I forgot about that. Loose meat. You said, Casey, you still in the loose sausage club?
Yeah. Well, I put that loose sausage in my queso dip. That's really good on a cheesesteak.
Right.
Put it all in there.
Yeah.
Squish it around.
Where else did you like loose sausage?
I
Is
like
that
it on top of my pizza. So
pizzas,
when I
okay.
get my imperial pizza, I get it well done with sausage.
I'll give you this, Casey.
Yeah.
I believe loose sausage on a pizza is better than pepperoni.
I
on a
agree
pizza.
with you.
Pepperoni it might be the most overrated topping on a pizza, and I know it's the most popular, and it's probably sacrilege to say it, but yeah.
All right, so loose sausage. Sure. Okay, do you mean like crumbles all over the top, or I like individual little
loose
like
sausage.
mini meatballs?
Yeah.
Okay,
of sausage.
You're talking almost like granulated sausage, like a sausage ground sausage.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
He's talking about basically sausage that's like cut like pepperoni.
You ever been to a
No, not that. Not that. No, the one that has been formed into little balls.
Anthony's Cold Fire Pizza? Not Anthony's whatever. It's Anthony's Pizza has that. They have sausage balls, almost like meatballs, on their pizza.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, but I'm with
That's
Casey.
what Claire calls me.
I like loose sausage on my
Where are
pizza.
the sausages?
Flum all over.
Yeah, I don't like pepperoni. Never have.
Oh, I love it. That's my
but the sausage chopping I can do, especially in your little bowl world, Preston.
Pepperoni is my go-to without a doubt, unless I can guarantee that the pizza is, if it's sausage, that it's loose sausage, because I don't like my sausage any other way. But
You go meat lovers ever?
not well. I mean, I had to see what it looks like. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to do a meat lovers.
Looks like a slaughterhouse.
Well, I don't like the sausage the way you like it. I don't like. Yeah, so it needs to be loose.
Okay.
But also big pepperonis. I love big pepperonis over small pepperonis.
Okay.
You know, like I'm talking like coaster size.
Big old areolas.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Guatemalan nipples.
I gotcha. Hang on, I want to go to another call. Believe it or not, we have to take a break here in just a second. But I have Angela, who is joining us next. Hey, Angela, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Angela?
So I went to University of Delaware, and when we were like studying for finals and midterms, we would routinely drive to Philly for a study break to go to Pat's and get cheesesteaks. And on the way home one day, my friend got pulled over on 95 doing 27 miles over the speed limit. And the officer's like, where are you kids going? It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. We're like, we went to Philadelphia to get a cheesesteak, sir. And he's like, Pat's or Gino's? And we're like, Pat, sir. He's like, did you get Whiz Wit? We're like, absolutely, sir. And he gave us a warning.
You got off because you got the right configuration.
27 miles over the speed limit. Yeah.
If you think
so
you would,
my friend hung it on the. I'm sorry.
I think if you would have said Gino's, do you think he would have given you a ticket?
Probably not, because we were just like, college kids not getting into trouble.
Right.
Cut to a shot of them in a South American prison.
Right.
Yeah, no.
He hung it on his dorm room door and was like, behold the power of Pat.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. I get it. All right. Thanks, Angela. Appreciate it. Yeah, you can use it as a bribe from time to time.
In fact, my agent years ago, when we were working, when I was doing colleges and doing stand-up in colleges, we were driving together. We were on the Jersey Turnpike. And it's gone through Philadelphia, and Lou, God bless him, God bless his soul. He loved cheesesteaks and bought a whole bunch. Would bring like a whole bag, and so we got pulled over, and he gave the cop a cheesesteak, and he let us go.
Nice. Yeah, it can work. It can definitely work. Well, I don't know, Sherry. We're not going to be able to figure out the answer here.
No.
I think though the standard consensus is that if you want it to be a real cheesesteak from Philadelphia, the green bell peppers are not part of the equation.
No.
But I also want to back up what Casey said. Eat it the way you want it.
Eat it the way you want.
But
just don't tell us about it.
If you order traditional, it's just going to be essentially like what Nick was saying. It's going to have to be steak, onions, and whiz if that's your thing. I think any cheese will work just fine. But
I didn't know, and this is what an idiot I am, that Cooper Sharp was an American cheese. I just, when I hear Sharp, I just assumed it was a Sharp provolone.
Me too.
And that's why I stayed away from it for as long as I did.
Yeah.
And then I found out that it's just an American cheese, and it's not a sharp, bitter taste either.
No, you don't like sharp cheddar cheese?
I don't, and I do.
Okay.
It's a complex relationship. Where
well, you're with friends.
I am with friends,
Yeah.
so I can eat it on like a roast pork. I understand where some sharp provolones will actually bring out the flavor and other, ingredients.
Because I used to go and get Cooper Sharp. That was kind of the cheese that I chose just at home to put on burgers or sandwiches or whatever. And then eventually I did find out it was an American cheese. I'm like, I was kind of a little let down because American cheese is good, but it's also kind
I'll
of
have some Cooper Sharp.
It's
please.
also kind of pedestrian.
Yes.
if you know what I mean.
And some whiz.
Marissa?
Love Cooper Sharp. It's my favorite.
Yeah, it's great.
I also want to share, since we're talking cheesesteaks, there's a new cheesesteak place you guys are probably going to start hearing about. It apparently rivals Angelo's. It's called Del Rossi's.
Del Rossi's.
And it's in, I don't know what you call that part of city, but it's near like Silk City and Yards Brewery, right on like 4th and Spring Garden.
I heard, yeah.
Yeah. And there's a Hustler store there now, if you guys haven't been driving down there.
Excuse me?
Yeah. You know, like Hustler that's on Hollywood Boulevard? Like,
no, I didn't know there was a Hustler on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah,
So is it
like a
mostly
huge-
old issues or new stuff as well?
well, it's like a sex shop.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, in that little shopping center where the Rite Aid is.
And affiliated with Larry Flint's Hustler?
Yep.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Marissa, if you think if we mention Del Rossi's enough that they'll send us stuff?
They
As
probably
long as
should.
they send over some grandma pies too, please.
Is that we're looking at a video. Is that a calzone, Nick? Or
Yeah, it looks like a cheesesteak calzone from Del Rossi's, which is a great place that I want to visit, Del Rossi's.
Del Rossi's should probably visit us instead.
Right.
I love it.
I'm
They're
just looking right now. They're closed, but they.
Is this a chain or is this a?
No, it's a single, and it's a
Right.
guy that took over a pizza shop that's been there for years. He took it over a couple years ago.
So right next to Hustlers.
And that's the Del Rossi's at 538 North 4th Street, Marissa?
That's it, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah, their pizza looks really good too. They should probably have that delivered here right now.
Yeah, so you have one of these and you go next door to the Hustler store and rub one out.
Yep.
So there's your evening.
Wait a minute.
The FCC's already opened up a case history on this.
Which direction? You going Hustler first and then cheesesteak, or cheesesteak and then Hustler?
I don't if the cheesesteak is good, I don't even need to go to Hustler. You know what I mean?
You look for
Well,
the.
I'm just thinking for cleanliness in your hands and everything, maybe you want to eat first.
You can wash them.
I know you can, but
Sometimes I'm hungry afterwards.
That's true too. Yeah.
Just thinking out loud here.
Listen, do it your own way.
Okay.
Like the cheesesteak.
Right.
Have it your way. All right. Well, listen, thank you, Sherry, for emailing that in. We do have to take a quick break and come back in a moment. We have our friend Frank Caliendo is going to be stopping by a little bit after 8 o'clock, so we got to get in the bizarre file. So we'll do that very thing. And also, in a little bit, we're going to find out details about the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event, the 10th annual for the Laurel House, which is coming up on the 31st. So stick around. We'll have that when we do the B-File, too. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on
Out. I will shave off top layers so that optically from the
So it
top
stays flat.
And if it's split like parts chocolate, parts vanilla, I will reconstitute the line so you can't quite tell.
By the way, Casey, I know for sure there are people that do exactly what you do, that eat every last crumb, clean it up, finish, make sure there is no evidence left over that I stopped anywhere on the way home.
Oh, and it's even better if you can crumple your bag up into a tiny little ball. And the top trash bag in the trash can has a little bit of an opening that you can squeeze
Cram it in there. They'll never know. Who's going to go digging around in that trash?
If
to
you
find
can
this?
crunch it up big enough to put it in a cup.
Yeah.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
And then crumple
I was
the
just
cup.
drinking. What, I can't drink?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I'll come back to this list, but it's secret snacking spots, and I have Brittany who wants to chime in. Hi, Brittany. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
what's
morning,
up, Brittany?
So I had a secret snacking spot until about 3:30 this morning.
Oh.
I have a drawer underneath my bed.
Okay.
That's meant for clothing. So, but I have some clothes in there, but I also have some snacks. Well, it was about 3:30. I heard some crinkling, and it turned out to be a mouse.
A mouse was in your snack stash.
I heard it.
No food upstairs.
No food in the bedroom.
So I got up at 3:30. I took all the snacks down
No. All right. Well, I could see that. I could see that being the end of that for you. But
That is. Yep, that's the
but
end.
maybe like putting it in an airtight container, or
You
like
you have to be
something like
yes.
that.
No.
She's out. Brittany's out.
That's it's done.
By the way, the number one place on this list that people have their secret snacking spot is in bed. So that's where people like to do that.
So a lot of times, if you're up in bed, you don't want to at night. You don't want to take the walk down to the kitchen and get stuff. So I bought Claire a mini fridge for she's on another floor in the house. She never uses it, So it's one of those things you don't want to get out of bed. And I kind of subscribe to your notion, Kathy, too. It's good to have that distance to stop you from going and getting it.
Will she eat in bed?
No, really. She will eat before she goes.
'Cause I love-
Now, I'll find wrappers like if it's been a particularly candy night.
I love bed and I love food, but I don't like the two of them at the same time. And
Right.
I need separation. I don't like getting crumbs in bed. And then you roll over them.
There's
later
one
on.
thing I can eat in bed, which is the Hers pretzels.
Yeah.
Because the opening of the bag is big enough
So
that you
big.
could eat over it.
You can eat over it.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
But then also, like the secret for eating in bed with things that have crumbs is make sure that they're all bite sized, so you're not actually biting into something.
So that you're
it
creating-
all
Yes.
goes into your mouth.
All goes
Do you
in
know
your
it's a good hide too, Preston? And I do it at home. I keep rotisserie chickens on my lathe.
Your lathe.
Right.
Yeah, so
Smart.
yeah, right.
Rochelle and I will eat in bed sometimes if we're like watching a movie or something like that. I'll bring up like cheese and grapes and crackers and things like that.
look at you.
Yeah, I like to make it nice.
Yeah.
A charcuterie board made out of a pillow.
Maybe a little hummus. something
Brittany's
like that.
story is probably the exact reason that I don't want any
The
food.
mouse?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just like mouse. I have a friend who used to eat in bed, and I guess crumbs got on the floor, and he literally woke up in the middle of the night to ants crawling all over him.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
All right. Let me go to Megan. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Megan. Do you have a little secret snacking spot?
Yeah, so years ago when I used to work at Wawa, we would have like so much spoilage that we threw away. So I would like sneak some of the food and run back to the dish room and eat it.
In the dish room. What's the dish room at Wawa, by the
In the
way?
dish room at Wawa,
What is the dish room? I'm not familiar.
So basically, back behind the deli, we have an area where we wash all the dishes that we use.
Okay. All right.
So yeah,
And so
I'd
you
run
would
back there
you would
and-
slip back there. Would you do it? Would you be kind of hiding? And did anybody ever catch you with your mouth full?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
If-
Awkward.
If you work in a place though like that happens to have, as you say, Casey,
Megan.
mouth, small, biteable like nuggets.
Yeah.
Dunkin' was great because the nuggets,
The donut holes.
You can pop those nuggets. Close your mouth. You can have 2 or 3 of them, and
The munchkins.
Don't you know though? Like
Yeah.
when you're done chewing, like
Yeah.
you think like, oh, they probably don't know. They know. They know you've eaten something.
Yeah, I just got a text from my friend Jen from college. She just said, I literally rolled over onto a honeycomb this morning.
Let's go to Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Lisa. All right. So your secret snacking spot.
Okay, so I used to work in a diner, and sometimes the cook would give me a scallop or a shrimp, and of course it would be too hot to eat, and you'd be busy. So I would put it in a souffle cup with a lid, put it in my apron, and I would eat it in like 10 minutes when it was cool.
So to the outward appearance, you would just simply be drinking out of a cup, but you're actually eating shrimp.
Actually eating shrimp or scallops. Yeah, it was
I have to imagine that
little
there's nothing
hors
better
d'oeuvre.
than diner shrimp.
Yeah, diner scallops are probably better.
I gotta deterred these things.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. I will when I go to the grocery store. I do this now, and I always felt kind of guilty about it. But grapes are a crapshoot, man. Sometimes you get them and you take them home, and you eat it, and you're like, oh,
What the hell?
this batch sucks.
Why am I alive?
Well, they're sour.
Yes,
And
I hate that.
I do too. So I will put the grapes in my cart.
Give it a little taste.
I will be walking through shopping, and when I'm alone, I'll snag one of those bad boys and take a quick
Just
bite.
one?
Just one.
Okay.
Listen.
What, like a fistful of grapes?
No, I just wasn't sure.
That
if
was
you
a great
snacked
movie,
on
by the
them.
way. Fistful of Grapes for Clint Eastwood.
And I feel kind of bad because grapes are sold by weight.
I wasn't sure if they were sold
They
by
are.
the bag.
They're
Okay.
sold by weight. So if I sit there and ate a bunch, I'm stealing
Is
at that
it
point.
inappropriate? I don't think it is. If you're in the produce section and you take one grape to sample, I've seen people do that.
I'm sure people do it all.
I don't
the
think
time.
that's frowned upon. Is it?
I don't know.
Is it?
I'm not going to find out.
If you're in the meat section, can you cook a piece of meat over a lighter just to see how good it is?
I don't want to get banned from my grocery store, so I hide it while I'm doing it.
Yeah, I can't imagine. You think somebody would say something to you if they saw you eating a grape?
Especially your big celebrity.
Sir, don't eat the produce. Let me go to
Mr. Elliott. I didn't recognize you.
Let me go to Colton. Hey, Colton, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, my man. All right, so secret snacking spot.
Well, I mean, I think every guy has it at least. I mean, I'm a car guy. I'm a garage guy. I mean, everybody's got the garage. Everybody's got the beer fridge. I mean, hey, I got to go do this. Like last night's garbage night.
Yeah.
You go out, you're doing garbage. You have a beer while you're out doing garbage because you know you're not going to get interrupted while you're in the garage.
Yes.
So it's just a nice place to have, that one beer that you got to have at night or whatever, and you're not interrupted while you're doing it.
Yeah. So you do it. You pick your area. You come up with your cover story. I'm going to go polish this turkey in the garage.
Colton, are you slamming that beer while you're out there?
No, I mean, that's why you have to make up a good enough backstory that, hey, I'm going to be out there for like 15, 20 minutes or so. Like, it can't just be like, hey, I'm going to go grab a 9mm wrench and come back.
Well, you said take out the garbage. Taking out the garbage takes about 30 seconds for me, so.
Well, no, because I have a garage can that I have to do. I have recycles that I got to. So there's
I'm going to straighten up a little while I'm out there. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I'm going to rotate the half and half.
All right, that's a good one. The garage, definitely. All right, thank you, Colton. Appreciate it. Let me go through a few others. We got tons of calls here, so. Other ones are, like I said, in a closet, a public toilet.
No.
Oh, dear
Yeah, that's
God.
like or a brothel or an alleyway with junkies.
In a child's playhouse.
Just any random child?
I don't know. A public changing room.
Oh, what the hell?
In a swimming pool. I mean, I don't mind that if I'm at a pool party or something like that.
But to me, that'd be very obvious if you're going into the pool with a turkey leg.
Yeah, exactly. Up in the attic.
Okay.
In the laundry room. In a hot tub. Some of these aren't secret snacking spots. Like you said, Steve. That's
you want to be out of the line of sight.
All right. How about this? During exercise.
What?
No.
Occasionally, I'll put cheese wheels on my bar instead of plates.
I can't eat during exercise.
No, me either.
Breathing too
Oh,
much.
it's very easy.
I don't like to eat right before exercise.
No, me neither.
either.
When you guys are curling, you don't eat French soup?
No, well, maybe I should try because I do like that.
In a storage room at work. All right, I can see that. Yeah.
So that was again. That ended up being on a number of occasions where I'd go to the storage room. There's nobody back there.
You ever take a nap in a storage room?
No.
Yeah,
I don't know.
me neither.
In an elevator. Okay. I don't.
Just go up and down.
Yeah, get a high rise.
Just eating a salad in the elevator.
It's like a magic trick. Well, I'm going to make this meal disappear.
On the toilet is another one.
No.
A public stairwell. Why would you? Okay, I don't know.
I guess just to hide.
Yeah, if you're hiding in like the basement, then like a stairwell, I could see.
People used to smoke in the stairwells here. You know, you'd walk
Did
in.
they?
Yeah. You could walk in there and smell the cigarette smoke.
If you go with someone else, you can have them get at the top of the stairs and roll M&Ms down into your mouth.
That's true.
All right, then you have the shed, it says. I can see that.
A shed is a good one.
Yep, that's a really good secret spot.
Septic tank.
In the bathtub. Which is
I'm not a fan of that.
Like if Rochelle takes baths quite a bit, and I will bring her up a little, little something nice.
Spaghetti.
From time to time. Some spaghetti. Yeah. Some buffalo wings.
Here, I brought you some hobo stew. It's your favorite, isn't it?
On the stairs, just at your house, sitting on the stairs. I can see that.
Yeah.
That's my favorite spot for soup.
And then number 2 on this list, this is Casey. It says while driving. I think just in the car.
Yeah.
in general I think that's got to be one of the big sneaking food spots.
You have delineation though, parked and driving.
Right.
What is your driving food? Your number one driving food?
Oh,
I think you know what that has become for me is a like a burrito supreme.
It stays contained.
It stays contained.
Yep.
Not messy. One hand, easy
Absolutely.
to eat. Burgers are pretty simple too, as long as they're not, like you're not getting like a loaded burger with tons of stuff on it.
Right.
Yeah. Fries are good.
Like a McDonald's cheeseburger, pretty damn simple.
Shish kebab.
Very easy to eat while you're on the road.
Yeah, all of that contained, ready to go. French fries, easy.
Yep.
Get all that stuff.
Let me see here.
Baked Alaska.
I'm going to go to some more calls here. Let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you?
Good morning, Ed, buddy. We're good. So, secret snacking spot for you?
I am currently 54 years old. It took me 45 years to figure out that the kitchen sink will disguise sounds of wrappers being opened.
Oh, okay.
Handy stuff like that. If you stand there and run the water, it will disguise many of those sounds, and nobody else.
I think you're talking my realm, because you go in the kitchen, you position yourself in a way you can cover the sounds. You can make, like, again, for me, it's a combination of that, hiding the sounds, and then also how you cut that piece of cake so it doesn't look like any cake.
Absolutely.
How you scoop the ice cream, all of that, how you rebuild the pile of French fries.
Right.
All of that stuff is critical.
Well done, Mike. Thank you. By the way, which leads me to the why are you hiding what you're eating? And on rare occasions, it will be I'm eating. So now, this is just at home. I wouldn't do this at work, but eating someone else's food, someone else's leftovers, and look at it and go, I think begging for forgiveness would be worth eating this. I didn't know it was yours. I didn't mean to. I'll get you some more. I have done that. What?
I don't do that.
You don't do that?
No, I don't.
Okay. You have respect for other people's leftovers?
Other people don't.
In your house,
they'll eat yours.
All the time.
They ate my ice cream.
Yeah.
That's why I had to eat my mom's candy last night.
Let me ask you something. If you set up your dinner, everything's set there, you're ready to go, and you go to the bathroom.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by United Tire and Service. This month, stop into your local United Tire and Service and make a donation to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Get a special offer on 4 new tires. Don't drive alone. Drive United. All right, we will begin with this crazy story that I saw the video of this morning. A New Jersey man made his 40th birthday party an event that no one will ever forget by using it to expose his wife's alleged cheating on him. Nick Galante has gone viral after his shocking confrontation was shared on social media, and his wife, Samantha Egguse, had no idea that it was coming. So I guess caught it all on camera, starting with Nick on the mic telling everyone that he had something for her, even though it was his birthday. And it seemed pretty sweet at first. He takes a ring box from his pocket and makes Samantha hand over her wedding rings. And he says, "Happy wife, happy life, Bull S." And then he kisses her hard before pushing her away. And then he reveals, "I effing know everything."
That's right out of Godfather 2.
Yep.
It was you.
It seemed like a Jerry Springer show. The angry husband unleashed on his unsuspecting spouse. He said, "I know all about the Plan B pills that you had to take. You filthy effing whore." He screamed at her.
So he wrote this.
"Don't act like you don't effing know." Nick tells her that he despises her for ruining their nearly 4-year marriage and hurting their kids, adding, "I hate the life you stole from my children." Now, people are gasping.
Yes.
While he's saying this stuff.
What a performance.
When a confused Samantha throws her arms up and says, "I don't know what you're talking about," he threatens to share the alleged evidence with everyone at the party. She walks away, and Nick then kicks out, quote, "anybody who now sides with this piece of S."
Wow.
Samantha and her family left the party at that point, while the birthday boy stuck around to keep partying with his pals, according to the video. It was shared on social media. It's got over 6 million views and counting. A source close to the couple reports that they're still living under the same roof right now.
Things must be tense.
But they won't be giving their marriage another shot. Wow.
That's hardcore.
This is a sad story. A man died while running the Brooklyn Half Marathon on Saturday morning. Charles Rogers, 31 years old, made it roughly 8 miles into the course when he experienced a medical incident along Ocean Parkway. He had been a football player at the University of Minnesota. So, he's athletic.
Yes, you would assume.
Officer said CPR was performed on the man before he was transported to a medical center.
It's got to suck if you're running in the marathon and someone has keeled over and you're running past them, you know?
3 years ago, 30-year-old David Reichman died during the same race. He had just crossed the finish line at the Coney Island Boardwalk when he suffered a cardiac arrest.
Might be time for a quarter marathon.
Some 28,000 runners were estimated to be on the half marathon course on Saturday. Here's another terrible one. A man was seriously hurt after a palm tree fell onto him at the Cannes Film Festival. The man, believed to have been attending the festival, was badly injured. Firemen who treated him at the scene said it was bad. A sudden gust of wind brought the tree down near the Palais des Festivals on the Croisette Esplanade. And, Steve, it was big.
Yes.
I mean, it was a big-ass palm tree.
Palm trees end up, especially with the coconuts and things that fall from them, they kill a fair amount of people throughout the world.
The fronds, actually, are very big and can kill people. The accident happened as the movie Eddington, starring Joaquin Phoenix, Emma Stone, and Pedro Pascal, was being showed. The Croisette was crowded with festival goers when the tree fell. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. All right, how about this story? A Lufthansa flight went 10 minutes without a pilot after the first officer fell ill while he was alone in the cockpit. The Airbus A321
What's going on up here, buddy?
was flying from Frankfurt, Germany to Seville, Spain.
I don't feel so good.
More than 200 people were on board the flight, which appeared to be running smoothly before it crossed the Spanish border. With about a half hour remaining of the journey, the captain left the flight deck to visit the bathroom. He told investigators the first officer appeared to be in good condition at the time. And when the captain returned 8 minutes later, he was unable to get back into the cockpit. In an interview with investigators, the first officer said he had suddenly lost consciousness.
Oh, man.
The captain tried to enter the security door's access code 5 times. At the same time, a flight attendant tried to contact the first officer on the intercom. After receiving no response, the captain used the emergency access code, and before the timer for this expired, the first officer was able to recover enough to open the door.
That's terrifying.
The 38-year-old was described as pale, sweating, and moving strangely, so the captain called for help.
Folks, you're going to laugh when you hear this.
Cabin crew and a doctor who was traveling as a passenger administered first aid while the captain diverted to Madrid, which was the nearest airport. Upon landing, the first officer was taken to the hospital. His sudden and severe incapacitation was a result of a seizure disorder caused by a neurological condition, investigators wrote.
Should somebody be an active pilot if they have seizure disorders?
So that's what I thought, too. The Spanish aviation regulator said that his condition was difficult to detect and would appear in a medical exam only if his symptoms had been present at the time or had occurred before. So this had never happened and they didn't know.
So I assume at some point, say, those codes and everything fail over and over again. Is there... There's axe or something on board where you could pierce the cockpit door.
There's got to be a fail-safe.
Something.
Of some type. Because I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
As, time is running out. I mean, like, what the hell would they do? I'd say they'd get every large person on the plane to be a battering ram.
We need all the big people to run towards the cockpit door now.
I don't know, man, but that's pretty wild. All right. And
scary.
Yeah, and that is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, there is an event coming up for the 10th annual, actually, and this is an event we've been behind since the very beginning, the very first one.
Yes,
that came about.
You spearheaded it, and I sort of
jumped on board.
Yeah, because it's such a wonderful organization.
So the 10th anniversary of this event is coming up on the 31st, and looking forward to it. It's going to be at Casey's alma mater. We'll be at Ursinus College.
Right by the Casey statue.
It is the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event to benefit Laurel House, and we want to welcome both Brad Smith and Melissa Pylon to the studio this morning from Laurel House. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Melissa, we were just looking at a picture of you guys at Cardboard Classic with your giant red shoe sled that you made, and I forgot, how did it do when it went down the hill?
It made it almost all the way down the hill.
Almost?
Almost all the way, but it's the first sled I've ever done, first Cardboard Classic, so...
I'd call that a success.
That's a success. Yeah. And it was a tough design, so it's not necessarily something you'd associate with a successful run down a mountain.
It was a stressful few weeks putting it together, to say the least.
Yeah.
It looked great. So we hope you guys will make it an annual event if you want to come out.
Yes,
All right.
it's on the list.
All right, speaking of annual events, the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes is coming up, like I said, on May 31st. And Brad, this will be our first time at Ursinus College doing this, right?
Yes, super excited for Ursinus College. It's great to be on a college campus. Little different. We're going to actually walk by Casey's statue if the weather cooperates.
Yes. Yeah.
If there is rain, we'll stay indoors in the Floyd Bakes Lewis Center.
Oh.
Which is awesome.
That's great.
So we have that capability. It's one of the reasons we moved. And also just the support from Ursinus has been great.
It used to be on the grounds of Pfizer, right?
That's true.
And I remember, Preston, was one year you couldn't make it. And it was a torrential downpour.
I was
you
there
were
with
there.
you. I was there with
and
you.
Nick, what did we do?
We were in the parking garage.
We walked in the parking garage.
Yeah, but we did a mile.
We did it.
In the parking garage,
yeah.
in the heels, yeah. And I was actually just chatting with our next guest, Frank Caliendo, and he's like, talking about the men wearing the high heels and walking for a mile. And he's like, that sounds hard. And it's not easy, but that's why you do it.
It's exactly. It's really to create awareness, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, it's walking a mile in her shoes. It's, started as a men's walk for against rape, sexual assault, and gender violence. And we're doing that, on this day and really bringing awareness to what we do. It sounds goofy to wear the high heels, but it's really something to talk about and have people out and realize how difficult it is.
Yeah, and I've always said that it's kind of a representation. When I address a crowd, I'm like, the discomfort that we feel while doing this is nothing compared to what the people that reach out to Laurel House are facing in their real world every day. It has since expanded at Laurel House because now also men who are victims of domestic abuse can also get assistance there. And I actually know some who have done that.
I know someone who's we all know a friend of ours. And he had a situation where he had an abusive brother, and I said, you should contact Laurel House. He contacted Laurel House. He had legal advice. He had hand-holding. He had support people who got him through it. I mean, it was just so amazing to watch the mechanism in motion. So anyone who finds themselves in this situation, you do have an organization you can turn to, which was why Laurel House is so great.
Yeah, right on. I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about actually in the parking lot outside about the Cardboard Classic. And Melissa, just anecdotally, in the community, you hear from people who come up and share their story with you. Hey, I was helped by Laurel House. This happened to me. You guys provided these services. And that's what we do. I mean, when people call our hotline, come to our office, we're there for help. That's what we want to do. We want to be that safety net. Make sure, first they're safe, then provide services that we can and get people out of situations and get their lives back.
Yeah. So this event helps raise money for these services that you provide. Can you give a few more of the specifics? Because Steve had mentioned like legal advice and eventually, job training. There's all kinds of things involved.
Yeah, I think when people think of Laurel House, first they think of our shelter. And that's what, we're in Montgomery County, the only domestic violence shelter around. But also the services we provide, counseling. We provide a community education. Even last week, we're out in 4 different school districts talking about healthy relationships, which is really important for us to talk about prevention and those services we have. Also, our medical advocacy, working with nurses, doctors, being in hospitals, so when there are signs of abuse, we can be on call as well.
Yeah.
And also, it's our 20th anniversary of our domestic abuse response team. So that team works closely with first responders, local police departments to come out. So if there is a call, that team will be out there 24/7 and work with someone to make sure they're safe and provide them with advocacy and what the steps they can do next. So in honor of that, we're offering to all first responders at Walk a Mile this year a 20% discount to come out and be part of this event. It's an event that we've had in the past, lots of fire departments, police departments.
Oh, there are dudes that run with full rucksacks on and the
absolutely.
And they'll run it in high heels.
It's crazy.
Not me, but Preston and I were crippled that one year.
God,
it was a gravel road. How would you do that to us?
It was like the second or third year of the event, and we were in Norristown.
Yeah.
We're walking on gravel and high hills. We're like, how are we doing this?
It was ridiculous.
I don't even do that. So.
Yeah, you've got experience.
But you know what? It is, and not to jump in here, Preston, but it's good to know that it is a fun event. And it is, there's a lot that's going on. And one of the most amazing things that you always have someone get up and speak about their own experience. And those are always incredibly moving. And it can be, dour usually in the beginning, and it wraps up with a great supportive and uplifting angle to it, and that's the whole story of Laurel House.
Yeah, one of the things that I think we're most proud at Laurel House about this event is just raising that community awareness about it. I mean, thanks to you guys, obviously, for talking about it on the air. It raises that awareness. So we can just help one person who hears it or comes out or hears about that event that people were wearing high heels. That's a big bonus for us to find people help. But really proud of, if I could give a quick, is a shout out a thing, or is that an old guy thing?
Yeah, we do a shout out.
Yes, a shout out.
Either one works.
I'll give you a shout out.
But one of our teams, the Gorgeous Gams, they've been walking for 10 years. There's a young man on the team, Joey G, this year, who's a high school student, a friend of the family. And he is right now the leading fundraiser.
Yes.
But what I love about this, like I said, he's a high school student. The donations isn't like $1,000 from grandma. These are $10, $20. They got to be from classmates, friends. So every time he talks about this event, you know it's getting out there to his buddies, his colleagues, maybe on his TikTok, his Instagram. I just think that's what this event is about. You know, it's about that awareness, is to get people talking about domestic violence and what we can do differently to make this a better world.
Excellent. I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the event is coming up on the 31st. If people want to register, you can go to laurel-house.org, or you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. We have a link to that, and you can get signed up. You can sign up on my team, on Team WMMR if you like, and just contribute to the whole thing. And I want to say this because of the amount of people that listen to this show. Somebody listening right now is going through a domestic abuse situation. Yeah. You can reach out. There are people that are there to help you. There are resources. If it's not Laurel House can probably direct you to somewhere else that might be geographically friendly to where you are. But there are people, you can get out of this situation with the people that are helping, that are lending the helping hand. And it's so important. The reason I got started this in the first place, I remember reading an article decades ago about the amount of available space for people in Philadelphia alone that were going through domestic violence. And it was ridiculous how small it was. It was like less than 100 beds for thousands and thousands of people who need this help. So it's very, very important that we support places like Laurel House to continue to lend that helping hand for people who desperately need it. So, but this event is just a way to spotlight it, and also to raise some money and to have a good time, and to desensitize the whole thing and tell people that it's okay to reach out.
When does the actual walk start?
Yep, on that
Saturday
morning, 9 a.m. registration, 10 a.m. Preston will kick things off, and we'll get things moving. Like you said, we'll hear from someone, Team Carly. Their mom is speaking this year to talk about the death of her daughter over 10 years ago. And, after that, we'll begin to hurt your blisters or whatever on your feet. Yep.
We'll hurt your heart a little bit, and then we'll hurt your feet even more, and then we'll encourage you to help out.
So I'm going to try to get over a bit this year, because I made a number of them, and I have it's a packed Saturday, but I'm going to try to get over. If I do, I'm not going to wear high heels because I whapped my knee really badly.
Noted.
And I'm gonna use my WIMP card right now, but I will walk regardless. All right.
We can give you bows if you prefer.
Yes, sure.
You don't have to wear high heels if you can't.
A strap on if you've got it. I'll tell you, whatever you got.
Steve, you should walk around with a strap on. That would be something to see.
Walk a mile in history.
They'll put that on the front page of the website. All right. Well, thank you guys, and I will see you there on the 31st. And we'll hope for good weather. All right.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank
all right.
you.
Thank you to Melissa and Brad for being here at Laurel House. Laurel-house.org, and get signed up. It is coming up on May 31st. We are going to take a break. When we return, our good Frank Caliendo is in the Acme Lounge. Yes. We'll bring him into the studio, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
And it's gone. Yeah. Can someone use? Well, you weren't here.
I mean, it's on a plate on the table.
Yep.
No, people wouldn't do that.
All right.
I mean,
Possibly
the dogs would do it.
The biggest fight ever between my sister and I happened when I ate the last pizza, the last frozen pizza. I mean, physical fight, throwing things, punching each other, the whole thing.
What kind of pizza?
I don't know, just some random frozen pizza. Whatever.
When you want it.
Yeah.
When you've been thinking about it.
Yep.
That's like I told these guys earlier, I'm thinking about dinner today. And I'm like, what I want. I know what I want. And I'm going to have it. And if anybody gets in my way, I'll kill them.
I remember swinging a hockey stick at her earlier. I kid you not. Because she was punching me. She was hitting me. She was older than me.
She deserved it. It was pizza.
Yeah,
It was
but
the last one.
you know what?
I stand with you.
It wasn't dibs on her, or she didn't call dibs on it.
She didn't dib it.
And it wasn't hers. It was. It belonged
My
to
parents
the
bought it.
household.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
They should have been hitting you with hockey sticks.
Secret snacking spots. Very interesting look at that. So thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. We got to take a break. It's 7:51. We need to get to the bizarre file. We're going to have a fantastic actor. Mr. Chris Cooper is going to be joining us along with his wife. She's an actress as well, Marianne Leone. And they're talking about a project that they have available now called Within. Todd Fedorik's going to be on the program too, former Flyer great, and more. Stay with us. We'll return in just a little bit. Light. We got some free ink
And
for
have
you to
liquor.
win Tattoos Day. So if you're interested in a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, just text the word tattoo to 39333 and we'll get a winner by the end of the program.
Did you get the email of one of our tattoo winners who did a Gene Simmons chicken?
No. Is that real?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I need to see that.
I'll dig that up. I thought you guys all got it.
No,
Yeah.
I've got to see that. That's brilliant. That's as show-centric
Yes,
as you can possibly get. And it pays tribute to two great things, Gene Simmons and chicken.
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't get better than that.
All right. This next segment might not work. Who knows? We're going to see if it does or not. We have talked about this in the past about bringing in some items to show and tell about.
Preston?
Yes.
They said the same thing about the X1.
And look what happened. It broke the sound barrier.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, the Preston and Steve Show is bringing you Show and Tell. Thought I'd throw in a little bit of Rush this morning.
Hey, the teacher, Preston, we'd like to see you.
Oh, my God, yes.
And you show and tell what you have for us today.
I remember sitting there with a big brown paper grocery bag.
Oh, yeah.
With whatever it was that I brought in, and we would all sit on the floor. And like Steve, the teacher would call you up, and it was your turn. And it was so exciting because you would have seen a couple of people go by then.
Yeah.
And you know that yours is way better than theirs.
And you'd have and you could bring in things like a new cool toy that you had. Like,
Yes.
look at this, what this does.
Yeah, totally.
I could be the a-hole kid who criticizes what the other kids brought.
Oh, my God.
Because I didn't bring anything.
Totally.
And then, but everyone starts to pass out because you brought some stuff that you baked into the.
I poisoned them.
So I had I only remember one show and tell ever that I participated in, and it's because on my way home from school one time I found a gardener snake. And so I captured it and I put it in a Folgers can, and then I brought it into school the next day for my show and tell, and then the gardener snake somehow magically got away.
Oh, no.
And my mom let him go. She
really?
did not care for having a snake in our house.
By the way, check on that. Is it gardener snake or garter snake?
Garter.
I was pretty sure it's garter.
Garter snake, like in a wedding when you put the snake on the girl's thigh.
Yeah, and then it crawls around. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
That's cool.
And so people would be
What was that?
texting
What,
and
did
saying,
I said it the wrong way?
No,
Garter.
Yeah.
Garter snake.
The snake that you are talking
said-
about has a gray mustache.
Yeah, you said a gardener snake.
A Jim Gardner
Okay,
snake.
so what I brought, speaking of show and tell back in the day and when the kids would be there, is what I've mentioned before. I brought this to my third grade show and tell and recently found it.
Wow.
And hopefully...
This is a good one already.
I haven't brought this in for you before, and it just just shows exactly what a different time it was, because, ladies and gentlemen, I brought to my third grade show and tell a World War II bayonet.
Oh my God.
A bayonet.
You actually brought that into school?
I did.
A weapon.
A weapon.
my God.
This is a knife. It's probably a good 10 inches long.
Good Lord.
And this was a bayonet that I bought in an Army surplus store.
Yeah.
If you brought that today, the school would be surrounded and the SWAT team would be
I'd be
entering.
expelled.
Oh, yeah.
I'd probably be expelled.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
But I told you there was another. So this is. I don't have any history on this knife, other than it was clearly sharpened quite a bit because it's got a section in the middle that's curved.
Yes.
Unless it was made that way, I don't really know. But it certainly seems well used. And this was definitely for a rifle because you can see where it would slide onto the barrel right here. And there's a button that you would push that would lock it. You can unlock it, and it's got a wooden handle with these kind of cross stitches in it. And there is a mark on it, but I've never researched it.
Do we know which army it was used for?
I don't know anything about this other than I saw a big freaking knife and I wanted to buy it.
So my dad...
And this is when you could, as a kid, you could walk into a store and buy a big-ass knife like this. I was in like third grade and I bought it.
We had a German, I believe it was actually a Hitler Youth knife that somebody given my dad while he was actively fighting the war, and brought it back. Oh, wow. Yes, Preston, that stuff was around the house. And as I said earlier, I brought a Civil War sword into show and tell. But remember, we had a bayonet as well. I was fascinated with the concept of the bayonet. So it'd be cool to kind of find out the history of that.
Yeah, it does have a mark on it. And I guess I could. It looks like a letter N or an M. I can't quite tell, with a crown over it.
That means Nermany. So it was an enemy weapon.
Do you remember the year you bought it?
Let's see. Third grade. It would have been 1978. Somewhere around then.
How cool were stores like that to go to surplus at Preston?
77.
They would sell dummy grenades.
Oh my God!
Yep.
They would sell.
Well, I told you another item I brought for show and tell, and I've told this before. It was a Vietnam War era incendiary bomb.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was literally a bomb casing.
Yeah.
It was about 2.5 feet long. It was orange. Had a fin on it. Had the front. Had an arming pin and everything on it. And I had looked it up. It was incendiary, so it was for creating fires, is what it would do. It wouldn't explode, but it would just spread fire all over the place. And it would be for torching villages, I don't know, whatever, burning babies, what they do. I don't know. But
bad babies, like German babies.
German babies.
Well,
the worst.
The Viet Cong, who were fighting at the time.
Yeah.
But I brought that in. You could bring that in without any concern. And listen, I think it's insane that we were able to do that stuff back then.
Yes.
And there's reasons why you can't do it now. But I found that stuff fascinating. Me and my friend Bubba at the time was his name.
Yeah.
We were way into Steve, like playing war.
Oh my God, that's what we did all the time, and with the full size GI Joes, and when you could get your hands on equipment like this, Preston. When I brought the full Civil War sword into, it was a cavalry sword too. I think it was a cavalry officer brought that into school. I was proud because I had a story attached to it. We just used that sword. My pool above ground pool was frozen, and I ran the sword about 50 times into the frozen pool liner.
Oh man,
my dad loved that.
So it was a Civil War era sword.
Yep.
What did you guys ever do? Those things are worth a ridiculous amount of money.
I guarantee you, it walked. My dad, when my mother passed away and we moved. My dad held the most crazy garage sale.
Wow.
Like things I had just bought ended up in the garage sale. I'm like, where is I sold it. It's like, Dad, this is where you can't run a garage sale.
Yeah. So I don't have much to tell other than that I took it to show and tell as a kid, and that's just insane.
It's a beauty.
This thing was allowed in there.
So would you want to find the history on it? Like, would you want to figure out?
I've had it for a long, long time.
You know, it's not something you probably take to Antiques Roadshow. There's probably not a lot of inherent value to it, but I bet there's a story behind it. And like, so you could talk to a military expert or some weapons expert, and I bet they could track down like the rifle that it was used for, the era that it was used, that kind of thing.
Yeah, probably. It's pretty beat up, but yeah.
Still. I mean, I can't believe, that they sold it to you. You didn't have a parent with you? I can't remember if you said that.
I don't remember.
No, you could walk in, honestly, Case. There's a surplus store in Northport, Long Island.
Yeah.
You could walk in, I remember, and walk out.
I'd buy cigarettes for my mom.
I know.
Age, I mean,
but if I came home with a knife like that, A, if they sold it to me, and then B, if I came home with it, my parents would be like, no.
Casey, I had a machete as well.
I couldn't even have nunchucks. I wasn't even allowed to have nunchucks.
We lived in a place, this is when I lived in South Carolina when I had this, and there were woods all over the place around us, so I needed a machete.
Yeah.
I had to get around in the woods, so it was crazy. I had a motorcycle, I had a shotgun, it was ridiculous.
I remember buying flying stars from, all sorts of crazy weapons.
Yeah.
Yes.
So somebody messaged on the YouTube stream that you should never clean that blade. It's worth more with the patina on it.
Oh,
I've never heard that before.
Maybe just
that's the new thing in collecting, and I was telling Preston about this. And with automobiles,
yeah,
you don't restore them.
No kidding.
You let them if you can find them and let them be their original with a little bit of rust, a dent, all that makes it worth more these days.
Casey, do you see that? There's like small bits of dirt and mud on there. That was from me as a kid, jamming it into the ground or whatever.
It's Hitler's blood on the edge.
Maybe that's what that is.
That's what it is.
All right, so that's what I have for show and tell. Thank you, Kathy. Do you approve?
I mean, I'm not into weapons.
Okay, all right.
But it's okay. It's good enough.
All right, let's get another show and tell.
Hey, wait a second. Can I send Kathy down to the cafeteria to get the pints of milk for snack? The class would like to hear from Casey.
But Nick has 3 different things. So if
I know.
you wanted to, you could do like Nick and then me and then back to Nick.
Why don't you let him be the teacher?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Who went to school for teaching?
Okay, well, then you guys got to hang on a second.
All right.
So I got to get ready here.
Oh, all right. I didn't realize he's actually preparing something. He's got goggles on.
Yeah, I got goggles.
He's got an arc welder.
Oh.
He's
All
pulling
right.
something out. I can't
All
tell if
right.
he's reaching into his briefcase or backpack or
Kid has a briefcase.
lunchbox or.
Okay. Hang on a second.
What do you buy?
Do we need to skip you?
No. We're good to go. All right. Turn
All
that
right.
music off there.
Okay. Oh,
Lights,
wait.
please.
Oh, lights are
Wait, we're
coming
bringing the
down.
lights down.
What's happening?
Turn the
Turn
lights
that
down.
light
Laurel,
off.
turn the lights off.
Oh my God.
This is
All
exciting.
right, here we go, baby.
What's this all about?
All right, here we go, baby.
Give him more.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. I told you we have a guest in the studio, and I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Robert Downey Jr. is here this morning. It is
Truly unbelievable for me to show up. Don't normally get up before noon, and I go to bed at about 2 p.m. So it's about a 2-hour window. So I had to switch it up, make sure it would work out. But I am Iron Man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Caliendo joins us here. We just spoke to him last week, and you played at Helium last night?
Helium last night. And,
Super early show, like 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
right?
they did to move some stuff around to even get in. So I was actually, it was good. I was actually more interested about coming here. I think it's so funny. There are a few places around the country, and this is one of the shows that I just love. I like doing stand-up. I enjoy it. I actually enjoy it more than I had a few years ago when I was just kind of doing the same stuff over and over and over. And radio is where I would always start creating more. But, you make friends and you hang out in studios, and then it's just like, oh, I get to go hang out with the guys. I hang out with everybody.
Right,
And that's really what I look forward to in a lot of these cities. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay anything. So I got to do shows around it to make it worth it. So,
Right.
But yeah, you guys are one of the shows, and the audience knows this. There's just something different about you guys than almost 99%, probably 99% of the anything else out there.
Yeah,
You
we
come in and
appreciate
it's
it.
just, It works and it's fun and it really.
You come at a little weird time, obviously, because we're down Kathy, which
Right,
is
yeah, I heard about that, yeah.
is not good, but we're doing the best we can.
Yeah.
But it is a wonderful thing, and we love the relationship with the listeners, and it is something. It's something you connect to, and it's interesting. Last time we talked about you talking about being re-engaged and re-excited, by this stuff, and so as you're out, does it feel like when you were first getting into it, or is it something wholly other?
It is. It's more like when I first got into it.
Yeah.
I'm traveling with three other people. So a guy named Willie Griswold, who's kind of an up-and-coming young guy, Patrick Keene, who's helping me write a bunch of stuff, and Al Jackson.
Is this your Memphis Mafia?
It's actually 4 headliners doing the shows.
Really?
And we're going to D.C.
Wow.
We're doing the D.C. Improv Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
So... people come in and they go, you got 4 instead of 3. I'm like, yeah, but everybody else does a kind of a short time, and it's just pop, 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 and then me and people after the show, they're like, that was unbelievable. I was like seeing 4 headliners. Like, I know. That's why I bring this show.
It's great.
So it's different. Because a lot of times you go to a comedy club and the first act is like somebody brand new, hasn't done it. Well, I got a headliner opening the show.
Awesome.
So it elevates the whole show, and then everybody else kind of on cruise control in terms of effort, which always makes it more fun for the audience, because the first guy takes the bullet and then everybody else is like, oh, let's just ride with this. So it's fun and reinvigorating and a lot of fun. I don't know if it's invigorating or I'm not sure if the I'm not sure if the re or in, but either way, let's just say it's fantastic. Like Fantastic Four, which is coming out soon. Going to make some more money. Great. And then Dr. Doom shows up, which is me, and I'm not Tony Stark anymore. So we're going to have to figure that one out. Victor Von Doom But there is a comic. I'm trying to look for the word that you would know, Steve.
Devigorating?
No, which is what the rest of the segment has been since I got lost trying to find the word. Kind of a bushification there, man. So I always go that and straight to Trump. But we've got all the words. We've got tremendous words. And it's not political. It's not political. It's just using in library Trump and making it very quiet. Very quiet things. And we're going to use the decimal system. And it's going to be fantastic. Fantastic. But I tell you, the thing I've been doing on the stage, and again, it's not political stuff. I stay away from the politics. I just make fun of everybody. But Donald Trump, though, you know, he can take anything and. Like McDonald's, remember the McDonald's drive-thru?
Yes, it was here.
Very good, very good. We got some of the best food here. Great stuff. And but there's some bad people. There's some bad people, like the Hamburglar. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. The rabble, always trying to steal the burgers. But we've got great people on our side. We've got Mayor McCheese. Oh God. Officer Big Mac and Elon McMuffin. We've got the best people. We've got tremendous people. So
you do, which is just a comment. Which is great about which just makes you perpetually, the absolute best. Is you will find the Trump really soft spoken.
Because everybody's doing the big one. Yeah, so I try to do what everybody isn't doing.
Right,
Everybody's like, well, they do
yeah.
that rev up kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I thought, let's do something different. Let's do something quieter. Let's do something. It's better. It's a better version, and it's quiet, and I can still say tough things. I can say.
I forget who I saw doing Biden, but you could do the regular stuff, but he caught one thing, and I forget exactly what it was, but it was that one little thing that just cracked me up.
Was it Dana Carvey by any chance? Because he doesn't mean Biden.
It might have been.
Well, it's going to be tough now with the Biden stuff. That's what I was negotiating on stage last night, trying to figure out. And I was like,
cancer.
I do Biden when he was president. Not right now. I was like,
yes,
folks, come on. Why does a young man go up and scrap Pennsylvania? 30, 45, and 600 AD. It's fall of the Roman Empire. But I was very careful. I was like, if I can do it, if I can't do the Biden in Philly, I can't do it anywhere. Right? That was my feeling last night. And I was like, and I didn't know who knew the news and stuff like that. So I'm always, again, I'm not mean with this stuff, and I'm going to be very careful. But I'm going to be in D.C. this week.
Yeah.
And they're in the know on everything, right? So that's another great test market to see. I mean, it all sounds terrible and horrifically selfish, but when Chris Farley passed away, I was in Wisconsin, which is where I grew up. I did Chris Farley that night. I still feel sick to my stomach about it.
Yeah.
But okie dokie. Yeah, I mean, it was like a kind of a thing where I was like, well, if I can do it tonight, and I could feel the audience going, does he know he's passed? And I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm just I'm Vince McMahon. You're wearing my name is Matt Foley, and I'm a motivational speaker.
I'm wearing a Chris Farley shirt now.
Time is different for everything. But again, we'll see how it all goes. I've been doing so many different things. Nick was talking about. I thought I'd done this for you before, but I hadn't. The voice changing.
The transition, which I love your Instagram. They're almost tutorials.
Yeah.
And you'll go from, how you do Seth Rogen into whomever next. But there are fast transitions, which amaze me because there's a little hint of comedy in each transition to the next impression.
The idea is, for me, when I do those types of things, is entertainment first.
Right.
But if somebody can learn a little something during it, that's where it's a little bit better. So, or gives more value to a person, and that's when they tend to go on. So
so definitely. I mean, all I do is rip off. I mean, years ago there used to be a show called The Copycats. Frank Orshin, Rich Little, a whole bunch of they were all impressionists. They all did skits, and they all they were kind of the ground zero for me starting to do impressions of mine. Are the worst, but I get in the ball.
No, they're good.
But you have an attuned ear. Have you always? What was the first impression that you did that made yourself go, "Wow, I sound like him"?
It was probably a character voice, and it fits into what Nick was talking about. It's Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog here, reporting from the planet Coosbean, right? So Kermit the Frog is here. But what was different about me than other people was I would do Fozzie Bear too. Ah, waka waka waka. Right. So I would do, which is also Bert and Ernie. Oh, Bert, Ernie. Right. So I would do those. Now, Kermit the Frog and Ernie are way up in here. It's a nasal kind of thing. And Fozzie Bear is in the throat. Waka, waka, waka. Right. So if you take Kermit the Frog and you bring it down a little bit, it becomes John C. Reilly. Did you touch my drum set? Did you touch my drum set? So then if you add some air, it becomes Mark Ruffalo.
I see this as an absolute win. I had no idea that was even going to be part of this. That's crazy.
That's great, man.
Look at you
That's
guys.
great.
And
Yeah.
then you bring it down even more, and it becomes Paul Giamatti. I believe that is one of the craziest things I've ever heard on Preston and Steve.
And then if you bring it back up and tighten it again, you go back to John. That was John Madden in there. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, what's he doing?
John Madden's in there. Boom. Making a movie without Frank Caliendo. And then, so if you bring it and tighten it up, it becomes Seth Rogen. I had no idea he was even doing that.
Have you been watching his show? Have you been watching?
No, I haven't been watching.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty good. I guess the studio.
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, by all means.
But I'm fascinated by the impression. So then Paul Giamatti can phase into Heath Ledger, right?
It's very close.
Isn't that
yes,
it?
Yes,
Okay.
I that's where sometimes they get murky for me. I could do Paul Giamatti going, do you want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend. Now, you can bring it down even more and it becomes Jack Nicholson.
Yes.
How did we even, that's from Joker to Joker. 3 of us, and guess what? You win. So there, yes. And if you go Seth Rogen, so John C. Reilly, Seth Rogen, and then Joe Rogan is actually Jamie. Oh my God, pull that up.
That's
that
excellent.
Is crazy. That's nuts. So they're all right in the same.
Has he heard you do that?
Probably.
Yeah.
But all I can really do is, Jamie, pull that up. Oh my God.
That's his line. We've had now Steve, like he said, we'll do impressions and I'm curious if this has ever happened to you, and it's very rare. But Steve, there's been a couple times where your intention was to do Johnny Depp, but you're actually doing Gene Simmons,
Right.
And because there's there's similarities.
Gene Simmons.
Do you ever find yourself doing an impression thinking you're doing another one, or
Yes,
has that ever
and that's where you
happened to
get some of them, right?
Okay.
I mean, you're starting to do one, and you're like, that's actually somebody else. You're like, oh, I do great this person. I do the person I wasn't trying to do, which I think is what you're talking about.
So the when I do Eddie Vedder, which is like this, kind of like that, but Johnny Depp is also
right.
And now I have to work to get out of that to get into Johnny Depp.
Right.
If I start with one, it's hard for me. Like, the way you do it, like on a dime.
Well, because I
would have
practiced
a
them to
whiplash.
get that, because
Yeah.
that's when I first start doing them, they all blend.
Yeah.
When I started doing Bill Walton, who was a friend of mine, I remember being at Berkeley, black as a beard, not connecting in my face. I could smell colors. I could feel sounds. Has there ever been a player better than that left shrimp? Now, see, if you you bring it back in the part of the throat, that's actually it's not that far off with John Madden. So when I first started doing them, they melded together. George W. Bush, Terry Bradshaw, and even Chris Rock aren't that far away. It's just different levels of tightening up the throat and stuff like that.
So it's interesting because I think of, like, you think of your from your nasal passages to your throat to the back of your throat as a musical instrument.
Yes.
You have to be acutely aware of. It's almost like which. On a trumpet, which valve you're going to
just playing. It's just playing the songs. That's kind of how I describe it, too.
Right, yeah.
You're just playing the music, right? How many Christopher Walkens have you heard? Low, high, in the middle.
Yeah.
They're all, but you know who it is. It's the Shatner theory. You can sound like William Shatner just by pausing in the right places.
You know what's a fun one? And is Barkley, and you do a great Barkley, but I think anybody can do it. But I don't know. Barkley sort of seems like he's in his own world. There's not anybody else that kind of sounds like Charles. You know what I mean?
Muhammad Ali. People want to say for Joe Frazier. Joe, you bring it down. That's a little bit right there. People, because the people have told me that when I was on stage. They're like, that's kind of close to Charles Barkley. But Barkley has the South. He has Philly.
Right.
He's got a whole bunch of different, American U.S. dialects that have melded together because of the places he's lived.
Yes.
But there's like that terrible's really, really bad, and everything that's really crazy. And a lot of guys. One of my favorite stories is when I met Charles Barkley. And I never told this story. Did I tell you guys this story?
Let her rip and we'll tell you.
But so When I don't remember if it was the first time when I met Charles or if it was like just a meeting, but it was for the Phoenix Suns charities, and Charles comes up to me. First of all, he's like, "Frank, you got to keep doing me." I'm like, "Why is that?" "Because every time you do it, I end up making more money." I don't even understand why. People hear you do it on the radio. Next thing you know, I get a new commercial for Taco Bell or Weight Watchers, which came out after Taco Bell. So he's like, John Madden wanted to sue you, right? Then I said, I know. I was, because I did these ads a long time ago.
Right.
And I had myself indemnified, but there was Barkley and there was Madden and stuff like that. Now, I didn't tell the story because Charles had never told the story, and I didn't want to ask him about it if it was okay to tell. But then he told it on the Kelsey Brothers podcast. And the only reason I tell it that it was on there is because it's related to Taylor Swift at that point, and that makes my daughter happy that eventually maybe she'll have a chance to be in the same room.
It's all connected.
So... But yeah, he's like, John Madden wanted to sue you. And I had to talk to him about that. And I said, anytime somebody does our voices, that's going to make us more money. It really is. So Barkley was the reason that it all went away.
Wow.
Was because Madden called him and figured it out, but it's reality. It's just parody. I mean, those things were kind of on the edge. So I think that Madden had a point.
Was he the closest you came to having real litigation based on your impression?
It was the only time I took a chance.
Most
of the time I just do straight parody stuff. But people ask me to do things as Morgan Freeman. I'm like, you're going to get sued.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can do it in fun, and I couldn't take money to do it. They've asked me to do help teach AI. But the AI is probably advanced more now. But they're like, can you help us get our AI to a better thing? I go, I'll get sued. They're like, nobody will know and nobody's to sue. I'm like, they'll find out. Yeah. And then I will never work.
No, they will. They scour. So I've been doing stuff with AI, and so I don't run away from it. I want to find out how it works.
Right, sure.
But one thing is clear.
But are you trying to sell something with it?
No.
That's the difference.
That's the difference. One thing is clear. So I look at that. I describe AI when I'm doing it. I did Patrick Swayze.
Here, I'll play it for you. Yeah. This is at the Jersey Shore. They have these tram cars, and they make this announcement that say, "Watch the tram car, please." Mm-hmm. And the idea was that Patrick Swayze was doing the voice of it, and this was it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here. All right, hit it.
Her mama is a whore, and even she knows to watch the tram car.
So that's him from Roadhouse.
Right.
To do that, it's the same thing. Learning how to play the algorithm to get it to how to get it to sound that way. There is something that you as a human will always be able to bring that AI.
Yeah, well, maybe it eventually will, but I even did a thing with Michael Bublé, who I became friends with, and just recorded something he had an AI thing for a pitch thing he was doing, and he said, can you, and he did it with his Canadian accent, could you help me out here? So I did. It was one of those things where it just brings life to it. When you have those Morgan Freeman voiceovers, a lot of times it sounds like, and that's why my friend Andy said something wonderful, and you realize that's not quite the way he would have done it.
Well, you're exactly right. So when I'm doing, to get things, I did the whole Roadhouse, your mama's a whore, and well, is she? And I did this whole elaborate bit. And there were certain words the AI couldn't say.
Right.
And so I had to restructure and pause. You could just say it.
Right.
And that is the what is still, at least, and I'm using some of the most advanced stuff that's out there. I like to dabble and see what's out there. But for purely comedic purposes, it works. But it is a pain in the ass having to reconnoiter and rejigger when I wanted it to say this, and now I have to figure out another way to get it to say the same thing.
Right. And AI doesn't really understand humor because humor is different for everybody, too. It doesn't have timing.
Yeah.
So that's the difficult... That's the most difficult thing with programming that is, and I don't know if AI will ever get there because in an audience, you can do something a certain way and it might not work and you can find it as you're going live.
Right.
Along doing a stand-up show, I find different timing each night depending on the audience and how they're going, how they're receiving stuff. And I might have to start bringing them up and engage them more. And I just don't know if you can do that yet with an AI type of thing.
I want to ask you about this, Frank. I don't know if I ever have before, but I know I follow you on Instagram, and it's wonderful because you'll put celebrities in scenarios that are interesting, like they're playing Batman or they're doing different characters in their voices, which I think is cool. One of the most brilliant things I've ever seen with a voice actor was when the great Mel Blanc in one of the Looney Tunes episodes, it was a rabbit season, duck season, where Daffy pretends to be Bugs and Bugs pretends to be Daffy. It's brilliant when you think about it. This is this character doing an impression of another character.
Right.
Is that something you ever try to pull off?
Yeah, it's happened on accident.
That's got to be so hard.
I've done weird things where, like, this is when I first started out. The first time I recognized that happening, I was going into a Robert De Niro, and then I went into, I am the keymaster, you the gatekeeper. I didn't know if I was here or if I was here. You know, I was in the middle of it, and then I kind of created that somewhere in the middle. You know, is it so? If Robert De Niro was doing that, I am the keymaster, you the gatekeeper. So it's kind of like in the meld, and then so I'm trying to think of something that would be good to do that would be two voices, somebody doing a different one. But it's how do you keep and they have to be different. They have to be different. So when I don't do a great Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck, but you know, Bugs Bunny's that what's up, Doc? It's in there, and then Daffy Duck is duck thieving. So you're doing something. There's something that was more what's that? Sylvester.
Sylvester, yeah.
So you can combine two things. I'm trying to think of two
complex.
things.
It's really complex.
By the way,
two mouth movements.
Yeah.
Because I always tell people the mouth tells you how the person talks, the eyes tell you how the person thinks. So that's why I do a Donald Trump impression. It's like you're looking into an aquarium and mimicking the fish. So you can do just the lips. If you do the lips, people get the lips. But no, if you get the eyes, it brings it to life. It really does, and it's. Now he's starting. Jeff Goldblum's another one. Ooh, yes. Like a what? Like a painting at a haunted house, or Harry Potter, where they can just look around. Ooh, look at you going up the stairs. I'm going to find something. The what? The wand chooses the wizard. It does.
I love your voice impressions, and I know that this is a radio program, but when you do Bush, that's my favorite facial impression that you do.
You look the most like him.
Right. Yeah.
You're contorting. It's not like you're trying to do like Jim Carrey's impressions. Right. Just to solely be facial.
It's just a little bit of, you know. It's just what happens there, man. It's trying to figure it out.
Gruden is like that too, sports guy.
Okay. He's like, I tell you what, man, that's tremendous, man. Little spider, poo, wine, banana. You guys want to open up some boxes on the internet?
And it's funny because they got him going to the Chucky. He's the Chucky doll, right?
Right, yeah.
And I'm like, thank goodness it was Chucky and he embraced the Chucky, because if he's out there going, I'll tell you what, people think I'm strawberry shortcake. That'd be pretty good, right? Strawberry shortcake with friends like orange blossom, lemon meringue. How about that, man? Come on, think about this. Beware of the purple pie man. I'll tell you what, I might know a little too much about strawberry shortcake, raspberry tort. There's a tremendous group. I started doing this thing where, you ever see a person move like an animal? Like like most people tend to move just like a regular everyday person, but like actors sometimes take on these animals, and Gruden is like a rooster, whereas he just walks in and he's like, cock-a-doodle-doo, man. I'll tell you what, I can hear the bacon and eggs going there in the frying pan. One of those might be something from one of my friends. I tell you what, man, the sun came up and so did I. It's going to be a pretty good day right here, man. So it's like,
how many times have you been in the same room as him? Because I know you've done
all
like
the time. Hung out with him a bunch of times.
And he's just like, he's just sitting there laughing.
Yeah, I mean, he's fun. I mean, it's like
he's a good sport.
So the sports people can be tough because they're put on pedestals their entire time, and they're very like serious people. I mean, that's why John Madden didn't like me forever, as he took himself very seriously in terms of that.
You think they're not because of that, they're not used to getting the dings, now and then?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're in their world, I think sports guys get that more. It's locker room kind of camaraderie type of thing.
Do you think you would approve of Nicolas Cage being the guy that's going to
I don't. Yeah, I mean, have I ever told you about this before? Where years ago they wanted me to do a song to film. John Madden was doing a commercial where he was singing. Like chestnuts on roasting on open fire. And I'm like, he doesn't like me. They're not going to want me to do this. And they're like, no, just come and audition. I'm like, you know what? Why don't you pay me for the audition? Because you're going to love it. I mean, I'm not usually an egomaniac, but I'm like, I'm not wasting my time for this. I'm the guy that everybody knows that does this. Yeah. If you want to give me $1,000 at the time, I was like, that's what I asked for. I go, give me $1,000. This is 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And I will record for it. They're like, you're crazy. They couldn't find anybody. They bring me in. I'm like, chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Jack Frost nipping at your nose. And they're like, that's unbelievable. This is going to be so great. He's going to love it. I'm like, we'll see. They didn't use it. In the commercial, it's him going, chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Not even close.
Wow.
So with the Nicolas Cage, I don't know. I'd known Nicolas Cage was going to be, it was originally, I guess, going to be Will Ferrell. There was talk of that. And then Hugh Jackman they talked about as Madden. And now Nicolas Cage, which this was what we teased the other day, was they called me. My agent called me and goes, the director and Nicolas Cage want to do a Zoom with you to work on the John Madden voice and stuff. And I was like, no. They're like, he's like, what do you mean? No. I'm like, I don't want to do a Zoom with Nicolas Cage. I want to hang out with Nicolas Cage. I want to be, ride sidecar with the Ghost Rider and dance. That's what I want to do. I want to do, we're in the mirror world. That's what I want to do, right? I want to have that Leslie Stahl walk and talk at his house type of 60 Minutes dealio. Here's my monitor lizard. Have him showing me his animals, right? Like he's got those exotic animals. Like, here, I've named him Pat Summerall. What would John Madden say if he were here? I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. Boom. So, and I think with him, I could teach Nicolas Cage. I don't know if he's got it. Maybe they watch me. Maybe they just watch it from mention him. But Josh Brolin used me for the movie W. He and Oliver Stone watched a bunch of me. Oh, wow.
So you were helping give him insight into how to do the voice?
They didn't. They just watched me. Brolin told me he just watched me. Yeah. So, and I told you this part, right? Didn't I tell you?
No.
Oh, maybe years ago. When I was at a Comic-Con, Ace Comic-Con out in Seattle. I took my daughter there for her 13th birthday, and she was a huge Marvel fan at the time, massive. And we had the same agency as Josh Brolin. I knew he would kind of know who I was,
right?
Because he talked about me in an interview. So we go through just the regular picture line. We get to skip to the front and stuff like that. I kind of use my D-list celebrity to do that. So we go through and take a picture with Josh Brolin. My wife and me, my daughter did one separately. My wife and I are just standing there, and the look on Josh Brolin's face. I'll try and pick it up, find it on my camera roll for you guys later. But the look on his face is like, why do I know this guy? Right? So then I come back later, and they set it up for me to hang out and meet Josh Brolin for a few minutes with my daughter and my wife. And they said, here's the caveat, here's the problem. He's going to be with Chris Evans at the time. I'm like, I'll deal with it. Yeah, we'll make that. We'll try and make that work. So we get in there, and I'm talking to Brolin for a few minutes where, they have those pipe and drape things where people come in and walk. They're taking a little break. I come in, and Brolin's like, no, I knew it was you. And I can't believe it. He goes, that is me. In that movie, that's me doing you. He goes, that whole movie is me doing you. And Chris Evans goes, wait a second, what's going on here, man? And I was like, I just stood quiet, and he goes, this guy helped me with a movie role. I don't really do a Josh Brolin other than I am inevitable.
Right.
Evans is like, what are you, who is this guy? Why is he here? And Brolin's like, he helped me with a movie role. And Evans like, what role? I'm like, Thanos. And he's like, wait, what? You're blowing my mind, man. What are you talking about, dude? What is this here? And he's like, and he goes, no, it was W and that stuff. And he goes, wait a second, who are you? And then he goes, I said, Frank Caliendo. He goes, oh, my God. Wow. You're Frank Caliendo. Hey, do some Madden. And he's doing, do Belichick, do Madden. Yeah. He starts having me do that stuff. My 13-year-old daughter is going crazy because Captain America knows who I am and is a fan.
Oh,
so
wow.
And she, she knew the difference between Captain America and Chris Evans. I didn't, but she did. So then after that, we get done, and he's like, yeah, take pictures. We got to take pictures. So we take the pictures. We get done. We walk out, and my daughter's like, this is the greatest day of my life. I'm like, well, it's all downhill from here, kid. It's not going to get any better. I don't know if any other Avengers know sports that well. So, because that's what a lot of people know me from the most. Yeah. So then Evan sees me after he takes another break, and he's talking. He's like, hey, Frank, come over here, man. And he goes, you going to be here for a while? What's going on? All this kind of stuff. And then he had to go back. They called him back because he had to do more pictures for the people who were actually there for the event. And my daughter goes, that was even better. I go, why? She goes, because he didn't have to talk to you right there. Oh. And she's like, he saw you again, called you over and said, can we talk some more? And started talking about the weekend and stuff like that. She goes, it did just get better. And I was the coolest dad for about a year and a half.
That's cool.
And then it was over.
Yeah. Hey, doesn't she do some impressions?
Yeah, she does. She can do some brewing. My kids can both. They're They're both pretty. My son will do all sorts of mimicry and stuff like that. But my daughter wants to be in PR. My daughter wants to be behind. I took her to CAA, the agency, which is a giant agency. It's funny because she just texted me last night. They were watching Suits LA.
Yeah.
And she goes, that looks like CAA. And my wife is like, what? She goes, the agency, the CAA. It looks like they're walking around in CAA in LA. And my wife didn't know what to talk about. They looked it up, and she was. And Stephen Amell we saw Stephen Amell, who plays the character in that, and we talked. He's a big sports fan too. We met him and talked to him for a little bit. So it's funny how sports can do that. Like some of these.
They just canceled that, by the way.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah,
well, it's because they didn't have me in it.
Well, they didn't have you in it.
Maybe I should have done some Robert Downey Jr. and saved it like I saved the Earth. With 14 million possibilities. I don't remember the exact number, which isn't very Tony Stark of me.
Right. Let me ask you, you talk about obviously finding voices to other voices. What has proven to be the most elusive of the majors that people expect you to get that you can't get to? Because sometimes vocal register just won't let you get there.
Yeah, I can't do any female voices.
Okay.
I could do a cartoony kind of female voice. They all end up sounding like Marge Simpson, though. That
right.
That type of thing, which down is Yoda, right? So those are close. I'm trying to think of, if you haven't heard me do it, I can't. I've been trying to figure out Jack Black recently.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Dude, it's there.
Yeah.
Legend of the Kung Fu Panda. It's
That's
in
pretty
that.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets there, but that's more the cartoony. It's not his regular everyday voice, which I'm trying to hit. And I find these weird ones that I don't know where to use yet. So like Leonardo DiCaprio, like I can take him from Wolf of Wall Street that, 5 years ago, when I first started at Stratton Oakmont, I knew, that type of thing.
Yeah.
I have a Saul Goodman from, did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do. Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. And I even have Odenkirk's laugh I did with him on TV one time. I was like, so it's fun. There's some that are just very close that I can do short things. Like if I do The Rock, it's in there.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart, let's talk about with DraftKings. So I can do little
You got
things.
bits, yeah.
But bringing them to longer just takes time. And I talk like with the Morgan Freeman. If I just get consistently and constantly go, yes. And then you play with the truth of the matter is, finally you figure out a way to make your way through it. Like with The Walk, they walk through 500 miles of the fifth air slap. I can't even imagine in those high heels. And maybe I just don't want to. So it's those types of things that, how do you take it? And I've talked to other people. Some people call it being fluent in that voice. How do you take from just being able to do a sound bite, like a radio producer pressing a button on a keyboard, to just cling? You do that a lot. Like when you were doing the captain,
right,
and you could
yeah.
even do more probably. But it's just when you do that thing where you just add to what somebody's talking about, and it's almost a sound effect.
Yeah,
I like those because growing up watching Robin Williams, it was just him going quickly into, and it's like Jack on the side going, "How's that sound, man?" And he didn't even do a killer Jack Nicholson.
Right.
He just went into it quick and out. That's more what I wanted to be. But I got pretty good at some of these impressions, so I lengthened them out.
You're rapid fire top.
Yeah.
Let me ask you: have you ever lost a voice?
Yes. Yeah, if I don't do them for a while. Like I used to do, this is a little more obscure maybe for this audience and a younger audience too, but I used to be able to do Bob Uecker really well. But then I did Rod Roddy on The Price is Right on Mad TV. That was, come on down. Yeah, the next contestant on The Price is Right. Right, so I had that, but I lost Uecker because of that, because the muscle memory to Rod Roddy took it away.
Wow.
And I can't get back to just a bit outside. So it's still Rod Roddy. I can't even find it.
That's wild.
Those are the types of things that are a little bit elusive. And then there's the other thing, if I don't practice a voice for a while, or if I do it too much, or I get lazy with it. I've heard people that do, like some of the people who do the best impressions in the world. Everybody has like 2 or 3 when they're known that get you either more famous or pigeonholed, or both.
Yeah.
But people, and you hear somebody do it and you're like, they're not doing it as well as they used to. And that same thing happens to me. It's just because you're not concentrating on. I listened to a couple of my Barclays along the way, and I was like, it's getting off. I got to start practicing. I've got to listen to him really, really do it. I got to make sure, first of all, and anytime he says, first of all, next month, it's going to be a bunch of crap after it. It's not going to be, it's like, first of all, Ernie, and you saw when those guys did that, when Shaq, he's been drinking the olive oil shots, and it hit him, and he had to run to the bathroom.
Right,
you see that in the
right.
middle of the show? It's like, oh, boy. And Barkley's like, he's got to take a Shaq, man. This is really, really bad. Jack's got to get rid of something. But
my God.
I listen to some of those voices. Even my Morgan Freeman I'll listen to sometimes, which is one of the ones people really know me for, or Madden or something like that, or Gruden. I'm like, it's getting off a little bit. I'm just, because I turn it into more of a character. And you start getting used to the character, which is more fun than just doing the point blank impression.
Yeah.
Like Will Sasso doing Kenny Rogers. Hi, I'm Kenny Rogers. And it's a jackass. It was not even close to Kenny Rogers anymore, but it was way funnier and way more fun.
Friggin' loved it.
And that was the best part of it.
All right, well, listen, we do have to take a break. Frank Caliendo is here. You're going to hang out for a little bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we'll come back, we'll hang, we'll chat, we'll do this thing. We're
Do the
having
show.
a damn
Do the
good
show.
time with Mr. Caliendo. And by the way, follow him on Instagram, and you will get this stream regularly, taken in places that go all over and are just a blast. So make sure you look up Frank Caliendo. That's exactly it, his handle on Instagram. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so stay put. We'll return shortly, friends.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
It's got music.
He's dancing.
Oh, look at his shoes.
Oh, wait, I can't see.
He's got light-up shoes.
Those are great. What do they call those?
Light up shoes. Oh my God, they're silver and they have like LED lights around the soles of both shoes.
And those aren't like, what were the ones that you got when you were a kid that had just like the back of them would light up?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
these
when you
are
would
much
step-
better.
No, these are like on all the time. There's probably an on-off button right on the inside of the shoe.
And they change colors and they go all the way around the sole of the shoe, like all the way around. Casey, I love those.
I love it too.
You have to wear those a lot more often.
I know,
Like the
I know.
Sixers games and stuff.
So when did you get those?
Last week.
That's still show and tell.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Did you get
What?
it for show and tell?
What war is that from?
This is the Civil War. This is the end of the Civil War. This is what caused the end of the Civil War.
It was too easy to shoot people in the dark.
Casey, sit back on your chair, kick your feet up so we can see those. If you can. Look at that. Wow.
And
Dude,
do you like
I love those.
Do you hit the button and they'll change colors or they'll flash?
He was just cycling through the different things he can do. How, if I may ask, Case, how much for something like that?
$37.99.
That's nothing.
Up.
I sent Marissa
Straight from China.
The link. Yes. I mean on the box.
Yeah.
Made in China.
Made in China.
China, Texas, though.
Thank you.
Next week, they'll be dead.
They'll be dead, yeah.
But this is worth $37 for the
Totally.
So, thank you, Instagram. You know me so well. Instagram showed me these things, and I was like, okay, let me go to, because the ones that caught my eye were American flag ones.
Oh, I like those for your birthdays, the 4th of July.
But they didn't have them in my size.
So how about the Chinese flag?
No, I didn't. They didn't have a Chinese flag either. But when I went to the site, they had these ones, obviously like super shiny silver, but they had like goldish ones, and I was like, well, I got to get the silver ones because silver goes with more.
Well,
than
let me
gold.
tell you something. These are excellent. Those are excellent. Preston, that's...
I love them. Is it okay if I get a pair?
Absolutely.
Okay,
That's why I'm showing
You
it to
guys can walk around at night along the boardwalk?
Yeah.
Yes. And then, so I sent Marissa the link. She can share that if you want.
What kind of battery does it take?
Oh, so it charges. So here's
Okay.
You have to run really fast.
Yeah, you gotta run really, really fast. Runs
They're
on kinetic energy.
exercise
No, so it runs like this. It's got a
And when
battery on the inside.
You run that right to your pacemaker?
Run right to the pacemaker, and you're good to go.
Oh, that's excellent.
Casey, do you mind if I ask how much they cost?
$35.
Oh, you said
$37.99.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, $38. That's awesome.
Yeah.
One other question.
Yeah.
Can you strut around the room one more time?
Hell yeah, I got
With the music.
Is our camera picking these up? I hope so, man. Because that is the best, dude.
They're
Casey.
awesome. They're really awesome.
Thank you. Dude, we should all get them. We should have show light up shoes.
I agree.
I will get them.
agree.
I'll
I
gladly
like it.
get them.
And then, Kathy, you could teach us a little short dance routine.
Oh, man.
All right, here's the deal, though.
Whatever our next live event is, we have to do
We
that.
have to order the shoes at the same time so they all fail
work.
at the same...
So they all work at least for a week.
Yeah. Yeah, because within a week, they'll be dead.
garbage.
By the way, this is my second pair of light up shoes.
Well, you know what? I think because Jace has a pair. He wore them like twice, and then he was like,
Like the
"Meh."
regular blinkies?
No. He has what Casey has, and I feel like you told me. You sent me the link, and that's why I ordered them.
Okay, wait. Of these, like this style,
not like
Well, 'cause
metallic like that.
The
but
other
yeah.
ones that I have they're a cloth white shoe, and the whole shoe lights up with these LED lights.
Okay.
And they're really, really cool.
How much are those?
Probably the same. Those might have been like 50. But even
do you remember the gloves you could get where the fingertips would all light up? That's what that sounds like.
So, I mean, listen, the whole battery and LED technology is just taking fashion to a whole nother.
Absolutely.
Our fashionista.
The high fashion.
All right, I brought something very old. Casey brought something brand new.
And Nick has a troika.
And we are playing show and tell.
All right, Nick. Show the class what you have.
Or the lights going off.
Can you dance?
Or has been used in a pitch battle during a war.
Very little dancing, but I do have 3 things. 2 of them are related and from my childhood. The third is something that I've referenced on the show many times, and so I'll start with that.
How is it?
It's my 1984 Topps traded.
Oh my God!
Doc Gooden autographed rookie baseball card.
Wow.
And
was this a Hampton Inn?
This was the George Washington Motor Lodge right off of 202. There's a Home Depot there now. Doc Gooden and Darryl Strawberry were there signing autographs. It was $8 a pop to get their autographs.
And how much is it worth now?
At least $4. I don't know. I bet you if I could find a Mets fan who was willing to buy it, I could probably sell it. But at the time, I bought it. I bought it from Classic Collectibles in the Gateway Shopping Center, and it cost me $30 to buy, and then I paid $8 more for the autograph.
Well, and at this point, you have to keep it. I mean, it's part of
Oh, yeah.
what
It's
you're
part
known
of the
for
legend.
here.
It is mint condition.
So you have Darryl Strawberry, and do you have Doc Gooden as well?
Well, this is the Doc Gooden.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So this is the Doc Gooden, and by the way, on the front of it says Dwight Gooden, and on the back it says Dwight Gooden, but he signed it Doc Gooden. So
that might make it more worthwhile.
Yeah,
He signed it with his nickname.
Topps put out a few different collections every year.
Yeah.
So they would put out like their normal baseball card set, and then they would put out like rookies sets or traded collections or limited or whatever. This was a Topps traded, which made it a little bit more rare and a little bit more collectible.
Why is it not worth much? Did Doc just fizzle out as a baseball player?
That had part to do with it, but in large part, it's just the glut of baseball cards that came out in the 80s and the early 90s. There was this. It was
like cash.
Well, it was kind of like Bitcoin at the time or whatever. I mean, people spent so much money. There was an investment dollar figure attached to it, but I don't know if these things were ever worth that. But people were willing to pay for that, so that's what they cost at the time. So it's my very classic 1984 Doc Gooden signed baseball card.
Right.
And I knew this was going to happen when I saw Nick's stuff. Because when we originally talked about this, I had something, and when we said we were going to do it, I couldn't remember. I remember what.
You remember what it is?
I remember what it is.
All right, well, we'll do this again.
All right.
Yeah, if we do it again, I know what it is.
I just thought of something now. I thought of something that I have to fix it, but I'll bring it in.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Nick, what else do you have?
So the other two are interrelated, and I don't know if you guys ever had this book, but I got this when I was probably 5 or 6 years old. It's called My Book About Me.
Oh my God, I have that.
Okay, so Casey, you and I are the same age.
Yeah.
And it's a Dr. Seuss book. It's Dr. Seuss and Roy McKee, and basically they ask you 150 questions about yourself, and you fill them in as a 5 or 6 year old.
See, my book was, I think I got ripped off. My book is my book about Nick McElwain.
Oh, yeah.
Weird. You didn't even know him.
I didn't even know him then.
But
That's great.
I was, you could do some drawings. So here's a drawing of a son.
So cute.
And a
then
hamburger.
A guy. No, Preston. That's not a hamburger.
Hang on.
Wait,
Let me see if I can guess what that is.
Airplane?
No.
I think it's
Bus.
the ocean.
No.
Wait, look.
It's a guy with a lot of eyes and noses.
Okay.
Wait, how do you remember that?
Because I remember going over this with my mom at one point, and she,
Okay.
it was a
Nick
big
doesn't
deal.
have many childhood memories.
Yeah.
He just recalls one or two.
I had to write them down. First of all, there's one thing you should know. Am I a boy or am I a girl? Well, I'll tell you. I am a ... boy.
Yay!
I weigh 60 pounds. How tall am I? 4 feet.
How giant is my head?
I counted my teeth. I have 13 up top. I have 11 downstairs. You draw your hand, so it's little things like that.
Is that book still available? I think that's an adorable concept because I want to fill it out.
That's my hair color. See, I drew it. I had a little bit blonder hair when I was a young boy. And so that's blonde with some little bit of brunette there.
Yeah.
How old were you at the time?
I think
You were
5 or
doing the ombre look before it became popular.
I think it was 5 or 6, but there are some pop culture references on here.
Okay.
Like including my favorite song, Where in the World I Would Like to Live. Here's my address.
What's your
growing up.
favorite song?
Where'd you say, where would you like to live? Both of them. Answer both questions.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where would I like to live? I got to go back to that one.
All right.
Somewhere Hawaii, the beach.
I live in the United States. I circled the United States, and then I played tic-tac-toe on that page. Okay. And then England apparently made the list.
And then
what song? I want to hear. I want to hear your favorite song. Oh no! Oh my God!
Wow. All the way back then. I know you will.
On Amazon for $10.
That's adorable.
It is 60 steps from my tree to the mailbox. My favorite color back at the time was red. Apparently, I owned 170 buttons.
Wow.
You would go around and get autographs from people in your life. So
like Doc Gooden.
Yeah, right. Maybe that's what started it. My Aunt Ann signed it. My Uncle Michael signed it. Our mailman, Ralph K. Lapp, signed
Your
it. Your
mailman.
Yeah. I got a policeman's autograph. I got an autograph of a man with a beard.
Don't you think that's amazing for a kid to do that? To basically be interviewed, but to talk about, to be able to express what they're experiencing. It's cool.
Yeah, it was really fun, and I'm glad that I found it. I don't know if it was in my mom's house or in my house when I moved or whatever, but I like to collect leaves, rocks, food. There you go, food, cans, and autographs.
So this is okay. What else do you, Nick? What else do you have for the class?
Well, all right. So I was trying
If
to
you're
find
just tuning in, this is a show and tell. On
Well, you do the
Preston
next
Steak
item.
Show.
Give me, and I'll look through it and see if I can find anything.
And if I were to get a birthday present that year, and I know that I didn't get it, but what I wanted was more than anything in the world, a BMX bike.
Wow,
that's a good one.
One of the questions: what kind of woman are you attracted to?
That's a good one.
And then this is just something that was. We can go over it if you want, but it's an autobiography that I wrote of myself in 6th grade. So I used sort of that as inspiration or whatever.
A Nick in Time.
The title of it is
great title.
A Nick in Time, yeah. And
All
I
right.
believe I had to write the title page, Casey, had to appear in perfect cursive.
Wow.
So that's where I did that. So these guys were stored next to each other.
Read a little bit of that if you would.
All
please.
right.
I'd like to hear
the dedication.
some of it.
Okay.
Call me Ishmael.
Chapter 1. Although I've only been alive for 11 years and 11 months, I think I've had an interesting life so far. I know that I've been lucky to do many things and go many places and have had opportunities that other children have not had.
You wrote this?
Yeah.
Wow.
I am thankful for the good. I had a ghostwriter.
Yeah.
Okay. I am thankful for these good things and also for being a part of a strong, loving family. Well, that's nice. My family background is rather unusual. My mother is Irish and Italian. Her mother's parents, my maternal great-grandparents, were born in Ireland and came to America in the early 1920s. I knew both of my great-grandparents, Martha and James Kelly, and I got to spend quite a bit of time with them when I was a baby before they died.
That's very good writing.
Really
And
well written.
do you mention the raisins and the meatballs, which I'm a fan of?
I don't, but here's an interesting fact. I think I may have mentioned this on the air at one point. This is about my mom, Kelly. She did whatever jobs she could, waitressing, house cleaning, caring for other children, and she got a job as a cashier for the Acme supermarket near her home in Elkins Park, Pennsylvania. She made $17.50 a week with the Acme and raised 4 daughters.
Wow.
Her second daughter, Martha, was my mother's mother. She died of cancer when she was 47 before I was born. I'm sorry I never knew her. I think we really would have liked each other.
Is she Nick? Is she the aunt that said cassette?
That was my dad's mom.
Oh, okay.
Had the cassette player, yeah. So there's also all sorts of different chapters in here. And
That you have that is so freaking wonderful.
Here's a picture of me when I was 5 months old. I'll hold it for the camera. But Casey, you mentioned the big head.
Oh my God. Oh, I thought that was a jack-o'-lantern.
And look at how tiny you have written quite a bit of text in this book.
Oh, is that
Nick.
typed?
Oh, it's typed. Okay, I couldn't tell from here.
So,
well, this is written, but the portion of the autobiography is typed.
And your mom held on to this?
Yeah.
See, I think if my mom had been around, I think she would have had a story.
Yeah, I've kept a lot of stuff like that my kids
I think
have.
moms are probably.
Oh my God! Here's my dog from 1986, Tugger.
Tugger.
As a puppy, and then
It's a picture, right? He's not in there.
Yeah, and then here's. Oh my God! He's still in
God! Oh my God!
And here's me, my mom, and my 2 brothers at Disney World in the spring of 1985 with another dog, Pluto.
Hey, Nick, has your son, has Ben seen this?
He's not.
Oh.
No, I think we'll
blow
share it
his
this
mind.
weekend.
Yeah.
Wow.
I want to go through that. I want to look at Tugger.
Because I told you, my dad, he spoke.
At the 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. By the way, just to reiterate, coolest teacher of the year, the school that we randomly chose is Collingswood High School. So you guys get to vote till about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let us know which teacher was your favorite or did something really cool. And you can text the word teacher to 610-660-9333, and we'll send you the voting link, and we'll find out tomorrow morning who won. We had John Jacobs from North Montco Tech who won this morning, which is cool. And Frank Caliendo is with us. Were you going to mention something? Or?
No. I'm just taking a sigh of joy.
How were you?
I thought you were going to go John Jacobs, Jingleheimer Schmitz. Hey, that's my name too.
Yes, we already were told. In fact, apparently,
did you do that earlier?
He gets that a lot. Yeah.
See, that's why I'm right on the same wavelength, guys.
Hey, speaking of teachers, though, were you a joy or a nightmare for teachers?
I was pretty good, actually.
Yeah?
I was real quiet when I was younger, and then when I started to break out of my shell a little bit, teachers would tell my parents that I was a leader in teacher conferences.
Oh, really?
And like I could sense the room. I could read the audience. I remember being in Spanish class, and I could see around the room and just get the feeling when something wasn't sinking in. And I remember asking questions of the teacher to try and get the point across in a different way.
Oh.
So I was kind of understanding it.
It's
and
pretty
I
evolved.
could feel, I mean, it's the one time where I felt like I was fairly smart.
Did you grow up where you live now in Arizona?
No, I grew up in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, so I was a suburb of Milwaukee.
Were you Tempe now?
Yeah, Tempe. Yeah, my kids go to ASU. They would go 15 minutes away.
Wow.
2 turns out of our house to the dorms for my daughter.
So you weren't class clown?
No, I actually won second funniest person in high school senior year. Kevin Hoops won the thing.
Hoops?
Hoops. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
What's he doing now?
Who cares? He's not on Preston and Steve, I'll tell you that much.
Did you have the thing? Because I had it, as I was, because I was always moved around because they were always redistricting where I lived. So I was in multiple schools within the same area. It was annoying as hell. So I was always kind of the newer kid in school. And so what I would do is I would give lines to people to say because I didn't really, I didn't know a lot of people. And so, and then I started to come out of the shell a little bit and do stuff. Did that occur at all in school, or did it happen?
I would do like impressions of teachers and friends.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, so that was a little bit. In high school, I broke out a little bit. I was a catcher in baseball too, so I would talk to the hitters.
Okay,
that was a big thing. I would mess around with the hitters, and I worked at an indoor baseball softball place, and I would give out tokens as Robin Williams. Something like, "Oh my goodness, who knew? How are we gonna do? Get 5 for $4 instead of 4 for $4? You're making yourself a deal. Who? Okay." So I would just do that type of stuff, and people are like, "Where are you gonna go with this?" I'm like, "I don't know. We'll see what happens."
And that's no place to be.
Yeah, my brother, which in West Virginia, same thing. But my brother used to throw batting practice to this guy named Craig Counsell, who's now the manager for the Cubs, was the manager for the Brewers, won 2 World Series.
Wow.
We won the 1988 AAU National Championship 14 and under baseball team, baseball championships in Urbandale, Iowa. And on the 18 and under team was Craig Counsell.
Wow.
So I used to do, and Craig would always look at me. He's a very serious type of guy. He'd be like, "Are you being funny right now or what? I can't tell if these are jokes or what."
Was that ever because everybody wants to be, you want to be an athlete at some
I want to be a
point,
baseball player. My dad was a minor league baseball player.
Oh, man.
That's
when
what
did
I
you
wanted to
stop playing?
I went to college. I was going to play a Division II school.
All right.
And then I was in calculus, and I had a night class of calculus with a European teacher I could barely understand. And I was like, I got to concentrate a little bit. I'm never going anywhere in baseball.
Yeah, but never like a men's like wooden bat league, because I played in one like 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. And
it is.
No,
It is.
I had a lot of friends that did that. I knew I was done.
Yeah.
I knew I had a torn ACL. And
for a catcher, that sucks.
Yeah, and my back was bad. I just didn't want to do it anymore. I loved it when I was playing, and I think it was a way to bond with my dad type of thing. Field of dreams, let's have a catch type of thing, but no cornfield.
Real quick, did you still have a relationship with Craig Counsell at all?
I think he would know who I am.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't talked to him in a long, long time.
He scored the winning run in the '97 World Series.
Yeah. No, he's had amazing moments. I taught him that weird batting stance.
He does
No,
have
I'm
weird
lying about that.
Oh, man, I was going to say.
No.
That's amazing.
No, but it's I could get away with so many lies. Like people do that about me. I'll have people tell my brother stuff. They won't even know. I'll be in town in Milwaukee, and my brother would be like, "Yeah, heard some more rumors about you with a teacher. You ever get with a teacher?" No, no. Well, there's someone says they think the teacher. I don't know if that's a good. That's a great story that I wish I had, but I'll tell you what, no. Nothing.
It just happened in my high school.
It was like I'm talking like a college professor. So I shouldn't have made it as
where
creepy.
it's legal.
Yeah. I realized that halfway through, and I thought we were going to gloss over it, and then you brought it to terrible, really, really bad, really bad. No.
What were we talking about?
It's making up rumors, but I hear things about myself all the time, and my brother will hear it, and just because they don't know he's sitting there or who he is, and he'll be like, "Man, people talk about you like they know you, and they have no idea that like a lot of people lie." Because in Milwaukee, there's a few places where I am not A-list famous, but a high, high level of fame.
Picture on the wall, like at the diner, stuff like that.
It's like, when you're local and people know you, it's just it's a different thing. But it's funny how many people claim to have grown up around me, and I'm pretty good at remembering stuff, and so is my brother.
Yeah.
Like, did you ever? That's not a story that ever. I wish that happened, but that's not.
It's funny because we talk about, obviously you have a whole other degree. You're very self-deprecating, but you're well known, and we have radio, which is really nice. A radio sort of bit of notoriety, I'll say that, but I mean, have you ever felt, because sometimes when you're around and you see like a real celebrity, somebody who's really, like we've had Kevin Costner in here or whatever, and security has to come and check the building the day before. Have you ever been, seen a little bit of that in your own life? Have you ever had someone who became too much of a fan? Because, at the height of Mad TV.
No, I think here's the thing. And I think the NFL on Fox was probably bigger for me than anything.
It was probably,
I was presented and present myself, and I am just kind of a regular person. I don't like that kind of stuff.
Right.
I wouldn't want to, I don't know. I think I've even been detrimental to my own career by not trying to be Hollywood starish. I think just being... I get more people saying, "I met you and you're just kind of a regular person." I'm like, "I'm sorry." Yeah. They're like, "No, it's great because you don't present yourself. You don't need extra stuff."
Right.
I mean, not that I won't try and use it once in a while for something like with the Avengers thing. This is another thing I walked myself into by being known just enough. Chris Hemsworth, my daughter, we were hanging out with Chris Hemsworth at one of those Ace Comic-Cons.
Yeah.
To the point where people were coming in, taking pictures, and I've never seen anything. Women would walk in and faint when they saw me and Chris Hemsworth. And I think it had something to do with Chris Hemsworth, but I think it was the two of us.
You can't be sure.
Is it me or you?
Yeah. Twins.
Who did that? Yeah.
But then Chris Hemsworth took a picture. I was like, "Man, I know people think you're good looking and stuff, but you are very funny." And he's like, "Oh, well, let's take a picture together." Yeah. So he takes the picture of us, and my daughter then, I didn't even think about it. She goes, "You're in his camera roll."
Wow.
You're in Chris Hemsworth's camera roll. I was like, okay. So,
you've had to have had pitches to have to work in reality television at some time or another, right?
yeah, they wanted me to do Celebrity Wife Swap at one point. Yeah, they wanted us to do our family.
That show?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Because I had a manager at the time who wanted me to do it. He's like, "This is a great opportunity." And I was like, "No, absolutely not. I don't want to do that." And then I started thinking, you know what? Maybe I got to find way back into some TV and do some stuff.
Right.
Okay. Then they started pitching it to me. Turns out we were the hillbilly family. We were the hillbilly family to switch out with a New York City supermodel, which sounded great, but also sounded like it would end in divorce for me.
Yes,
not because the lady would like me, because my wife would just be so mad at me. But my wife was like, "We should do that." I'm like, "Well, first of all, kids are young.
Yeah.
I don't like that idea." And when I found out we were the hillbilly, I'm like, I can't imagine how this is going to be edited to make us. Because they thought I've done pretty well, especially being around NFL Hall of Famers all the time and stuff like that. I've been elevated in certain sports things and the corporate comedy world where I don't really even have to work most of the time. I'm very lucky.
Right.
And my wife makes it so I have to work. Son and daughter. My son some, but my wife and daughter really make it so I have to work.
Yeah.
But it's I'm at a point where I pick and choose what I really want to do and to get motivated, which is so great about what I'm doing right now. I have been motivated. But yeah, I don't want to go to a situation and have them make me and my family look bad, especially when the kids are like 12, 15, 14 years old. I go, that's the tough thing I have. A lot of this world is about presenting your entire family in front of you and what's your everyday life. And I've just never been. I was talking to Billy Gardell about this in Pittsburgh the other day. He's like, I'm a kind of guy who doesn't do that sort of thing. I like to just do your show, that type of thing. I'm like, I just want to do the show. Now, radio's a little different because you guys get into pieces of your life, but there's stuff you hold back. But a lot of the people who do hugely on the podcasts, even podcast like Bert Kreischer, his whole life is out there. It's like he's the biggest. He and Segura, two of the biggest comedy acts out there. Bobby Lee, but they're giving away information about themselves that I've got terrible things that have happened. I'm like, I just don't want anybody to know that. And I'm also envious of them that they can share those types of things. Yeah. But for me, I just go, I don't know. My kids have had problems with anxiety as it is. Yeah. I just keep it out, and it's different for everybody.
I think it's a personal call. It was a couple of years ago, a number of years ago, when there was a more reality show production in the area. They came to us, I think, twice with doing a reality show. It was behind the scenes at the radio show, and I was like, "This is it. This is what. Right. There's nothing inflammatory. There's nothing, combative. There's nothing that's some dark, secrets.
You'd end up engineering something. You'd have to make up stuff to make the conflict. And then it would be contests to solve things in your own office. Yeah. And you're going, because you have to weigh things. And sometimes those things can pay off hugely, but a lot of times it can go the opposite way. And I was never willing to risk that part. I've seen too many people where they risk the human side of their lives and it doesn't work out, and you've just gambled your whole life away. And it was too important to me.
If you're a professional gurner or you hunt for snapping turtles with your own tongue, then you could probably benefit from a reality show. Right. But anything else, I think, is going to erode that. And we've talked about this recently, about how social media, if used where you're constantly up and putting stuff up about your life, the concept of the celebrity with the big halo glow on them has been diminished because we're seeing everybody in real world terms and going, oh, that guy goes to.
Well, you know what I wouldn't mind? Doing a reality show on a search for a cheesesteak.
We were talking about this. Casey told us,
I was trying everything. Last night, because I was originally supposed to go to a Phillies game. I wanted to go to the Phillies game yesterday. We were trying to make that happen. But by the time you have 4 guys, 3 people on the road with me, and we would have had to leave Pittsburgh at 10. We had a show that didn't actually end up getting over until 11 that night. And then we would have tried to drive a couple hours to get a hotel. And then I have to get 3 other guys up to get to a noon type of thing or 1 p.m. It was never going to happen. Yeah. I was like, I looked at reality, and then reality looked back at me and said, not going to happen. I was like, there's just no way to do that. But we tried to get into town, and we tried, can I say it? We tried to get Angelo's, which is closed today anyways, I guess. So I was going to try and get it this morning then, because we were leaving a little bit later. Because my son had been here to Philly, and he's like, Angelo's is the place to go to. He goes, but there's going to be a line. Right. And I was like, well, we're going to try. So we get into town. I'm trying to call. It's just so busy, you can't even get through to call. Right. And you talked about Jim's being another fantastic one. So we weren't even really worried about where we're trying to get, but my son had this, Angelo's when he was in town. And I was like, well, maybe I can, pig myself out and just do a bunch of things. And that's when they realized there'd never been a sub better for, a Philly sandwich better than that for Frank Caliendo. Like I could go in there and just do a whole bunch of voices. Why can't you throw some fried onions on there? It's going to be so good. And I'm doing it right now for the next time I come into town, you can tell.
You're
Robert County Jr. for Angelo's. I know you guys are doing your own. John Gruden, I'll tell you what, let's break it down, man. We could do Barstool Pizza review, but we're doing this with Philly cheesesteak. I tell you what, man, it doesn't get any better than this.
You know who loves Angelo's? The last time he was in town was Pacino. I heard he.
Oh, yeah. I took a bite. It tasted good. Somebody said, "You done?" I said, "No. I'm just getting warmed up." It's very good. It's very good, huh? Can you open this morning just for us? No, you don't have to. You know why? Because you're doing well. You're doing very well.
So do you guys, I mean, it's personal preference, though, too, a lot of the time, right?
We just had the conversation.
Can you have it again so I can have some salivation? Can we Pavlov it?
There is a core sandwich, that a cheesesteak that is, it's the whiz, it's the onions, it's the deal. And that is a classic, but I think we all have variations on it. So you either have a Philadelphia cheesesteak, the classic, or you have a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
That can be other items.
I didn't even realize there was a differentiation.
But you know what? Like, I'm telling you, because we're from here and we have eaten many cheesesteaks and we have seen many cheesesteaks, that I can tell just by looking at the video that the Angelo steak is just. I haven't tried it yet.
Really?
I did the same thing. Like, I went to
what? You don't want temptation.
I could tell just by looking at it that it's a perfect cheesesteak. I already know.
Is it the creamy type of cheesesteak, or is it the shredded? It's not like the.
It's chopped up good.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So it's nice and
like you're doing this all from visuals. Too.
Yeah. No, it's chopped up
and
good.
it still tastes good. Even
It
from
looks so good.
The meat to cheese ratio is perfect.
It's tremendous.
Yeah.
It's very good. A lot of people are saying it doesn't get any better than they said, "Do you want extra cheese?" Somebody said, "You get extra cheese." I said, "No, it's already good. You can't make it any better. You can't make it any better. You can't make." And they said, "Cheesesteak, a Philly cheesesteak." I said, "I didn't know there was a difference." And they said, "There's definitely a difference. It's one of the biggest differences." And I said, "Well, then give me both. I'll have both. And I'll do the two-fisted slobber. I go from one side to the other side, to the other side. On both sides of the aisle. We're working. We're going to work a deal. We're going to make great deals."
Do you know one of my Preston and I might contend our favorite cheesesteak is the it doesn't have actual meat in it. It's the Wilson's
Impossible cheesesteak. It's
really?
Wilson's
It's
secret sauce.
effing awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
I would get scared to eat an impossible something. Like I feel like I'd be better if I didn't know it.
Yeah.
That type.
I
of
guarantee you would know.
Yeah.
You would have no idea.
There's a place called Donkey's. I forgot to text you this. And Donkey's is it's not even in Philly. It's in South Jersey in Camden. And they make theirs very different. It's a round roll. It's a little bit sweeter, but it's currently my favorite cheesesteak. I love it, but it's not. I wouldn't qualify it as like a traditional Philly cheesesteak.
There was an episode of the Goldbergs.
Well, wasn't it Anthony Bourdain who said it was the finest sandwich in America?
Oh, at Bourdain.
Kaiser roll.
And it's on a Kaiser roll. And an episode of the Goldbergs
So
covered it.
they go down into the basement. He goes, "I know, it takes place here, the Goldbergs, and he goes, "I can tell you where the best cheesesteak is, but it's sacrilege. It's in New Jersey." And that was the whole idea of the.
My friend Steve Moderano, who's from Philadelphia, originally, Moderano, he has one of the greatest meatballs in the world, but also the cheesesteaks are they're fantastic.
Right.
They're unbelievable, like melt in your mouth kind of thing.
I think he has a place up in Parks, doesn't he? The casino.
Yeah, he has. He's in AC.
It's up in Ben Salem.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but he had a place in Vegas and in Miami. That's where I learned about him. It's funny because I went to this place in Boston, like a real Italian Boston place, and he's like, "I got a meatball. I got a meatball. Try the meatball. Huh? Try the meatball. I try the meatball." And he's like, "It's a little different, It's a mushroom-based meatball, but it's very finely shredded, so it's very good." And I'm tasting. I'm like, I don't usually like mushrooms, but this guy was scaring me, so I'm like, I got to try it. I'm eating it. I'm like, his name's Nicky.
Yeah.
Nicky in Boston, and I'm eating. I'm like, this is unbelievably good. I don't even like.
It was a mushroom meatball.
It was mushroom. It might have had some meat in it too, but it didn't have that texture of mushroom. It was so good and melt in your mouth. And I said, I don't mean to cause a rift here, and I apologize if I'm offensive. But this is one of the greatest meatballs I've ever had. Second, maybe only to my friend Steve Moderano. He's, "Oh, Stevie!" I was like, thank God, because why did I say anything? Why was I telling a guy named Nicky in a hole in the wall in Boston that his meatball wasn't the best meatball I'd ever tasted? It was just at the top with somebody else. Thank God he knew Stevie Moderano.
I was in Boston this weekend with my son. He's going to Northeastern in the fall, and we walked around the North End, which is traditionally like an Italian neighborhood, and I hadn't been there in a long time. I had forgotten how Italian it still is.
Right.
There are guys who are drinking the cappuccino on the step and whatever. But you walk. There's 100 restaurants, 150 restaurants in the North End, and it smells like garlic everywhere you go. It was awesome.
I'm going to Italy. We're going to Italy. That's part of this trip.
Wow.
Why I'm on the road so much right now.
Stand-up trip to Italy?
Well, no, I did to pay for Italy. That's really what it is. But we flew into Rome last time, did more in the South, Sorrento, Amalfi Coast. We're doing Milan and Lake Como this time. And we're doing a bunch of different, we're doing Tremezzo, the hotel. I splurged on this one.
As a movie, I for 1 year for Christmas, my wife and her sister, my sister-in-law, they went to Lake Como. It's unlike any other place, and it's been used so many times in movies, from Star Wars to Casino Royale and stuff like that. It almost seems otherworldly.
I just got back from there. I didn't do Lake Como. We were in the lake, but I flew into Milan. Then we went to Verona, and we stayed at went to Lake Garda, which is near Lake Como. Dude, Lake
Garda is like Lake Como, but not as expensive.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. You know who told me about it? Bill Walton's former partner, a broadcast partner, Dave Pash. Okay. So Dave was the straight man with Bill Walton, and we're actually going to meet up with him in a place called Gubbio, which is in Umbria. So it's Tuscany type stuff. We went there, and it's all restored 13th century. It looks like you're walking into Harry Potter. Literally, you walk through a place and it's Diagon Alley.
Wow.
I mean, it's the original, stones that were done there. Some of it just, cleaned up a little bit.
Do you speak any Italian?
I've been learning a little bit, but all I seem to be retaining is buongiorno.
You're really at the starting point.
Yeah, my son had a huge reaction. He's got a peanut and tree nut reaction, and this is a tough thing because they don't have as much of that there. I think the foods are processed less. So we went to a place in Florence. And they had ground cashews into the pecorino cheese. So, he had a massive reaction, really, really bad, to the point where he was purple.
So how do you...
we called a doctor, and a doctor that looked like Dr. Mario, like literally from the video game. He's like, it's me, I can save you. And he came and got it. I'll show you pictures out there, but my son, like literally purple, like he got hives, and then all the hives connected to the point where he just looked like.
So how do you travel? It's got to be scary.
Well, we just stopped for a while. We were in Florence for a few days.
Did the EpiPen get it done?
He didn't use the EpiPen because we didn't know it was happening, because we didn't know what it was. Wow. And then he was having a little bit of problems breathing, but then the doctor shot him up with everything.
Mario.
And then. I mean, it was a crazy trip, because just before that, when we got into Rome, I put a picture up of me in front of the Colosseum, and not thinking about anything, I put it on Instagram, and I get a text from a guy named Jeff Leonardo, and the only reason I remember his name is because he's one of the Ninja Turtles. That's right. And I was like, you've seen him, if you're a sports fan, you've seen him some, and you'll know why in a second. He's John Gruden's right-hand man. Okay. So when John Gruden's doing these unboxing videos he's doing all over the place right now, sometimes Jeff is in the picture. He goes, did you know John is in Rome right now? I'm like, no, I don't have Grudar. I don't. So you think it's a Star Wars kind of thing?
Yeah. Like, the force is strong with this one, man. I can feel his presence. There is another.
So I end up having dinner with John Gruden. So John Gruden, the whole family, my family and his family, which I've known him forever. So I text him, and we ended up having funny. And the funny thing is, he went to the wrong restaurant. He set up the restaurant, then went to the wrong one. It's like, why are you late? I'm like, because I'm at the correct restaurants. They have your reservation. Then he's doing plays. This is kind of made up, but this is what it felt like, this part. So he's doing plays. He's got that Spider 2Y banana. That's the play he always talks about. He was doing spaghetti 2Y bruschetta on the table. He's like, you gonna eat that cannoli, man? Isn't that your name? Like, he always messes with me. Isn't that your name, Frank Cannoli? I mean, it's Caliendo. Sounds like it. Cannoliendo. Don't you have a creamy center like that, man? No, you're just a creep. What are you doing? So, but that was really fun, just to end up hanging out with somebody. Like, we ran into like 3 different groups of people that we knew in Italy at the time. I'm like how does that even happen? Yeah. That is the weirdest thing in the world.
Well, when I flew into Milan, I flew in, I get out of the airport, and I'm trying to make my way to the train station. The first person I saw, it's not somebody I knew, but dude was wearing a Rocky sweatshirt.
That's right.
Like Rocky from Philadelphia. I'm like, I just flew in from Philly, and this dude is wearing, okay. Yeah.
Well, weren't you, maybe he came from Philly too on the same plane?
That's
Probably is.
You know what, though? I flew from Newark.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah,
so far away.
Yeah, so far away.
When we landed in Rome, there was a guy, my father-in-law passed away 13 years ago. And 10 years ago, there was a guy who looked exactly like my father-in-law, and my brother-in-law and wife freaked out. Like they looked over. He was a native Italian guy, and he just went walking by, and he walked like him and everything. And I'm like,
wow,
this is a moment. And my brother-in-law goes, oh my God, it's like I'm seeing a ghost. Like he was freaked out.
Yeah, like maybe he faked his death and moved to Italy.
Well, that could. It's an Italian.
You never know what's going to happen.
And we went to a church, and they're like, Caliendo, is that Mexican? I'm like, no, I'm Italian. I'm Italian. Not that there's anything wrong with being Mexican, but I'm Italian. And they were like, they didn't care, Caliendo. And then my wife, whose maiden name is Vitale, like, oh, Vitale, San Vitale. And she was loving it because people usually make a big deal about me, but they're walking, oh, San Vitale, can we put you up? Can we help you? Can we get you anything that you need?
Is your husband? He's a mongrel.
Oh, he's not terrible. Look at him. He shouldn't even be here. But we sprinkle the holy water all over you. By the way, the Italians hate when you talk like this. They do not enjoy it. They say a little bit.
It's such a stereotypical, but it works. People know what you're talking about.
They do talk like that, though. If you go in and you talk like this, then I do the Liam and I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want.
We were in Sweden taking a family trip one time, and we were in a Burger King of all places. Actually, we were in Norway. We went over to Norway, and we're standing there, and my son is standing next to me, and this guy approaches him, this Norwegian, and he comes over, and he heard us speaking English, and he goes, I'm sorry, but is this you? And he has a picture that he's holding up on his phone of a missing person, and it was identical to my son. And we were like, we thought, all right, this guy's trying to pull a scam or something. We looked at it and we're like, oh my God, that's
effed up.
It was really weird. So when you have these encounters, these weird encounters overseas, like you running into all those people that you knew,
I think it's kind of amazing too. I never had any type of experience like this with my family. I mean, I couldn't even imagine. Like, I think about the things my kids get to do, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine my parents have taken us to Italy. We never would have come back. They'd have lost us. Yeah, we wouldn't have known. Not in a good kind of lost.
Right. Yeah.
Like it would have been a bad situation. Like maybe they didn't even want to bring us back.
Right. Yeah.
But I couldn't imagine. I think about that every once in a while. That my kids have gotten to do, they're in such a lucky situation. But we'd never been to Italy before. I'd never been overseas. My kids had actually been overseas because they went with a school trip. Yeah. That's a totally different thing. That's like Spider-Man, which one?
Yeah, Far From Home.
Oh, yeah, Far From Home, where they're in Venice and the hotel's flooded. And we were doing it pretty well. We went a step up. This time we're going full on, like the high level, maybe not George Clooney, but George Clooney relative.
Right.
Thing.
Yeah.
So
George Jefferson.
Yeah, right. But we're moving on up. It's a pretty good, and I just wanted to do it and, see what it would be like to do it that high-end kind of trip. But I couldn't even imagine. I mean, we would go to the Wisconsin Dells when I was a kid, which had like amphibious vehicles in the dirty river.
That's fun. It's still fun.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
Fun.
I just can't imagine. We used to stay at, the hotel that we have color TV.
Yes.
Those types of, like, we didn't stay at the chain hotel. Air conditioning. We did not stay at brand name hotels. We stayed at off-market kind of shady things.
Westbestern.
Yeah. That's people knocking on your door when they shouldn't be.
I mean, we have the Jersey Shore, and that's what we did growing up. We just that was like us, jet setting or whatever. And then, I'm like, oh, you guys went on cruises? You guys went to other countries?
But I couldn't even imagine. I mean, it's so great that my kids, and that's probably why I do that with my kids and my family, is because I never had anything like this. And they'll do that with their kids.
You hope.
My kids would rather have a trip than a present at this point. They would rather go and do something. Yeah. Now, I use airline miles.
Yes.
That's the funny
thing. You'd be insane to not.
I use the airline. I use like Delta One. We're flying over in the lay-down seats, and it costs just like a couple fees. Yeah. It's like $50 each to fly over there, and it would be $5,000. Wow. But it's
you clock a lot of miles.
Oh yeah. But it's the way. That's the way to do it. If you can get those miles, I know it's kind of a game, and the airport. The airlines end up winning in the end because you're spending money on their credit card and all kinds of stuff. But you might as well use it rather than not do it. And I mean, to be able to fly over there for almost nothing in first class is insane.
Well, the system is always so weird when they're handing out, you're flying into some place and, by the way, if you sign up for our Blue Air Awards program or whatever, we'll give you 100 billion points.
Right.
It's like, what in the F does that translate to? So everyone's got their conflicting systems.
Right. But we flew over there on the same kind of thing, and it was great. We flew into Rome last time. This time we actually fly. I made it to make the miles work. We actually flew a different airline. We flew American to Philly. So we'll fly into Philly next week. I got a deal on that. So like 25,000 miles for first class tickets each one. It was about 100,000 miles a ticket. This is how cheap I am. but then I spent all the money in Italy, right?
Yeah.
So 25,000 miles each ticket, as opposed to, so it was 100,000 miles for 4 tickets to fly on the red eye out here and then drive up to New York City and fly out of JFK. But if we'd have flown to JFK, it would have been 400,000 miles. So we do that, and then, so that trip is almost nothing. Then it's 2 trips.
You got quite a system there.
Yeah, I worked it out. And it feels like
How often do you call the airline as Trump and ask?
Well, we've got some great deals. We're going to make a great deal. And the people said, "Can you get me a cheesesteak?" And I said, "I can talk to Preston and Steve. Preston and Steve, they work great deals. They work great deals. But the problem is they're on early. Nobody's open yet. Nobody's open. At a cheesesteak place, what do they want? They want it fresh. They want it fresh. They want fresh. Like sushi. You don't want old sushi. And cheesesteak, you don't want to get it. There's a very good microwave. You can microwave it, or you can wrap it up specially and put it in the oven. And a lot of people are talking about that.
Dude, I love I'm sorry, but just to break down the impression a little bit of the peas that pop.
It's peas. It's one of my favorite words to say is people. 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 Okay. That's okay.
Very staccato.
It's like it's Joe Pesci in
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah. Lethal Weapon.
Listen.
And what was the other one? But I do soft Trump. I do library Trump.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people do that.
That's my favorite.
So we're going to use the Dewey Decimal System. We're going to use a lot of people aren't using card catalog. I said the card catalog, you can't break into it. You can't break into the card. Elon. I talked to Elon. He said you can hack the library if it's online, but you can't hack the card catalog because you can tell. You can tell it's a different typewriter. It's a different typewriter.
Oh my God.
I just realized that would be a great bit. Like,
it would be a great bit.
To controversial stuff. And
Well,
and make it nothing.
We do have to wrap, Mr. Caliendo.
No, thank you guys for having me.
No, dude, I'm just excited you stayed another night and had some time to come in.
Honestly, this is one of those things where I really do, and I said at the beginning, I look forward more to being and hanging out with you guys. And there's like 4 or 5 shows around the country where I consider people friends, and it's. I mean, and again, if you didn't sell any tickets, I wouldn't be here. But I mean, the show's over, so it doesn't really do anything to me. I mean, but there are certain people that I just look forward to seeing, and you guys are that at the top of the list.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah,
and I really appreciate
and your Tori on the bill with you is the son of
Tom Griswold.
Right,
Willie Griswold,
Bob
and Tom for people who know around
legendary
the country. I don't
show,
think they're not here, but they're in a lot of different places. And but he went from being like an MC type of guy to, in the last year, he's cleaned himself up a little bit. Yeah, probably from being around me, and because I live a pretty squeaky life.
Yes,
but he's gotten really, really good. And then, like I said, Patrick Keane and Al Jackson. Al Jackson was on a show. They probably had it here. They just canceled it recently, called the Daily Blast Live. Daily Blast Live, which was like a
sounds familiar
daytime kind of hot topics type of show that would run after The View or something like that, a syndicated show. So he's just trying to get back into clubs, and really funny. I don't want to give away his bit, but he has this hilarious bit that I always make him do, that he just basically says, "Where does all the Girl Scout money go?" And like I said, I don't want to ruin his joke, but he goes, "They can do things that they can break the law. They can sell food in front of places that sell food." So that's Al Jackson. I'm not doing it justice, but he's traveling with me. And if you're between here and D.C., maybe you could go Tuesday or Wednesday to D.C.
There you go.
The D.C. Improv. But I mean, it's headline after headline. But I mean, these guys, and Patrick has a joke that I'm not going to give away, but he goes, people see the world as awful. It's a terrible world, but the world's never been good. Cain killed Abel.
Yeah.
And then he breaks it down. He breaks it down.
I think I've seen this
and he
bit.
breaks percentages down. And it's like 33% chance of dying if you were one of the first few people in the world. He goes, it's never been good. But it's really, really. But when people have signature bits, I mean, for me, it was Madden and Bush and like other things. And so there have been stuff along the way. Gruden probably now or Barkley. But it's kind of interesting when you can just find somebody's bit. And then, like you said, I think I've seen that.
Yeah.
And I think I just did a Steve impression. Did you hear that? I think I've seen that. So, yeah, cool. Thanks for having me.
Enjoy the rest of the time on the road with those guys. And glad, as always, that you made it through Philly. We appreciate it.
And we'll find the cheesesteak. We'll find, like Waldo. They couldn't find Waldo. They found Waldo, and Frank found the cheesesteak.
Frank Caliendo. Yay! Thanks, bud. It's great to see you. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Recorder for about 4 or 5 hours in different segments.
That's cool.
And gave me a chronicle of our early lives and everything, and I'm going through it right now.
Wow. That's really cool, Nick.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
well
awesome.
done.
Yay!
All right.
And then the third?
Well, I think that was his third thing.
Oh, that was your third?
Yeah, Doc Gooden, the Book of Me, and the
May I say,
autobiography.
all you guys had good stuff.
And by the way, Nick, a number of people are texting in and saying that your Doc Gooden card is worth about $445.
I'll sell it to you right now.
Sold.
I don't know if you guys knew that I'm an artist. This is a bird.
With a penis.
Now, I think
That's a tail.
That's
That's
it
a
says
red
tail,
penis
but it does look
swallow.
like a penis.
That's the Dr. Seuss bird. That's the bird I drew.
Nice job, Nick McElwain. Thank you. It's show and tell, and I think we have time for Marissa.
Marissa, what do you have for the class?
She just ran out of her office.
Yeah.
So she didn't know she was going to be doing it.
Yeah, she was telling me out before we started the segment. She had one just in case we didn't have enough, or we had too much time.
She's filling out one of those Dr. Seuss books right now.
Well, she wasn't sure if the segment didn't go anywhere and we had extra time, we could put her in. But
She's got a big package.
We got just enough to do another one, and then we got a break because we have some guests coming up in a moment. All right, Marissa.
Is that what is that? A canned ham?
Oh my God.
You just dumped something heavily on the counter.
I mentioned this before, and you guys kind of lit up. And it lives in my house, and I get to see it every day, and I'm really excited to share it with you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Oh. Whoa. It is an old-time adding machine.
Oh, wow.
Or the calculator, if you will, but it's a type that you would find in like a store.
And you pull the lever down when
the clerk would print up your receipt.
Or at Magnata and Sons office in South Philadelphia, because this was my grandmother's adding machine where she kept the books.
Let's hear some noise from that. Let's hear it. Crank it. There you go.
That's really cool.
That's awesome. When my grandparents had one, it was a little bit bigger than that. And as a kid, I played with it all the time. I loved it.
You're fascinated. Preston, we used to have the old, Underwood typewriters. I mean, the real old, the kind of stuff Tom Hanks collects. And you're fascinated by them as a kid.
Wait, so are these bells?
Yeah, no, that should be where the printer ribbon is.
Oh, maybe that's why it doesn't print anymore.
Well,
There's a ribbon that goes between those. There's two reels.
Technically,
that hold
Preston, it's an adding machine / Sibian.
It's about that size.
So there's still like there's still addition, or there's still numbers on it from the last thing my grandmother typed. Because my grandmother never stopped working, so my dad or my grandfather probably just handed her a calculator and she just swapped it out. Was like, all right, I'm done with these numbers, and boom, on to the next thing.
What was it an accounting firm? What was it?
It was a HVAC plumbing company.
Oh, okay.
So they were right there on Snyder Avenue, and my grandmother was in the office and kept the books.
See, I want something like. Oh, okay, I have another idea then. Okay, you guys are good. Kathy, do you have any ideas now? You said you do.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
right.
know. I remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, I wrote down a couple more things, so I'll be ready for another show.
Frankly, I think you guys all killed it.
Yeah, this says it's a Burroughs portable adding machine.
Look at how portable it is. Only weighs 112 pounds.
And God. This is the type of thing that if you were at a general store or something like that, because my grandparents owned a general store, and that's what they would use to ring up the receipts.
And Preston, you put this in like an antique store out,
yeah.
in any remote area and a little extra dust on it, you could sell it for a lot of money.
Yeah, totally.
I bet you could, right? I mean, these things, people love these things.
Yeah, I was in a store just this weekend, and they had things like this all over decorating
How
the
much?
store.
I'm sorry.
No, it was a clothing store, and this
Oh.
was just filling out the shelves.
So is that out as decoration in your house?
It
Or you
is.
just- yeah.
It's in all
Marissa's
my.
got, I'm sorry to interrupt, she's got some cool antiques. You have antique cameras, radios? Or have you started doing radios yet?
I'd love to get an
I
antique
have
radio.
a radio that's my boyfriend's grandfather. So all the cameras you'll see in like a Zoom call or when I did my TV show, they were in the background. Those are all my grandparents.
They're kind of like the ones that you look down at, you know?
Yeah.
You look down into they're really cool.
So it's everything from my grandparents, the old ones, like the Polaroid ones, to the ones my dad used in the 60s and
Like
the 70s.
A Browning camera, like the
One like that from
Yeah,
my grandfather,
right.
and then a Nikon from my parents and things like that. And then I have photos that I realized later that were like developed on that and are printed and hanging on my wall from those cameras.
Cool.
Wow. Oh, excellent. Well done,
That's
Marissa.
awesome.
I love
Thanks,
it.
guys.
show and tell.
First ever Preston and Steve show and tell. And Marissa's adding machine. That's really cool. All right, so now we've given some ideas to
Yes,
Steve
now
and
we have
Kathy.
ideas, yes.
And next time, I think we'll have a full class participation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I sent you guys the link for my shoes. You guys might want to get them now before everybody gets them.
All right, well, thank you guys. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. When we return, Mr. Alex Lifeson of Rush, talking about his new band, Envy of None. His fellow bandmate, Andy Kern, will be joining us as well. We'll be back in a moment. Don't forget it's Tattoos Day as well. You want a Preston and Steve tattoo? Text the word tattoo to 39333. It's from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. We'll be back in a few.
Preston and Steve.
Quickly, Nick, you wanted to plug the Big Climb coming up.
Yeah, we're really excited for it this year. Big Climb Philly benefits Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and I've done Big Climb in the past, and it's been in a building in Center City. But this year, it's at the Link, which I'm really excited about. I got to go down to the Link yesterday. We did sort of a backstage tour and places of that building that I'd never been before, and what the course is going to look like. And it's a bunch of stairs at the beginning, and then basically up and down the stands as you go, and it's sort of around the building and the lower concourse. So it's May 6th. I would love for you to join Team Luke. My nephew Luke is in remission from leukemia. He's doing really well. But LLS is just an awesome organization, and we'd love to have you be a part of Team Luke. It's Saturday, May 6th. It's in the morning. All the information's up on my social media and on PrestonandSteve.com. But it's a great event, and it's going to be really cool to have it at the Link this year.
Nice. And you guys will be going up and down stairs as opposed to just all the way up, right?
There's a staircase in the close to one of the main entrances that goes up, I think, like 5 flights. And then so we go up that, and then we come down the ramps, and then we go up and down the stands quite a bit around the concourse.
That's pretty cool.
And then down into like the locker rooms and the tunnels and stuff. So you come out onto the field at the end of it. And Preston, I think you had an event there last year, right? And
yes, it's with the Take Steps walk for the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation.
Yeah, and it's a cool place to have a charity event. So I'm psyched that it's there this year.
Excellent. All right. Well, good luck to you, sir. It's going to be awesome. I usually don't put a whole lot of stock in the National This Day, National That Day when it comes to food. Because sometimes we find out like there's multiple ones.
Yeah,
and, like
it's a
there's
bunch of
multiple
crap.
National Pancake Days and stuff like that. Although we do talk about that one, but today it's National Grilled Cheese Day.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing.
I am a massive fan of a good grilled cheese sandwich. We've talked about the pairing with tomato basil soup, which is one of my favorites.
It's when you get tomato soup and a good grilled cheese. That's about
Yeah. It's a great snow day activity.
Yeah.
What was the name of the place that we had?
Meltdown?
Meltdown.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Mother of God.
They were so good. The problem is that they were overpriced. You know what I mean? Because they were in and around the area.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if they're around that much anymore, but
I like riffs on the grilled cheese. I mean, I do like the standard easy way to go is just bread, butter, obviously to grill it with. And a good cheese, even just your standard American slices will work just fine. But if you throw in a little cheddar and stuff like that, or Gouda, it can get much better. But there's stuff you can add to it like pesto, tomato. Oh, yum, man.
Yeah. There's a guy who listens to our show, and he lives in Idaho. And we talked about him before. He apparently has the greatest grilled cheese recipe of all time.
Liar!
And he will not give it to me in writing.
Really?
Yeah, he wants me to call him so he can talk me through the steps.
Are you going to do it?
No.
Why?
Because it's not that.
You don't want to give your phone number.
No,
okay.
not necessarily. No, because I make a good grilled cheese. I don't need your help.
All right,
bro.
what's your grilled cheese?
Listen, the secret ingredient is
love.
Is butter. Lots of butter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just as simple as that.
So I'm going to mention a bit. The Couch Tomato has a grilled cheese sandwich that is extraordinary, and it uses the toast is buttered.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you. That's what makes it different than being toasted. Making it grilled is you use either some butter or oil, but butter is usually the way to go. So let me ask you this fundamental technique question when it comes to grilled cheese: do you butter the bread?
No.
All right. How do you do it?
I do a straight up, and first of all, I have a griddle, so I like to make it on the electric griddle rather than on the frying pan or whatever. But I take a huge pat of butter and I stick that on the griddle and I let that melt, but not all the way.
Okay.
You know, just and then I throw the whole grilled cheese on that and I spread it around. Then I take another pat of butter and I put that on the top. I don't spread it. And then when it's time to flip it, I flip it and I allow that to melt and then I mix it around.
I was raised on buttering the bread.
I'm down with that.
You have to butter the bread.
Yeah.
But the tough part of that is when you take butter and you spread it on untoasted bread, it can sometimes tear the bread a little bit. And you lose a little bit of your integrity and
your cohesion.
Your sandwich.
So what they do a lot of times on these Grateful Dead fish lots is they'll have a paintbrush and they will take already melted butter and they will spread it with the paintbrush, and that's how they.
That's a
apply
great
that
way
as
to do
well.
it too. If you have the time to melt the butter ahead of time and take a brush and brush it onto the bread, that's probably the best technique. But I have come around on throwing the butter onto the warm skillet, and then putting the bread on top of that. But then you have the mystery of that other side. You
what the F
take
do
it
you
off,
do?
and then you throw down more butter and let that melt, or do your technique where you put it on ahead of time.
Yeah, I put that pat of butter, and it's a big old pat.
Do you guys remember a butter campaign that was "Give them a little pat of butter"?
Give them that pat. Yes,
Butter.
absolutely.
Give them a little pat of butter. Butter. It just made me think of that.
So the theme song to Law and Order SVU.
I did not know that initially.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I have a technical question.
Yes.
Wawa has a campaign right now for these grilled paninis.
Oh my God, my daughter loves them.
Right. And they look terrific. They look like they're a lot.
Yeah.
One of the grilled paninis is grilled with mac and cheese.
That's her favorite.
Okay. Is that a grilled cheese sandwich?
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, it's a panini.
Wait a second.
I'd call it a grilled. Well, it's not grilled because it's
a panini.
Well, it depends
it's
on.
not ciabatta, it's panini.
Right, I know, but it depends on whether they butter or use oil to
I have a follow-up question.
Now there's
Does it
I
involve
know they
dragons?
put it in a panini press. Maybe that is considered that because it may be a grilled cheese.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Marissa. And by the way, Casey wanted me to mention this. We have a new big friggin' deal this week. It's going now through June 6th, and you get a same-day ride and water park combo ticket to Maury's Piers for $70, and that's a $50 savings per ticket for unlimited rides on all three piers, both water parks for a whole day. So that is something you don't want to pass up on. They're going to make this summer unforgettable at Maury's Piers. Get this at WMMR.com, /deals. And you'll be happy that you went there because there's always some kind of great, that's what we call the big freaking deal. There's always something good there. And, we're, hopefully, we'll see if we usually have some giveaways
At Keenan's?
At Keenan's,
That's
yeah.
the plan.
For Maurice?
Yeah, so we do have one contest in particular that is going to have a couple of prizes, including some Maurice Park stuff.
All right, we're going to hash some of that out. Yeah. Good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff.
Yes. All right, and then I was going to mention something else. I don't remember what it is. All right, no, this is for later on. I have a lesson question. All right, time for Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, the B File is brought to you by the Jug Handle Inn. You can catch the best food, the best drink specials, and the action of all the games at the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnaminson. You can come for the famous Jug Handle wings, but enjoy so much more online at thejughandleinn.com. So you may have seen this news story, but 10 Men broke out of a New Orleans jail on Friday.
Yes.
In an audacious overnight escape by fleeing through a hole behind a toilet and scaling a wall while the lone guard assigned to their cell pod was away getting food.
Preston, they said that they were disguising themselves as a charm bracelet.
Oh, my God.
You remember that?
I do.
Take the money and run.
7 of the escapees, including suspects charged with murder, remain on the lam following the breakout that the local sheriff says may have been aided by members within the department.
10 people is a lot of people to get out of a prison.
Surveillance footage showed the escapees sprinting out of the facility, some wearing orange clothing and others in white. They scaled the fence using blankets to avoid being cut by barbed wire. And then some could be seen sprinting across a nearby interstate and into a neighborhood.
They said one of the convicts was able to fashion a Toyota out of a bar of soap.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
now,
pretty amazing.
There's a photograph that shows an opening behind a toilet in a cell that the men escaped through. And did you see the sign that they wrote?
No, I did not see this.
It's a hole, and above it are scrawled messages that they wrote "Too easy, LOL" with an arrow pointing at the gap.
Oh my God!
And by
That's
the way,
arrogant.
by the way, they spelled "to" T-O.
Well, then put him back in prison just for that.
Yeah. The absence of the 10 men who also utilize facilities deficiencies that officials have long complained about in their escape went unnoticed for hours, and it was not until the routine morning head count more than 7 hours later that law enforcement learned of the escape. I mean, that's like right out of Shawshank Redemption when they come in for the head count.
Yeah.
Dufresne, you better be dead in there.
I'll thump your skull for you.
So officials from the sheriff's office say no deputy was at the pod where the fugitives had been held. There was a technician, a civilian, there to observe the pod, but she had stepped away to get food.
Say, Jesse, weren't there 10 more convicts in this area?
Soon after the escape, one of the men, Kendall Miles, was apprehended after a brief foot chase through the French Quarter. He had previously escaped twice from juvenile detention centers. By Friday evening, 2 more fugitives had been captured. And the search remains active with numerous local, state, and federal agencies work together around the clock to locate and apprehend the remaining individuals.
Wow.
That's wild, man. All right, a Vermont inmate is facing more than 1,100 contempt of court charges after police say he repeatedly tried to contact the victim in his case. Todd Slade is an inmate at the Marble Valley Correctional Center. Police say that he contacted or tried to contact the victim in his case 1,146 times via phone or internet between December 2024 and March 2025.
Listen, you don't seem to be getting this.
Police say that he wanted the victim to tell investigators things about the case to get him released from custody. I'm sure she was all on board for that.
Hi, it's me again.
God, 1,100 contempt counts. Slade remains in prison and will be arraigned on
If you hit a mark, do you get an award?
New charge next month. Yeah, they can send you a plaque.
Yeah.
That's really nice. There were tense moments inside a Donair restaurant. Does anybody know what a Donair restaurant is? Donair?
It's like a dick for.
What's a dick for?
For peeing.
So anyhow, in British Columbia's Lower Mainland, recently after a man barged behind the counter with a machete, and I believe it may be like a kebab place because, well, the incident happened at Paradise Donair, where 2 women were preparing food for some waiting customers. And the surveillance video shows the suspect in the ski mask enter and pointing his machete over the counter. He immediately approaches the vertical spits where the meat is roasting.
Yes.
And he starts hacking out with the weapon. This is what the guy stole, by the way.
He stole the meat?
He stole the meat. He went and took off with what the owner, a gentleman by the name of Boraz, estimated was a few pounds of stolen meat.
Hey, come back on the meat!
He said he even took a couple of sauces, like bottles, he said. He forgot to take pita bread, though.
Take the meat, he take the sausage.
While the incident...
He take them both! He comes in here, he wears a ski mask. I say, there's no place to ski here.
He takes the meat, he takes the sausage.
He takes the sauce! What kind of lunatic does that?
Well,
this dude's rocking a big machete, a big knife.
While the incident
he went for the gyro.
Rattled workers who
The gyro!
supported by victim services, Boraz says weeks later they now see the humor in what happened.
It's actually kind of funny. He took the worst sauces and the worst meat.
A bystander helped out by calling 911 and responding officers located and arresting the suspect the same evening. So they managed.
There was a year, Preston, where I just totally into gyro sandwiches and
I
pita.
love them.
And the gyro meat itself is a little It's high calorically. So, but like the Mediterranean stuff and authentic Greek food is amazing.
It just says that donair is a Canadian dish, by the way.
Oh, it's a Canadian dish?
Yeah, so
Okay.
It's the most popular Canadian dish in Greece.
Particularly popular in Halifax, Nova Scotia. That's essentially a pita sandwich with spiced ground beef.
Are you
onions,
done there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you done there? That's as if somebody's finished with it yet. You done there?
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. Thank you for clearing that up, Case. I appreciate it. All right. Everyone makes mistakes. They're just not out there for all the masses to see, though. Vestavia Hills city officials woke up Thursday morning to find out that there was a sizable mistake in block letters on U.S. Highway 31 approaching Interstate 65's southbound ramp. The word south was spelled Sooth.
Sooth?
Yes. SOOTH. City manager Cinnamon McMully. McCulley. Cinnamon McCulley.
So you travel a Sooth on the turnpike.
So she said she received a photo of the glitch, and the city went ahead and posted the obvious on Facebook. And they said, look for this photo on the next You Had One Job reel.
By the way, this is just in basic lettering. This is a horrible painting job.
Yeah. McCulley said that the project was not a city job and was done by a vendor for county officials. She said that workers plan to use black paint to turn the O into a U as a temporary fix, but she said it's not as easy to repair as one might think. They may have to cut the pavement to make the permanent repair on that, but I'm headed south on the turnpike, and there you go. That's what we have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let us take a break. When we come back, we're going to see if you've been paying attention. We'll have a lesson question in today's program, and we'll get trash news and news too. Stay there.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Now, do you think, follow-up question, Wawa would send us some so we could sample them on air?
Well, a panini press is a...
It's kind of a grilled cheese, right?
No, it's a whole different sandwich. It's a panini.
Now, let me ask you guys this, because
says Master Chef Kathy Romano.
Just a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, I came to this amazing
country
revelation of using leftover meatballs, and I make a grilled cheese meatball sandwich. Now, I don't necessarily consider it a meatball first sandwich. I consider it a grilled cheese sandwich first. With meatballs, because what I'll do is I cut up the meatballs, I cook them in the microwave, then I put them on, the cheesed bread, but I use provolone cheese, and then I use the sauce to taste, not overly sauce it, but like sauce to taste, and then I grill that with the butter and all that. And I'm telling you, it is amazing.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the way to get creative with grilled cheese is using the different types of cheese. Once you start to add in elements
like meat,
you're on your way to a cheeseburger.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that,
You know what
Steve.
I'm
I think
saying?
it takes it. I think
So it's a meatball sandwich and not a grilled cheese.
I think so. I think that once you add meat, that's the main ingredient.
Right.
That has become the main ingredient.
The cheese needs to be the star.
The cheese needs to be the star.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You don't have to
That's
be
the name of my book.
And tell us about your book, The Cheese Needs to Be the Star. Well, it's really pretty much a look back at my career in radio.
Preston, have you seen the number of texts coming in saying that one should use mayo instead of butter?
There's a guy on the line right now, or a girl.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
says
seen
that.
it. I have not dared to try it.
rebuke you.
No.
I've not dared to try it, but that is a technique. So we have a few people. Let me go to Dave here. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Not much. Yeah, mayo is it. It doesn't tear the bread like butter would, and it fries up crisp.
Well, mayo is also,
It's a wholly different flavor than butter, though.
It would make...
You know what I mean?
I would have to try it, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll do it today.
Yeah. I would have to try it. So
I like it's odd because, Steve, I do like mayonnaise, but the idea of searing it like that seems kind of gross.
There are a lot of eggs in mayo, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's eggs and oil.
Right.
So,
So you got both ingredients. Yeah, you know what?
But
I would
there's
have
no
to
eggs
try
and
it.
butter.
Ooh.
There's no eggs and
And
butter,
you
though.
can't tune a fish.
If you don't tune your butt.
You know,
I don't know.
dated a girl for a hot minute who they made their French toast with cheese. And so now I'm wondering if you were to make a grilled cheese and then kind of coat everything in the egg wash. The same way
Well, it's a
with-
Monte Cristo sandwich is
Okay.
made that way.
All
It's French toast, and then in between is cheese and turkey, and then apple slices.
What would they do, Casey?
She would make, and I never had it. We didn't date long enough for me to try her.
Yeah.
But they would do their
Have you
French
tasted
toast.
my daughter's sandwich?
They would do French toast with cheese.
French toast with cheese.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
I don't. Well, not with syrup. I mean, but if it was a grilled cheese like French toast style, I'd do that.
All right, hang on. I'm going to go to Jenna because she does the mayo technique as well. Hi, Jenna. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Wonderful. All right, Jenna, what is it that's so much better with mayonnaise instead of butter?
It's just the flavor of it. I don't know. I grew up eating mayonnaise on every single sandwich, and my son likes just cheese sandwiches with mayonnaise, and it's easier just to throw it in the frying pan and say, hey, here's a grilled cheese. And he's not a big fan of butter, so that was the big difference there.
Okay.
But you can also use bacon grease. I don't know if Kathy remembers the Conshohocken Cafe that was on Fayette Street. I worked there all through college and everything, and we used to use bacon grease for our grilled cheeses, too.
That's a great idea. We used to save our bacon grease when I was a kid growing up.
And drink it in the morning.
No, we would not drink it in the morning, but we could use it to as a base to cook things with, a la, shortening or
It was a standard.
lard
we had
or whatever.
We had those jars,
Yeah.
mason jars. Of, yes,
that's what we
It was
keep
a
it.
standard.
Or like an old
Yeah.
jelly jar or
Yep.
something like that.
And my
Yeah.
mother used to hollow out a bagel and keep her birth control pills.
Oh
in
my
it.
God,
Oh my God!
that's
Did
so
you ever
unique.
It's just a thing you used to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Southern.
Did you? Okay, this is a two-part question. And what are your thoughts on mustard, whether it be yellow mustard or spicy mustard on your grilled cheese? And what do you consider a grilled ham and cheese? Is that still grilled cheese, or are we going into the other territory?
You're raising a good point with the ham inclusion. I still believe that the cheese, as per Preston's best-selling novel, the cheese is the star.
I would never say that. I would never say a grilled cheese with ham.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd
Right.
say it's a grilled ham and cheese.
Exactly.
So ham takes top billing.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a grilled cheese anymore.
It does take top, but you have to do that with mustard, right? Grilled ham and cheese with mustard. Yeah.
You don't have to be a star to be in my sandwich.
No.
And you know what's oddly is good on that is a little bit of pineapple.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not.
come over?
Yeah.
I should probably try that today,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. See if Wawa can do that.
So I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I'll ask you a question.
Mustard?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I think mustard with a grilled cheese can be good.
Yeah.
but it's great all by itself. You know what I
It
mean?
is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Spicy brown, though, right?
I could do either, but I prefer spicy brown.
Especially if ham is involved.
I'm going with Casey's take on that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on? I'm sorry to do this. Grilled peanut butter and jelly.
No,
because I know we're talking about grilled cheese.
That's like a
Yeah.
hot pocket. And I
would say unequivocally,
back to hell, demon.
Go suck it.
Yeah.
No.
Really?
No, I the idea of that. No, it
That's
doesn't.
that's not a grilled cheese at all. It's not.
It's
There's no
not.
cheese.
It is
It's not. Certainly, you know what? It's not.
In
It's
fact,
not a full
I'm gonna see
traditional
myself out.
turkey dinner.
I find it disrespectful that on National Grilled Cheese
Yeah.
Day that
Yeah.
you would even raise that question.
I'm begging for your forgiveness.
Why don't you go into a synagogue and say, "What if Jesus was the son?"
All right,
You don't do that.
we were overrun with mayonnaise phone calls.
Do we go in depth? Do we go a current affair on this?
Well, Jared had a moment at a restaurant. Hi,
Okay.
Jared. Hi, Jared. You're on the air. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Thank you, man. All right, what's the incident that happened with the mayonnaise?
So I used to run a restaurant back in the day, and they were getting really behind, and it was like a grilled cheese day that we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I got back there, and we had like fresh churned butter, so it was like real soft. Well, I messed up, and I put mayo on all these grilled cheeses, put them down, sent them out. Well, I ended up coming back, and they were like, oh, like they were the best grilled cheese we ever had. Come to find out, I put mayo on all of them.
All of
So
them.
that actually became our biggest seller.
So that was your signature grilled cheese sandwich was prepared with mayo. To your own personal taste, do you like it better?
I wouldn't say it's better, but it gives it a bite. Like you use it with like Cooper Sharp cheese, like it's completely different.
Huh.
So like we did a different thing. We actually did a condiment grilled cheese. So if you wanted mustard on it, we actually did mustard on the grill, and that hardens up real nice. It gets a real a real crispy bite.
On the outside of it, you did mustard and then grilled it?
Yep. and it actually comes out really good.
Cray.
All right, interesting.
I'm concerned now about the number of restaurants that are bringing sandwiches like this to us.
Yes.
And what that will do.
We need to spread it out.
Too many.
We need, really.
All right, so Steve had actually sent me a few grilled cheese from Food Network, grilled cheese recipes, and there's a few of them here that I've done before and like to have from time to time. Grilled tomato and cheese, I think, is a great one.
That's a standard, and I do love that one.
Well, now the tomato's taking top billing there, Preston.
No, it's not.
You said grilled
Well,
tomato
you're
and
right.
cheese.
It says grilled tomato and cheese.
I would say grilled
call it a
cheese
grilled
and
cheese
tomato.
with tomato.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
There is a grilled cheese with bacon. You can put it on there.
And that's grilled cheese with bacon.
Which is awesome. Cheddar and apple grilled cheese.
All right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you ever have like apple slices and cheese together, that's, or fruit and cheese, that can work
Makes
out
it
nicely.
healthy.
Mm-hmm.
A sandwich you can eat on the run.
Smoked Gouda and roasted red pepper grilled cheese.
Do I like Gouda?
I like
you do.
Gouda, yeah.
You like Gouda a lot.
All right.
You'll find good Gouda? Abu Dhabi.
I have a story in the bizarre file with Abu Dhabi coming up in a
I'm
while.
thinking a grilled brie.
Yeah.
Would be yummy.
I've had it.
A grilled ham and brie.
Yes.
Was fantastic.
On a baguette.
Oh my God!
So good.
Nick, my wife makes a it's an app she'll put out at parties, but it's brie and it's grilled in or it's baked in like a challah.
Like a baked brie?
Yeah.
We're headed to North Wildwood yet again for the 20-some-odd year that we've done this.
It's unbelievable.
Wow.
And it keeps going.
It does. And we got some of your favorites planned and some other things on top of that as far as crowd participation and prizes to be given away. But nonetheless, it's a ceremonial start of the summer. Opening of the Jersey Shore, beach season, all those things wrapped into one big party. And all you got to do is come out and be a part of it. And it starts nice and early. Doors open at like 6:30.
And then you will not believe by 7 o'clock what the place looks like.
Yep, happens real quick. So be a part of it if you can. Love to have you there. Lesson question time. We are going to give away a $50 Amazon gift card courtesy of Adam Home Services. And the question, Nick, I went off the board today, so here's a question. Our good friend Frank Caliendo was our guest this morning. We spent a couple of hours hanging out with him. But at the very beginning, who did I introduce him as?
Oh, nice.
When I brought him on board. So if you were listening earlier and you heard the introduction, when we first brought Frank on, I actually announced him as someone else. Who was that? All right, the number is 610-660-9333. Again, 610-660-9333. Make sure you call now if you know the answer. We'll do the trash while you're doing that.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Paramount Pictures and Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Every mission has led to this. Tom Cruise's Ethan Hunt and Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning, only in theaters and IMAX. That's on May 23rd. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, this is a hot story here. Joe Jonas was seen at the Maru Cafe in Los Angeles on Saturday afternoon, reportedly, quote, hanging with his boys. Jonas says hanging with his boys is his second favorite way to relax, right after rectal douching with an air hose.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick telling GMA, that's Good Morning America, that 24-year-old girlfriend Jordan Hudson handles his business things that don't pertain to football or North Carolina. The 74-year-old Belichick says thanks to Hudson, he has yet to run out of boner pills or adult diapers.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Sarah Jessica Parker revealing she almost backed out of starring in Sex and the City after filming the pilot. Parker says she had already committed to running in the Preakness.
Yeah, all right. We shall see if someone knows the answer to our lesson question, which is Frank Caliendo, our guest this morning. Who did I introduce him as? And we have Renee, who we are going to speak to. Renee, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Renee, who did I introduce Frank Caliendo as this morning?
Robert Downey Jr.
That is correct. Yep.
Nailed it, Renee.
All right, Renee, hang on a second. You just won. We'll give you the $50 Amazon gift card that we promised you, courtesy of Adam Home Services. Call Adam Home Services today. Schedule your $49 AC tune-up. And they'll even waive the dispatch fee for all your AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, or sewer services at the right price. Visit www.adamhomeservices.com. All right, music news time.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by 80 Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. All right, we're going to get into a couple things. We'll start with the big one with Foo Fighters. They have parted ways with drummer Josh Freese after roughly 2 years working together.
This kind of blew my mind that this happened because, I mean, you know, he's been with them a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, Freese announced that he was let go on Instagram on Friday. He said, I'm in my 40 years of drumming professionally, I've never been let go from a band, so while I'm not angry, just a bit shocked and disappointed.
There were rumors that he had stolen some meat and sauces, Preston.
Oh, no. Freese, who is 52, a veteran drummer who has worked with Nine Inch Nails, Devo, and Guns N' Roses, said that he enjoyed the past 2 years with the band and respected its decision to go with another drummer.
It's gotta hurt.
Although a new drummer has yet to be announced. He said the Foo Fighters called me on Monday night to let me know that they've decided to go in a different direction with their drummer. And he said no reason was given. He actually stated that no reason was given.
You think he could do it?
Play drums for Foo Fighters?
Yeah.
Do it.
All right, I'll do it. No, I could play a bunch of those songs, but
you could do what is required of a Foo Fighters drummer, I think.
Go home early.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, at a certain point.
after the show? And then
Practice.
No, there are some things that are challenging that Taylor came up with, but the thing is the longevity, being able to keep doing it and doing it set night after night and set after set.
It would work wonders on your tinnitus.
That's oh my God, it'd be deaf. So Freese joined roughly a year after the sudden death of Taylor Hawkins. He had also written, as most of you know, I've always worked freelance and bounced between bands, so I'm fine. So he's taking it in stride, according to that.
That's two pretty high. Was it Richard? Who was that?
Zach Starkey.
Zach Starkey.
Yeah, Richard's son.
You were talking about The Who. They've let him go, so not sure the story behind that.
What's with the drummers these days?
Yeah, dropping like flies. All right, so it's been 20 years of hits from Five Finger Death Punch, and they are marking the anniversary with a new album called Best of Volume 1. It's set to hit streets on July 18th. The band re-recorded the biggest hits because their old label...
I like the tune.
It was a fan of A Christmas Story. No, their old label sold the original recordings without telling them. They wanted to make fresh versions of songs like I Refuse, which now features Maria Brink from In This Moment. And the album will be available on vinyl with special editions for stores like Walmart and Best Buy. And fans can also buy a limited edition version through Revolver magazine.
I like their Christmas album.
The Five Finger Death Punch
Christmas album.
Yeah, it's the best. All right, and then one last story, and we should have audio of this to play. Barbra Streisand and Paul McCartney have released a duet version of his song, My Valentine.
What's in your nose? It's a huge honker. What are you, a proboscis monkey?
The song originally came from McCartney's 2012 solo album, Kisses on the Bottom.
Oh, wow. Heine kisses.
Well, I guess so, right?
Yeah.
Heine kisses.
While the...
I'm going to kiss you, Heine.
Duet.
So bright and shiny, you better hide it before I bite it.
Oh, dude.
You know that, right?
I haven't heard that in ages. I see
you,
Heine.
So bright and shiny, you better hide it before I bite it.
Yeah, he's right. He will bite it. I've seen it.
You've seen it?
It's disgusting. He doesn't even check if it's been wiped.
While the duet version is set for Streisand's upcoming duets album, The Secret of Life, Partners Volume 2. And Streisand shared on social media that it was a joy to record the track with the Beatles member and that spending time with him in the studio was truly special. So let's hear a little bit of this duet.
So I do, and so I do, without a care, I know that someday soon the sun is gonna shine, and he'll be there, this love of mine, my Valentine.
Stop it. So Paul's voice, and you guys know he's my all-time favorite.
Yes.
He's older. His wavered just a tiny
bit of a tremble.
It's a little. It's not quite as strong as it used to be. But Barbara's voice is spot on.
Oh, sorry. Were you in the Beatles? Was that it? Were you in the Beatles? Answer me.
No, I was.
Then shut up.
Yes, sir. And I mean, sir, as in you're a knight in the
Shining armor?
in the Empire. So
I see your honey. So bright and shiny.
Yep.
You better hide it before I bite it. Isn't there another verse in that song?
There is, Steve, and I was trying to think of what it was. I see your honey, all big and shiny. You better hide it before I bite it.
Thunder Road. No.
I see your weenie.
So bright and sheeny.
He's so bright and sheeny. Better hide it.
I don't know the weenie
It's just
part.
your peenie.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
There is a
it
second
sounds
verse.
Vaguely familiar.
The original verse is, I see your honey, so bright and shiny. You better hide it before I bite
If
it.
anyone knows the next verse,
I don't think there is one,
It's
man.
routinely sung to longshoremen.
you can call us or text, and this number will work for either one of those, 610-660-9333. So if you can
I'm right? There is a
enlighten us.
second verse.
I thought there was.
Yeah.
I can't remember it at all. Nick, can you glance the text messages and see if it comes up? By the way, Babs' upcoming album features a ton of other guests, and it's duets all together. So it's her with Bob Dylan. That one I'm not hearing. I don't think so.
She has such a, her voice has remained strong.
And beautiful and very melodic, and Bob obviously does the Bob thing. But then you have James Taylor, Mariah Carey.
What's the name of this album? Is Scabignos?
No, it's not Scabignos. It's called The Secret of Life Partners Volume 2. So anyhow, James Taylor, Mariah Carey, Ariana Grande, Sting, Tim McGraw.
I can see all that.
Hosier, Sam Smith, whose birthday is today.
Yeah.
Seal, Josh Groban, and Luffy, in addition to Paul McCartney.
You raise me up. The up.
Thank you.
Josh Groban.
And The Secret of Life Partners Volume 2 will drop on June 27th. So no takers on the I See Your Hiney, all bright.
I know it's an oldie.
So,
it's what my mother used to sing it to me when I was a wee little lad.
It was kind of a little kid song, by the way. All right.
No, that's not it. Oh, wait.
Those are the Three Little Monkeys. Three little monkeys laying in bed. One rolled over and the other said, oh, it says boom, 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 I see your hiney. Boom, 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 it's bright and shiny. If you don't hide it, I'll think. No, that's not the same one, Steve, that we grew up with.
Right.
That's a different one altogether. Maybe it's a regional thing.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's more like a Sammy Hagar.
You better wash it before I squash it?
No. You better wipe it before I
Swipe it?
Swipe it? I don't know.
We're getting nothing.
All right, it's all good. Hold on, Marissa's got a comment.
All right, I found a song, number one, like a disco song that exists.
All right. Really?
Yes, that's in there. And could it be, I see one that says, when I see a wiggle, it makes me giggle?
Yes.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
It makes me giggle to see it wiggle. Yeah. In fact, Rochelle sings that. What? Oh, my God. How did I forget that? All right, here's the song. Was not aware of that.
I didn't hear that sing up. High knees all over the world.
All right, hey, we got to the bottom of that. Hey, it's a beautiful thing. All right, we need to take another break and come back and wrap up our program. So we'll do that. Thank you very much for indulging. When we return, letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. You need to know what that is. Tell you about what you can win when we get back.
Preston and Steve.
It's all runny
And
and
there's a
gooey.
little bit of raspberry or something too.
Yeah, but you know what, Steve? It's got that protective shell on the outside.
And it gives it cohesion.
God bless that shell.
Hang on a second here. Let me go to Garrett has a recipe. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Yo, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, brother. What's up?
Yeah, so check it out. So a couple years ago, I was getting creative in the kitchen, and I was making a grilled cheese, and I was like, you know what? I want to get a little creative here. So I scratched the cheese entirely, and I had some leftover buffalo chicken dip from the football game before, and I spread that on there, just made it like a normal grilled cheese. Actually, the same way Casey does. Like, I take the slab of butter, throw it down, then I kind of like mush it around a little bit. You know what I mean? Like swirl it around. But dude, I'm telling you, that is a banging sandwich.
So
I love buffalo.
I guess buffalo chicken dip has cream cheese in it, so that's technically in the cheese family.
Well, we throw some cheddar cheese in our buffalo chicken dip too, so kind of
Okay.
we get in there.
Speaking as someone who has
Interesting. Thank you,
now
Garrett.
about 160 packets of Star-Kissed buffalo, I love that
Buffalo tuna.
But the buffalo tuna is great. The buffalo dip in
buffalo dip. I'm
every
sorry.
application, that buffalo flavor, whatever it is. You said it has cream cheese in it. I didn't know that.
The dips usually
Okay,
do.
yeah, delicious.
I will say that Panera, they sometimes can hit or miss on some of their things, but consistently their tomato soup and their grilled cheese is good.
So
I agree.
What's the new what? What's the new sandwich that they're
the Panera?
They mention a type of pepper. It's like a
Freshy pepper.
It's you know what I'm talking about. Have you seen the thing?
Is
For
it
this
like
it's like a new like a Mediterranean.
You know what, Steve? They should probably send us samples.
I'm intrigued.
Yes,
Is it,
it's a new thing that they're pushing.
Wouldn't
and
be
it's
a
got
poblano pepper, would it?
no. I don't know, but it is a red pepper that apparently has this incredibly exotic, wonderful taste.
Okay, wait, like a vegetable or like the crushed red pepper?
A vegetable.
No, like a vegetable pepper.
Side note, stuffed peppers. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah,
Like you
well,
put
we should
sausage
have
in
a
there.
restaurant called Sergeant Pepper.
Well, listen, it's sort of offensive that you bring it up on grilled cheese day.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean,
I said side note.
Stay in your lane, buddy. All right, roasted poblano and mushroom grilled cheese.
No poblano.
I like a poblano.
I do like poblano.
I like it the poblano.
I like saying poblano. Fun syllables.
I come
know what-
from
you know
the
what
village of Poblano.
Do you know what a smoked poblano is? An ancho chili.
Oh.
If you ever see ancho chili.
I don't know why I
Ancho
reacted
cheese.
like that. Yeah.
I believe so.
That ain't your cheese.
Wait, so it's the same thing?
It's the same thing, but it's smoked. It's prepared differently, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Here, this one sounds interesting. Grilled cheese with everything bagel seasoning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wait, in or on?
Don't know. I would have to click on the recipe, and it would take me off of this.
Right.
This is just the names of them.
I think at Trader Joe's you can get the seasoning that's just called everything but the bagel.
Yep.
And it's terrific.
Yes, I agree.
But one of the best, so there was a, maybe you've had it as well, Nick, over at Harvest. They would do like a cedar plank salmon, but it would be crusted with the everything bagel crust.
I love a crust.
Oh, yeah.
Grilled cheese.
Look at me bringing that up on Grilled Cheese Day.
Yeah. Spicy grilled cheese.
Okay.
So you can use, like a jalapeno
Or pepper
cheddar,
jack or something.
Pepper jack, yeah.
No, but I'll do like a diced jalapeno.
Okay.
We actually, oh, God, never mind. Sorry. I was doing the Casey thing, and I'm not going to do it now.
You were going to go somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
My refrigerator's
Well,
blue.
now I'm intrigued.
Okay. Well, good. Because this is, my wife made hash brown casserole last night for dinner.
This is a recipe that we shared with Casey's family. And,
And it's
love it.
amazing. And I was really digging it. And I thought, ooh, you know what would be really great in this? Diced jalapenos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you?
I agree.
I did not, but I put some hot sauce in it.
Is there cheese in there?
Banditos. What's that?
Is there cheese in that
Oh,
recipe?
yeah. Yeah,
All right,
cheese
so like
and-
it's a part of this conversation by default.
Here's another recipe. Brussels sprouts and bacon grilled cheese. Maybe. I don't
You know
know.
what I do? I do love though.
I like Brussels sprouts.
I love
Yeah.
baked Brussels sprouts.
And bacon or pancetta with Brussels sprouts is usually quite lovely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And all of you will be farting in about a half hour.
Hang on. Let me go to, let's see, where was it? Yeah, let me go to Doug because he's got a technique. It's National Grilled Cheese Day, by the way. We usually don't talk about the national food days, but I mean, it's grilled cheese. Hey, Doug, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
All right, so I started making this when I was working at a fresh restaurant. Because I couldn't get to the burner. So
Was it a fresh restaurant or a French
restaurant?
Okay.
French restaurant.
There you go.
It's hard to say.
The fresh restaurant of Bel-Air.
All right. But so I couldn't get to the cooktops, and I was in charge of the broiler. So you butter the bread, you stick it in, butter side up, and you grill it till it's golden brown.
Okay.
And you flip it over, you put your cheese on, and you heat it until it's bubbling and starting to turn brown.
So he's saying that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, then you put it together. But lately I've been, so as that's working in the oven, I'll cook a couple of slices of pancetta. And if I use Swiss extra sharp cheese, you put them together. So you have the sharpness of the cheese, and then you have the saltiness of the pancetta. It's awesome.
I hate Swiss cheese so much. I hate it with white hot passion.
It's a nice crispy, you know.
All right. I like that, Doug. I'll try that technique, the oven technique. Thank you. So you hate Swiss cheese?
I hate Swiss cheese almost as much as I hate sharks.
I love Swiss cheese. In fact, I'll go to the finest fresh restaurant in town. No, and they I've had a grilled Swiss cheese sandwich. It ain't bad.
Yeah, if you do Swiss and cheddar together, I think it's great.
It's fine.
I think a 3-cheese thing, 3 cheese mix is pretty awesome. I did not know that about you about Swiss cheese.
Yeah,
Wow.
just
ham and Swiss is that's a standard.
Really?
Gross, yeah.
Turkey and Swiss. I love a good Swiss.
My Andrea hates it too. She can't stand Swiss cheese, and I get in trouble sometimes for bringing it home. I'm like, no, I love Swiss cheese.
Sometimes I feel.
Did you bring Swiss home again?
Because she feels like because she's such a cheese lover.
Yeah,
which I find
cheese
interesting.
lover.
Well, she loves all cheeses.
Yeah.
except Swiss, and
That
I'm like,
seems sort of arbitrary.
You're kind of missing out.
Not everything in the fridge has to be for you. I get mad at my wife for putting White Claw in the fridge. I'm like, God damn it!
One more quick call. We're going to have to take a break because we have guests lining up. So I'm going to go to Alicia. Hi, Alicia. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
We're happy to have you, Alicia. What's up?
Thanks. So I own a restaurant in Chalfont called Ember Smokehouse and Tap.
Okay.
And we have a 3x3 grilled cheese.
I don't believe you unless you bring it here right now.
I will bring it there.
No, go ahead.
I will bring it to you guys. And the Brussels sprouts, we have Brussels sprouts. I can bring those too.
Explain your sandwich fully. What is your premium grilled cheese sandwich?
So it's a 3x3 grilled cheese. So it's got 3 different kinds of cheeses. And then I know the meat gets top billing on this, but it has pulled pork, bacon, and pork belly. And we serve it with a tomato bisque.
Could you call that though, Preston? Would you call that a grilled cheese sandwich, or would you call that a?
I'd call it a pork sandwich with cheese on it. Yeah.
Here's the loophole. We don't call it a grilled cheese, but it has grilled cheese, and the loophole is that it's a 3x3. So you can say that the 3 cheeses is first, or you can say that the 3 porks are first.
All right. So you're looking for wiggle room. It sounds delicious.
I think you're a little over the boundary, but I mean, I'm sure it's a
You should probably try it.
I should probably try it.
Not on National Grilled Cheese Day.
I'm sure it's a fantastic sandwich. Well, interesting. All right. Well, thank you, Alicia. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. Take care.
Cool.
All right. By the way, Bon Appetit's best ever grilled cheese. And then we got to take a break. Marissa just brought this to me.
What is it?
It's Bon Appetit's best ever grilled cheese. Butter goes in the pan, not on the bread.
Chicken in the bread pan.
To ensure golden, not burned toastiness, the exterior of the sandwich should be slicked with mayo, which has a higher smoke point than butter and possesses the combined browning power of oil and egg yolks.
So now I absolutely have to try the mayo grilled cheese.
When mayo slicked bread. Now it's saying you don't cake it with mayonnaise.
Right.
You just put a little bit on there and then you put it on the butter. And when the mayo slicked bread meets buttered pan, that's when the magic truly begins.
Interesting.
Opting for a cheese that melts well is paramount. American is the meltiest cheese there is. But a young cheddar cheese works well too. And it's Incubus on 93.3 WMMR. Pardon moi. 10:45 on a Monday morning with Preston and Steve show. 4 days in our studio here. 1 day with you, live in front of everybody else who decides to join us at Keenan's North Wildwood, Keenan's Irish Pub, and is the site where we officially cut the ribbon on the summer, man. Open it up. Bring you on in.
By the way, have you ever actually officially had the chance to cut a ribbon?
I don't think so.
And because it's metaphorically, we open the Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
But,
so, I mean, and you know what? I would say that we tap a keg or something like that, but they don't have draft there. It's
how about wax that ass?
It's all bottles. Let's wax that ass and start the summer. at Keenan's. But however we decide to do it, we love to have you in attendance. You know what we do? We do crowd surfing.
Crowd surfing, which is, honestly, that is a tradition. I love it. I love how many people will come down and pick that event as, say, if they've just had their 21st birthday.
Yeah.
To indulge.
Yeah.
And they do.
Yep. It is an event.
And there will be a ribbon cut at some point, somehow.
Yeah,
Not
you're
with
right.
scissors. but-
Ribbon, toilet paper. It's all the same.
Something like that, yeah. I would like to thank our guests. First of all, I want to thank the gang from Laurel House who stopped by earlier this morning. Melissa and Brad came in, and they were wonderful. And so the event, the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes, is May 31st, and I will be hosting this. It will be at Ursinus College, 9 a.m. to 12. So it's the walk itself is like 10 to 11, and then there's, hanging out beforehand and a little program afterwards. So it's a great event, and we're just hoping for good weather, and we hope you'll be there because Laurel House is just an amazing organization. Not just a shelter, but they help anybody out who's dealing with domestic violence in a bunch of different ways as far as job opportunities and legal advice and things along those lines. So we hope you'll be there. You can go to WMMR.com or PrestonandSteve.com, find the information. And then we had a couple hours with our buddy Frank Caliendo.
Yay!
And Frank had a gig last night with his fellow performers at Helium Comedy Club, but he wanted to make sure that he came by and spend time with us. He was very complimentary, and he loves doing this show. And
We love having him.
Yeah.
It seems like, we get our annual visit, and it's worth the time. Always great.
I laughed my ass off.
Yeah,
when
he's
he
terrific, man.
He's just the best, so it was great. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
And good day.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. We had a wonderful weekend with the Hooters Saturday night at the Met.
Heard raves about it.
It just was so much fun, and the place was packed. And Jackie was spinning out in the pop-up beer garden they had in front of the building. And then I introduced the band, and we just carried on, and it was quite fun.
Hey, who introduced you to introduce the band? I didn't recognize that person.
That's a guy's worked with them for, 20 or 30 years. His name is Turk.
Okay.
He's the monitor mixer.
And he's with the Hooters.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he introduces them in Europe, always wearing Phillies outfits, or Phillies cap and Phillies jersey of some kind. So he introduced me.
I saw a great picture of you, and I think it was Rob afterwards, and it just like there it is, yeah, lifelong friends. It's heartwarming to see photos like that.
Dallin took that. Dallin, David's wife, took that, and it was great. It had been Liberace's birthday a few days before, so I wore one of my glitter jackets to introduce the band. And
how many of those do you have?
I have 2 or 3.
All right. This one I think is what I would call more formal.
More formal.
Yeah.
So, and it was just such a great crowd, such a great vibe.
Cool room too. I love the Met.
Yeah, it's a great room, and they had the 45 single of the new song that we just started playing, Pendulum, for their 45th anniversary. They had it pressed onto a 45.
That's a good song.
Yeah.
That is a really good song.
Good song and kind of a cool little thing. And then afterwards, I went with Ryan and a buddy of mine, Bill, and Marissa came down.
No Turk?
Jackie was there. Turk did not come out with us. But we all went downtown, and there's a garage I park in downtown. And we came out of the garage and ran directly into this guy and his girlfriend, Olivia and maybe Brian, I think his name was, and they just stopped us and were listing every single thing about the radio station, loving it. And they had been at the show, and they were staying in town for the night, and their hotel was not far away. And I said, well, we're heading to a tavern. Would you like to join us? And lo and behold, they did until closing time. And then Marissa put my hair up into a man bun.
I'd love to see that.
There is a picture of it. Someone took a picture of it. That was after a couple of martinis. So it was a colorful and fun and wild evening.
Excellent.
That's all I have to say about that.
That's all I have to say about that.
I'm done.
Great weekend. All right. I guess we'll get the letter of the day from you?
Yes, please.
All right. Let me hit this button.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
S as in summer.
All right, and we will give away a Rivers Casino overnight prize pack, including a $100 gift card to the new Sapore restaurant and one night stay for two at the River Suites at the Battery. And you must be at least 21 years of age to enter. So we'll give it away on Friday. Looking forward to it. What's up on your show today?
Well, so for the Live Nation Concert Week, which is this weekend, where you can get a number of shows on sale for just like $30, I think it is. They've given us 3 different pairs of shows: Summer of Loud, Offspring, and Creed. And so at some point each day this week, we will give away one of those shows. So we'll give away a prize, and then the listener can actually pick which it'll be.
Excellent.
So it'll be cool. And then we got blocks of Shinedown and the Ramones, and of course Pete Townsend for his birthday.
Wonderful. All right, let me thank these fine sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. As of tomorrow, it's Tattoos Day. We'll give away a fresh tattoo, a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. We'll find out who our coolest teacher is, Collingswood High School in Collingswood, New Jersey, and then we will find out what else we can dive into as well. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.